Good morning. I am Kenya McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025, and we are convening this hearing in a hybrid fashion, both via Zoom and in 123 of the John A. Wilson Building. The hearing is also being streamed live on the council's website. The time is 9:40 a.m., and I'm calling this hearing to order. The fiscal year, the District of Columbia and this committee will face some really unique challenges not yet seen before. With an uncertain and often unpredictable federal government, the district is forced to grapple with historic budget challenges, drastic funding cuts, and dramatically reduced federal workforce. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer's February 2025 revenue forecast projected an annual revenue decline of nearly $22 million for fiscal year 2025 and about $1 billion for over our four-year financial plan, an average annual revenue decline of $342 million from fiscal year 2026 through 2028, citing decreases in federal workforce employment and real property tax revenues and slowing consumer spending as key factors. Furthermore, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer raised a high degree of uncertainty around making a meaningful economic impact analysis, given that some of the new administration's executive actions have or are likely to be challenged in courts. The district's finances are immensely constrained, and spending cuts will be unavoidable. We also know that these financial considerations have resulted in significant proposed cuts to critical programs within the committee's jurisdiction, including our transformational equitable wealth building baby bonds program, small business assistance, and Main Streets enhancements. While shared sacrifices may be necessary, shared sacrifices cannot disproportionately be shouldered by our most vulnerable low-income residents, and particularly our Black and Brown residents. Now more than ever, it is critical that the voices of district residents are heard, and your testimony today will be instrumental as we shape the future of these programs moving forward. Over the next 2 weeks, we will also hear from key agencies within the committee's jurisdiction. On Monday, June 9th, we'll hear from the Public Service Commission and the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. On Wednesday, June 11th, we're going to hear from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, and Destination DC. Finally, on Monday, June 16th, we will hear from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. There are other agencies under the committee's jurisdiction, and we're going to work with those agencies during the coming weeks as well. As a reminder, this hearing is reserved today for public witnesses only. Each public witness who testifies before the committee today, either in person or virtual, will have 3 minutes to testify. I want everybody to be mindful of each other's time and the sacrifice that people have made to carve out time in their schedules to testify before the committee today. We have 90 witnesses who've signed up to testify today, and it's going to be difficult to accommodate people who are late, whether you're testifying in person or virtually. I do appreciate, in particular, those who have made the trek down to the John A. Wilson Building to testify in person. Thank you for being here with the committee this morning, but I do want people to be mindful and try to ensure that they're available when their name is called. Otherwise, we're going to keep moving forward with the list and attempt to accommodate, but we are not guaranteeing people an accommodation. If for any reason you're no longer available when your name is called, you also have the opportunity, as always, to submit written testimony. And we encourage witnesses to do that. Even if you testify today, we do ask that people provide written testimony through the council's web portal. And I would ask as well that all participants who are joining virtually, please mute their microphones and turn off their cameras when they are not speaking. And once their name is called, to turn on their cameras and unmute themselves to begin their 3-minute testimony. First, we're going to hear from the Office of the Deputy Mayor, witnesses, public witnesses testifying about the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED. DMPED supports the executive branch by developing and executing the district's economic development vision. It sets development priorities and policies, coordinates how the district recruits job creators, and leads the district's development, attraction, and retention efforts. It has primary responsibility in overseeing the revitalization of downtown and addressing the climbing commercial office vacancy rates, as well as making sure that the investments in our businesses aren't concentrated exclusively downtown, but that they also reach other parts of our city, including the business corridors in each of our wards. I want to note that we have several witnesses signed up for DMPED who plan to discuss the Mayor's Rental Act, which is included in the Mayor's proposed budget. And to note for them that the chairman has referred that Budget Support Act subtitle to the Committee on Housing. But obviously, I plan on supporting the changes to make the district's housing market more competitive once that subtitle is before the full council. Also noting the nexus that housing has to economic development across the District of Columbia. We do appreciate folks who want to put onto the record testimony related to that topic within this committee's public witness testimony. So with that, I'm going to call up our first panel of public witnesses who have signed up to testify and appear in person. Jiren Lynch, Ruth Hong, Evette Kane, Kimberly Drigins. And good morning to each of you. Thank you for joining us in person at the John A. Wilson Building this morning. We look forward to hearing your testimony. We're going to begin in the order that we have listed here with Jiren Lynch. Good to see you. Look forward to hearing your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff. My name is Jiren Lynch, and I am the President and CEO of Jiren Lynch Real Estate Partners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY26 budget and the Office of the Deputy Mayor on Planning and Economic Development. I'm testifying today in strong support of Subtitle M of the BSA, the Housing and Downtown Amendment Act of 2025. The HID program represents one of the district's strategic and timely responses to two interrelated challenges: the urgent need to revitalize underutilized office buildings and the growing demand of new housing across the city. The district is still grappling with the economic aftermath of the pandemic. Office vacancies are persistently high, with CBRE reporting that the office vacancy increased 10 basis points to 22.6 in Q1 of 2025, with the federal leasing hurting the momentum we were seeing at the end of 24. If we are to realize the full potential of the HID program, we must act now to expand its scope and accessibility. Subtitle M would do exactly that. The current program boundaries are overly restrictive, excluding areas with demonstrable office distress and untapped residential potential. Aligning the program with the Central Washington planning area with a slightly expanded boundary would enable catalytic projects in areas like Union Station, Southwest, and the West End. Notably, Deputy Mayor Albert has stated publicly that the Southwest waterfront is the next great opportunity to expand the downtown and pull people south away from the mall. The expansion would have real tangible results. For example, we purchased an office building near the wharf that cannot be financially viable as to move forward under market conditions as a conversion and repurposing into housing. With the passage of the subtitle, the project would deliver 500 units, including set-asides for inclusionary zoning and workforce housing, with ground floor retail, small format grocer, a bank, and a real chance at moving forward, putting a vacant office building to productive use for benefit of tenants, visitors, and the like. I would be remiss not to bring up the reduction of the funding for FY27, which reduces the cap for tax abatements from 6.8 million to 5 million. I urge the committee to restore the full funding to ensure the program can reach its intended scale and deliver maximum impact. Ultimately, the HIT program is a promising strategy to reduce our office vacancies, but it cannot meet its full potential in today's limited framework. Now is the time for bold, actionable steps that unlock more mixed-use, vibrant communities. Therefore, we urge the committee to retain this subtitle in the BSA. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions you have.
Got it. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, Ruth. And good morning to you. Look forward to your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and staff. My name is Ruth Hong, and I'm a Senior VP of Development of Jiren Lynch Real Estate Partners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY26 budget and the Office of the Deputy Mayor on Planning and Economic Development. First, I want to take a moment and recognize DEMPED's exceptional leadership in fostering inclusive economic growth and driving innovative public-private partnerships across the district. The impact of DEMPED's work can be seen in many of the transformational developments that have strengthened our neighborhoods, created jobs, and expanded affordable housing. Escalating construction costs and tightening capital markets have made it increasingly difficult to finance large-scale developments without substantial public support. In a city with a complex regulatory landscape and an ever-growing demand for affordable housing, strategic partnerships between the public and private sectors are essential. By working together, we can bridge financial gaps, expedite project delivery, and create developments that align with the city's long-term housing objectives. One of the most effective tools to achieve this is through targeted tax incentives, which mitigate financial hurdles and unlock the capital necessary to bring projects to fruition. I am testifying today to respectfully urge the committee to include a 20-year full tax abatement in the FY26 Budget Support Act for 2 of the Reservoir District's mixed-use residential buildings to begin in FY30. The Reservoir District is a planned urban community strategically located between the Washington Hospital Center, the McMillan Reservoir, and Trinity University. It stands to deliver 449 new residential units, including a mix of studios, 1, 2s, and 3-bedroom apartments, 150 moderate income units priced affordably for families earning an average of 80% of the AMI, a full-service grocery store ensuring much-needed access to fresh food for residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. Significant job creation, including approximately 600 construction jobs and 85 permanent jobs for district residents, and a LEED Gold certified sustainable development contributing to the district's environmental goals. However, without a tax abatement, we will not be able to secure the needed financing for the project. Moreover, the new grocer we have secured will only be able to move forward with the project if they know we have the financing in place by this fall. Without the tax abatement being approved as part of the FY26 budget, we will be in the unenviable place of losing a needed tenant for the project and the neighborhood. As you know, the Reservoir District is a prime example of how public-private partnerships can be leveraged to transform underutilized land in a thriving mixed-use community. We've already obtained strong support from ANC 5E, ANC 1E, the Bloomingdale Civic Association, and the McMillan Advisory Group, underscoring the significance of this development to the surrounding community. Their support reflects a shared recognition of the project's potential. We appreciate Councilmember Parker's recognition of the importance of this tax abatement for Ward 5. In support, he has introduced it as a permanent bill and requested that the OCFO prepare a TAFA that can be used as part of the BSA markup in July. Therefore, I respectfully ask the committee to indicate the requested tax abatement for your recommendations for the Fiscal Year Budget Support Act.
And
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. We're gonna go next to Evette Kane. Good morning.
And our testimony is it's joint. So I'm gonna lay it out and then just gonna give a specific example.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and staff. My name is Kimberly Drigins, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Washington Housing Conservancy, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to preserving and expanding affordable and workforce housing in the district. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today regarding the Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Support Act. I'm here today to urge the committee to include the not-for-profit Workforce Housing Properties Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2025 as an amendment to the Budget Support Act. As you know, In order to qualify for the current not-for-profit workforce tax exemption, at least 50% of the units in a property acquired by a not-for-profit must be occupied by tenants earning no more than 80% of the adjusted median income within 12 months of acquisition. This deadline is unrealistic for not-for-profit owners like WHC who purchase already occupied buildings and rely on natural turnover to bring in income qualified tenants. As a result, not-for-profits committed to long-term affordability are often disqualified from the very tax relief designated to support them. The Not-for-Profit Workforce Housing Properties Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2025 would remove the 12-month occupancy deadline, allowing not-for-profit owners to meet occupancy targets over time through unit turnover instead of displacing current residents just to meet an arbitrary deadline. Additionally, we'd like to see the Not-for-Profit Workforce Housing Properties Tax Exemption Amendment Act eliminate a major administrative barrier: the requirement to collect income verification or similar data from existing market rate tenants. Many market rate tenants have leases that predate a nonprofit's owner's acquisition and thus under no obligation to provide this personal financial information. Yet, under the current framework, failure to gather this data, even though it's unrelated to the workforce rate requirements, can cause a property to be deemed ineligible for the tax abatement. Arbitrary requirements like this discourage nonprofits from pursuing acquisitions, allow OTR to deny the tax abatement, and wastes administrative resources that could be better spent on resident services. The not-for-profit Workforce Housing Properties Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2025 would remove the requirement to submit income verification and similar information for market rate tenants when applying for the tax abatement. This simple but critical change allows independent compliance monitors to certify eligibility, the tax exemption, without unnecessary and intrusive data collection. It is a practical, tenant-friendly, and administratively efficient reform.
Just, I'm gonna jump in,
Yes.
Kimberly, just to make sure that we're
Yes.
now on time reserved for Evette Kane. So it's 3 minutes that you have that I imagine you are,
Correct.
okay, got it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and committee staff. My name is Evette Kane, and I serve as the Director of Asset Management at the Washington Housing Conservancy. I'm responsible for overseeing the
Do
operations.
you
of
mind
our
just making sure your mic is in front of you? I want to make
Okay.
sure everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Appreciate it, thanks.
That better. I'm responsible for overseeing the operations of our portfolio and appreciate the opportunity to share our experience attempting to qualify for the nonprofit workforce housing tax exemption. In December 22, WHC acquired the Lori Grand, a 212-unit market rate property in Noma. Our intention, as reported in the Washington Post, was to convert 75% of the units to be affordable for households earning up to 80% AMI and to make the remaining 25% affordable to households earning up to 120% of AMI. Based on these target income levels, we understood that the property would qualify for the nonprofit workforce housing tax exemption. Because the property was fully occupied at the time of acquisition, our affordability conversion strategy had to be implemented over time, unit by unit, as market rate tenants moved out. We submitted the required certification form to OTR for the eligible units. However, our application was denied. According to OTR, our submission was not deemed a sufficient certification under the law. We were forced to adjust the current form, OTR form, because it is designed for properties qualifying for the exemption at initial lease-up. It does not account for properties like Lori Grand, which are acquired as fully occupied market rate and transition gradually to workforce housing. We encountered two primary challenges with the current certification process. Timing first. The exemption must be secured within 12 months of acquisition. Properties that transition over time are effectively disqualified. OTR's denial letter noted that our submission appeared to cover only 30 units, while the property has up to 212 units that could qualify. But we only submitted for the qualified units. It would likely take years to fully convert the property, and the number of qualified units will increase each year. There is no scenario where a market rate property like Lori Grand would be able to convert within 12 months to be eligible for the exemption. The second challenge is documentation requirements. The current form requires household and income data for all units, even those not included in the exemption request. In practical terms, we cannot compel existing tenants whose leases did not include this requirement to provide such information. Further, it's not clear how the income levels of the market rate households for which no exemption is being requested strengthens the qualification process. While these may sound like technical issues that are further in the weeds than you care to know, they have material consequences. The nonprofit workforce housing tax exemption was a foundational part of our financial plan for Lori Grand. Without it, the property's financial performance has been adversely affected. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions you have.
And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate the collaboration there between the two, and the committee's very familiar with the issues and challenges. Having had conversations with you all previously about what you're facing and what the fixes look like. So we are familiar with that, the challenges that you mentioned in the nonprofit workforce housing bill, and it is our hope to actually fix it. So Ms. Crawford on my staff is working on it. It's not in the budget though, but it is worth noting. The tax abatement requested at McMillan is also not in the budget, but the committee has had conversations with Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker about it. I'm not sure if it's hit our legislative information management system, but we do anticipate, based on those conversations that we previously had, an introduction of that tax abatement, and look forward to talking with him once it's referred to us. We have not had extensive conversations about it yet, but are very familiar with the project, obviously, since I'm the former Ward 5 council member and happen to live across the street. So very familiar with it. I know it's a project that has been long in the making and one that the community is very excited about, and I really appreciate, Ruth, you putting on the record the support from the ANCs, including 5E, 1E, Bloomingdale Civic Association, and the McMillan Advisory Group. So thank you for your testimony around that. You mentioned though that he's already introduced it. Have you been told that it's already been introduced?
Yes, I've heard that it has been.
Okay, all right. So we look forward to the referral to the Committee on Business and Economic Development. And Mr. Lynch, so Jair, the Housing in Downtown program is one that we've known about. It's been on the books for a while now. We'd like to see more people using it. It is in this budget that the mayor proposed and that the council is now considering. I believe you mentioned, as has been noted by the committee, there's a reduction though in the funding. So tell us about your thoughts on that reduction and what the impact is on that program.
Well, I think, as you know, you're looking for green shoots to get projects initiated. The fairly restrictive boundary that was in place for the last year or so has unearthed the projects that had been either purchased or near shovel-ready. There will be another set of shovel-ready projects that will result from this expanded boundary. What I'm afraid of is that you're also looking for new transactions. And by reducing the budget, you're sending a signal to the market that you will not be able to handle the new transactions. The having full funding there, I think, would be important in addition to the boundaries. The premise of the HID component is getting to that nexus between where there is distress in the office building, there's opportunity in the residential market. So having it expanded is very important, but also having the funding is essential as well.
I mean, the two need to be reconciled. The idea that you expand the boundary, which invites more opportunities, or at least suggests that there are more opportunities within the city to participate in the Housing in Downtown program. On the other hand, a reduction of 1.8 million or so sends the wrong signal, I think, to the market.
Correct.
Do you think the boundaries as proposed and broadened are adequate?
I do. I do. And in the testimony, I indicate there's significant distress happening near Union Station. There's significant distress that is in place or will continue in Southwest. And we understand there's also some distress in Georgetown. While we see some retail activity, there are some office buildings there that need to be repurposed with little or no chance of moving anywhere but to foreclosure if we don't see some sort of tax relief that could encourage development and new investment.
So in terms of like how you might describe whether there is a sense of urgency for this program, both in the support by the council of the program, but perhaps looking to add additional funding, like how would you describe that?
Well, I would think that adding additional funding to it would be enormous. I think the fact that the council can only approve budgets once a year is unfortunate because let's say that there is
I would agree with that.
right? And so I think having full funding this year, monitor the number of submissions, look at what's happening, and then provide new funding next year would be really important, especially if there's an early signal that there's support for that. Let's call it 6 months from now, 9 months from now. I think that the city has not done a great job of celebrating. The city has done a great job of celebrating the early wins. I think continuing to show momentum does make ripple effects that run across the country and across the world, which is where we're trying to attract capital.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And in terms of like timing, in terms of the fiscal years, in terms of what you just mentioned about the council's ability to move around money or support programs, I believe the reduction is in FY27. If there were, this is a big if because there's not a lot of money in this budget, frankly. But if the council were to prioritize this and try to identify additional revenue to go to this program, what fiscal year do you think would be most appropriate in terms of the timing of where some of these transactions might occur?
So I will give you my best guess, but I think that if you're talking about shovel-ready projects, they would appreciate those dollars coming in slightly. If you're trying to initiate new transaction, as you know, we're a high barrier of entry place. So between entitlements, between permitting and actually delivering large-scale projects, they probably will not deliver for 4 years.
Mhm.
And so I think you are sending a good message in the market by saying that by the time you deliver, you can count on this tax abatement. Having those reservation agreements at the onset should initiate new transactions.
Got it. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I do not have, just check with staff. I just wanted to check, make sure no colleagues had joined online before I excuse this panel. Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody's testimony. We'll be in communication even more than we have been. I know I've talked to you all about most of the things that you all put on the record today, but thank you for your time. Next, Liz Debaro, Erikica Watlington, Erica Williams, and Shar Marov. Erica's not here. How about Barakit Salassie? Okay. We have 4 who are present. For panel 2. Good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person. We're going to begin with Liz Debaro. Yeah, each will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, committee members and staff. I'm Liz Debaro, CEO of DC Building Industry Association. We are the leading voice for real estate development in DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. We appreciate you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening the recent roundtable on housing and economic challenges facing the district. We value these discussions, which are vital as we address the district's housing affordability crisis. We hope the committee continues to prioritize housing issues that directly impact economic development, many of which are reflected in the mayor's proposed budget. In the interest of time, I'll defer my testimony submitted last week to the Committee on Housing. However, I want to reiterate DCBIA's strong support for its passage and the TOPA reform and modernization. Today, I'll focus on two specific subtitles. Subtitles 2.1, the Economic Revitalization Initiatives Amendment Act, and the Parking Benefit Equivalent Program. We strongly support the economic revitalization initiatives in this budget, which outline targeted investments to stimulate economic growth. These include $8 million for the public plaza at Gallery Place, Chinatown, $5 million for the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership, $2.5 million for DEMPED administrative grants, $2 million for park revitalization in Farragut Square, McPherson Square and Lafayette Park, allowing deposits from the Economic Development Special Account Fund into the Vitality Fund. These initiatives will reactivate key corridors, attract foot traffic, and support local businesses still recovering from the pandemic. We need a continued focus on business attraction and revitalization on our downtown neighborhoods from Gallery Place to the Golden Triangle. This subtitle is crucial step in reimagining our downtown from primarily an office core to a more diverse, equitable area attractive to both office tenants, residents, and through improved housing, entertainment, and green spaces, and retail. And DCBI also supports the Parking Benefit Equivalent Program Act. This act repeals the requirement that employers offering below-market parking benefits must also provide commuting alternative, pay a compliance fee, and work to reduce car commuter trips. This change will reduce compliance costs for employers, especially small, mid-sized businesses, provide relief from increasing operating expenses. The current program has been difficult and confusing for small businesses to implement. While this may not be directly referred to your committee, its inclusion in Title II, the BSA, highlights its significant impact on businesses across the district. In closing, these budget subtitles reflect pragmatic pro-growth policies that will enhance the district's recovery and foster more business-friendly climate. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Erica. Good morning to you. Being your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Erikica Watlington, Vice President at DCBIA and Ward 5 resident. I would first like to express my support for the Housing in Downtown subtitle in the BSA. The proposal expansion of the eligible geography for this program is a necessary step to meet our housing and economic revitalization goals. I also would like to turn to the Transfer and Recordation Tax Appeals Amendment that's in the BSA. This calculates transfer and recordation taxes with the CFO. And this has been an issue for a few years now, and this change will allow for more clarity to be brought by the courts when there's a dispute between property owners and OTR on what could amount to millions of dollars in dispute regarding the closing costs on a commercial building or a large multifamily building. We would like to continue to work with the committee on this language to ensure that it does not extend the timeline or create procedural hurdles, but we do support this legislation moving forward. We also would like to have your and the committee support on subtitle Zoning Decisions Appeals Amendment Act of 2025. As you know from your public roundtable back in March, many witnesses stated that zoning appeals have a significant impact on their ability to deliver housing. These delays come at a fiscal cost to the district, as each stalled project means deferred deed and recordation taxes, delayed property tax revenue, and missed opportunities to fund essential services. By streamlining the appeals process and discouraging misuse, this subtitle helps safeguard public investments, and we support this also moving forward. Finally, I'd like to discuss our concerns with the vacant commercial lot taxation amendment. The committee of the whole yesterday marked up and passed the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act, which addresses incentivizes converting vacant properties to more productive use. However, this subtitle is concerning because it does not seem to be paired with new strategies or relief pathways that would actively lean towards more redevelopment. Instead, it takes a more punitive approach by posing a new $10 per 100 assessed value on tax a vacant lot. So I asked the committee to examine the potential impact of properties that are in the process of converting to residential use and how this subtitle would impact them. We would also ask that the definition of a vacant commercial lot is not inadvertently penalizing properties that have a valid active development plans or those that are holding building permits. And we want to ask if this committee could also clarify that the bills that were also approved, like the vacant to vibrant legislation and the residential building permit classification emergency, are not in conflict with this proposal. So DCBIA remains committed to working with the committee, the agencies under its purview, and the entire council to find ways to focus FY26 budget to maximize the district's potential and increasing investment. So we thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Just to note, I probably won't have any questions, but if you could, Erica, submit to us in writing the specific changes for the transfer and recordation tax appeal subtitle.
Correct.
We noted the vacant and vibrant feedback, but we don't have that subtitle. That's going to the committee of the whole. So,
Okay.
but we do appreciate, obviously, it's nexus to the work that we're doing in this committee. So thank you for putting that on the record.
Mhm.
Our next witness, I think we can just go down the line, Shar.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shar Marov, and I'm Director of Economic Policy at DCFPI. DC's economy is strongest when the workers who power it are the focus of policymaking. The economic development vision Mayor Bowser outlined in her budget proposal does just the opposite. It's based on disproven trickle-down tactics, prioritizing public money for a stadium and corporate giveaways over the people who are the backbone of DC's economy. The costliest piece of the mayor's economic development agenda is RFK Stadium. Many residents want to see the Commanders return to DC, but this is a bad deal for DC residents. The stated DC investment for the stadium and parking garages is $856 million, but the true cost is nearly $2.2 billion in direct subsidies, land giveaways, and tax breaks to the Commanders. While the mayor says the stadium will create jobs and drive development, justifying the high costs, economists widely agree that NFL stadiums don't generate significant local economic growth. The council should emulate cities that have built stadiums without large subsidies like LA, as well as ensuring stadium sales taxes go into DC coffers and competitive bidding for the land around the stadium. The council shouldn't rush such a massive commitment of resources as part of the budget process. Instead, it should have a separate public discussion of the full costs, residents' priorities for the site, and alternative options for the land. The mayor is also proposing deepening investments and expanding the geographic reach of the unproven housing in downtown program. There's evidence that DC developers waited on already planned office conversions until this tax abatement started. Before expanding the program, the council should require proof that the program's generating conversions that wouldn't have happened absent the subsidy, and add a clawback provision to safeguard public funds. The mayor's plan also outlines tax incentives and changes intended to attract and support DC businesses. While the planned pause in sales tax increase is positive, many of the other plans squander millions in tax dollars on ineffective incentives like reviving the QHTC tax incentive that the council ended after the CFO found the program to be costly without strong accountability measures or clear economic benefits. Similarly, the proposed sales tax holiday for restaurants would be costly and disproportionately benefit wealthy residents. Economic development is essential for DC's future, but must be equitable, focusing on communities most often sidelined for opportunities, particularly east of the river. Unfortunately, nearly half of the mayor's proposed uses for the economic development special account are for downtown projects, while none are specifically designated east of the river. The budget also eliminates the Medical Cannabis Social Equity Fund, which supports legacy cannabis entrepreneurs and communities most directly harmed by cannabis criminalization and entering the medical cannabis market. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to take questions.
And thank you for your testimony, Shar. I don't think we have it. I don't know if you got a chance to submit it yet, but
Yeah.
if you could, we
I
appreciate
apologize.
that.
I will submit
Okay.
written testimony.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you. We'll turn next to Barakit. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, committee members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff. My name is Barakit Salassie. I'm the managing partner and co-founder of Rift Valley Capital. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act. Today, I want to share our vision for the Chinatown Marriott Tribute Hotel. It's a $75 million, 142-room boutique hotel located in the heart of Chinatown. Marriott's tribute portfolio highlights properties built around distinctive local stories. No two tribute hotels are the same. In this case, we're proud to celebrate the deep history and vibrant culture of the district's Chinatown. The project preserves and reimagines 7 contiguous row homes along H Street, incorporating these historic buildings into the hotel's design. The result will be a hotel that features a destination Pan-Asian restaurant, a lower-level Chinese market, and additional retail spaces designed to serve as a welcoming hub that reflect the rich legacy of Chinatown. This project is also about community. The hotel will feature gathering spaces for like mahjong. We're collaborating with longstanding institutions in the neighborhood, such as the Temple of Sun Yum Buddhist Temple, the 1882 Foundation, Dr. Wu Shiha's acupuncture clinic, and the Chinatown Market to explore ways we can elevate their missions and integrate their stories into the guest experience. Our development partner in all this is the Moy family, a Chinese-American family that has owned the majority of the properties in our assemblage for 3 generations. We're very proud of their continued investment and long-term stewardship. Their father long dreamed of building a hotel on the site. It was a Ramada, not a Marriott, but and the Tribute Hotel brings that vision to life. The Chinatown Marriott Tribute Hotel aligns with the goals to transfer used spaces downtown into vibrant non-residential destination. Our project does exactly that, revitalizing a block of underutilized commercial buildings and breathing new life into the area with cultural, economic, and community value. Our project will generate an estimated 125 construction jobs and 65 permanent jobs in hospitality and retail fields. We're excited about the opportunity to contribute to a more vibrant, inclusive, and thriving downtown DC. If the amendment we have offered to the Office to Anything program is approved, and due to that amendment, DEMPED approves our application for the program, we would be able to make the Moyes family's vision for their properties a reality beginning next fiscal year. We're ready to go. We are we just need your help. So thank you for your attention and the opportunity to testify. My colleague Stefan and I will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. I appreciate the testimony. I believe we do have an email with the information that you referenced. That's not a part of this testimony, but I think it did get sent to the committee separately.
Fantastic.
I wanted to ask Shara, you mentioned a couple of programs where you think that are in the mayor's proposed budget that are perhaps shouldn't be put forward. One of them in particular you referenced is the QHCC, and that program was one that was eliminated during the budget process without a hearing or the opportunity for people to testify for or against it. I do think it was a program that needed to be reformed. I didn't at the time agree with the elimination, but I would urge you all for some more details in terms of your feedback, if you could, maybe when you think about submitting your written testimony and how the program, short of being eliminated, might be shaped. I think it needs to be more transparent. I think people should be able to understand who benefits from the program and how much it costs, but also in the same breath, what benefits accrue to the city as a result of providing those types of incentives. I remember sharing with my colleagues before it was eliminated that I had planned to host a hearing on it so that we could make reforms, but then it got eliminated in the budget process. And I'm familiar with some specific businesses that were disappointed, I think putting it mildly, disappointed that the program got eliminated. At least one, I think 3, but definitely one that actually left the city as a result of the elimination of that program, which concerns me at a time when we actually need businesses. We need folks who are hiring people to come to the district, but even more than attracting new businesses, we have to retain the businesses that we already have that are employing people that live in our city and contributing tax dollars to the city's bottom line. So I appreciate the testimony. Definitely want to see it in writing, but if you could think about things that the council might do to make these programs more transparent such that perhaps you don't eliminate them. If there's value to having them, how might they be shaped?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we can look at that.
I think that's all the questions that I have for this panel. I appreciate everybody's testimony, and we'll reference the testimony that you provided last week at the hearing before the Housing Committee. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna reiterate to Erica on the, I don't have the sheet, on the subtitle that you referenced earlier, the
Tax-
recordation subtitle.
Yeah,
But
tax
just
recordation.
if you can provide your feedback in writing to us with suggestions around that, because we already introduced the bill, but would love to get your input on what it should look like. All right, thank you all. Next, if we could have Stephen Rogier, Jiren Price, Andrew Shapiro, and Mary Blackford are the next four witnesses who signed up to testify. And just for folks who might be on Zoom listening, if you signed up to testify in person, the way that we structure the hearing is to call the people who are in person first. So if you've pivoted to virtual and are not in person when we call you, we're going to call you along with the virtual witnesses. So if you can just stand by for folks who might be listening virtually. I think that includes Erica Williams and Mary Blackford. So how about Kevin Clinton? How about Robert Vincent Branham? Do not see Robert. Okay. Is Gregory Ackerman president from Baltimore DC Metro Building Trades? Come on up. We'll get you on this panel so we can keep things moving. Thanks. Good to see you. We are going to start with Stephen. And good morning to you, Stephen. You can begin your testimony. Each of you will have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff. My name is Stephen Rodiger, and I'm the co-founder and managing partner at Rift Valley Capital with Barakit Salassie. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act. I am here today to urge the committee to include an amendment to the Budget Support Act entitled the Central Washington Activation Program Amendment of 2025, which we have previously provided to the committee. In discussions with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, we have drafted a bill that expands the eligibility for the Central Washington Activation Program, better known as Office to Anything Program. We previously applied for the Office to Anything program for our Chinatown Marriott Tribute Hotel. We did not advance beyond the pre-screening stage of the application because several of the historic row homes on the property we are repurposing are not currently designated as office use in their certificate of occupancies, which is currently required to be eligible for the Office to Anything program. These buildings have been owned and operated by the Moy family, a longstanding family in the Chinatown neighborhood for generations, and have housed a variety of businesses, many of which, while retail in nature, use significant portions of the space for back-of-house office functions. We are glad to have the Moy family as part of our joint venture so we may celebrate the rebirth of their properties as part of the next iteration of Chinatown. To address this eligibility issue, we propose amending the Office to Anything program. The Central Washington Activation Program Amendment Act expands the eligibility criteria to allow projects that are currently under 50,000 square feet to qualify for the Office to Anything program if they exceed that threshold after repositioning. Additionally, the proposed amendment removes the requirement that buildings must currently be designated as office use to be eligible for the Office to Anything program. We are ready to begin construction on the Chinatown Marriott Tribute Hotel project immediately. However, a critical funding gap remains, and the tax abatement provided by the Office to Anything program is essential to bridge that gap. No further funding for the Office to Anything program is needed in the BSA for our project. We just need language changes to make our project eligible for the program. The timely passage of the Central Washington Activation Program Amendment Act of 2025 as an amendment to the Budget Support Act will determine whether the Chinatown Marriott Tribute Hotel, a community-centric project committed to revitalizing a historic block of Chinatown, breaks ground or is indefinitely stalled. We ask for your support in advancing this amendment. Thank you for your time. Barakit and I are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I appreciate it. I had already mentioned to Barakit, I think we should already have received the information that you referenced about the amendment. And then when we have testimony from the government, specifically the Office of Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, we will get their feedback on what you all have proposed.
Great.
Next is Jiren Price. Good morning. Good to see you. If you can hit your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jiren Price, and I'm proud to serve as President and CEO of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District, and even prouder to be a resident of Ward 5. I'm testifying today to support the FY26 proposed budget investments and legislation that aid downtown's transformation as envisioned by the Downtown Action Plan. I've reviewed with my team and identified at least $40 million of necessary downtown investments in the FY26 proposed budget and financial plan, and a handful of crucially important legislative changes in the FY26 Budget Support Act, all of which are essential to downtown's long-term economic success. Additionally, I'm here to support a minor technical change to our bids assessment cap, designed to ensure the long-term fiscal health and sustainability of our organization and aligned our assessment structure with other bids in DC. Since our inception in 1997, our place management organization has acted as a steward and champion for DC's central core. Our boundary includes approximately 140 blocks, and we provide an array of services to support our community, including our safety and hospitality and maintenance ambassador program to help keep downtown clean and safe, executing world-class events to draw people to downtown, and coordinated services to support people experiencing homelessness at the Downtown Day Services Center. Our bid has worked closely on planning the next chapter of downtown's economy in the post-pandemic era by releasing the Downtown Action Plan in 2024 with a partnership with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, and the Federal City Council. That plan identifies 5 focus areas that we believe are critical to supporting downtown's transformation into a resilient mixed-use neighborhood serving the needs of all visitors, residents, and workers. That includes growing the residential base in downtown by 15,000 new residents, investing in our public realm, including our transportation system, right-of-way, and parks, ensuring public safety and a clean and welcoming environment for all, streamlining regulations and crafting incentives so that DC is a place of choice to do business, and making it happen by building capacity and facilitating catalytic developments. We're thrilled that many of the proposed elements in the budget seamlessly align with these focus areas, including the $26 million for initial planning and realization of the Gallery Place Task Force recommendations, beginning with Gallery Square and 7th Street South, $5.1 million to support the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership, $2.4 million to launch the D.C. Tech Ecosystem Fund, $1.9 million for the initial planning and improvements of the parks in the historic Green Triangle, which includes McPherson Park, Lafayette, and Farragut Squares, $1.1 million to create best-in-class events and activations to help offset the loss of attendance during the Capital One Arena's closure during its renovation in the summer, and $250,000 for an important initiative to help renew Chinatown. These investments, along with others in the budget, are essential to ensuring our central core's long-term health and success, and I encourage the committee to keep these investments whole to safeguard the ongoing momentum for downtown investments made in 2025 and prior. We also strongly support the legislative changes in the BSA that are consistent with recommendations from the action plan. I realize I'm at time.
Yeah, I'll circle back to you actually, because I want to probably walk through a couple of things that you mentioned.
Absolutely.
We do have your testimony submitted online. I appreciate you doing that.
Much appreciated.
So I'm going to turn to Andrew for his testimony. Good to see you again. Andrew, you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and good to see you again, council member. Committee on Business and Economic Development, Chairman McDuffie, council members Allen, Bonds, Felder, and Pinto. Thank you for holding this very important hearing. My name is Andrew Shapiro, and I'm a 25-year resident of Washington, D.C. in Ward 4. I have deep experience in the hospitality industry and have started 2 different locally based small businesses. I currently work as a small business consultant and support specialist primarily with local main streets, business improvement districts, and other small business support organizations. Over the past budget cycle, with the support of this committee and enhanced funding, I have been able to execute over 500 hours of individualized technical assistance supporting businesses through varieties of compliance, license, permit, and regulatory processes, funding and grant support, community event support, business engagement, and helping businesses navigate recovering from COVID processes, consumer habit changes, and everything occurring with the morass at the federal level. The following testimony reflects my views and not those of the organizations that I work with. We undoubtedly find ourselves in an incredibly, absolutely needlessly challenging economic times, and with that, it is of utmost importance that we continue to support the vital infrastructure of business support services and organizations in the city while thinking boldly about new ways to rebuild our economy, grow jobs, and recoup the losses that have occurred with the wreckage, with the purge of federal job losses. First, I'm going to cover a few agencies, but I want to just put my views on the repeal of Initiative 82 out there. Even though restaurant workers and people involved in the industry scream from the top of our lungs, this is exactly what would happen for years. I personally did not want 82 to be repealed in this way, even though I do support the repeal. I just think it's incredibly important to note that many of the federal job losses were federal workers who supported the restaurant industry, who were regulars, who kept the industry going throughout the week and other times of the year. And, you know, I think it's very important for the industry to remember so many of our friends and supporters have lost their jobs. And, you know, even though this repeal is very necessary to keep many struggling restaurants, and not just the busy ones we see downtown, but there are restaurants all over the city that are struggling to keep workers, to keep their menu prices lower, to keep better operating hours. This is a problem, and unfortunately, this is one solution that we can utilize to really help bring jobs back to restaurants and make them more vibrant. So with that, I obviously support the repeal. The Department of Security, of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, the importance of the work that DISB does on behalf of DC residents and DC businesses cannot be understated. And while I have no specific funding ask, I would like to strongly support continued funding for the variety of consumer and business protection, fraud and scam awareness, and consumer navigation that they are helping so many across the city with, particularly, I submitted all this, but
Okay,
I have,
you already submitted it in writing?
yeah. I have
perfect.
multiple other areas, but I'm happy to.
Perfect. I appreciate you making sure that you submitted it in writing. As always, it will be incorporated into our record. Our fourth witness for this panel is Gregory Ackerman. Good morning to you. You have 3 minutes. You can hit the button.
There we go.
at the base.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify on DEMPED's FY26 budget request. My name is Greg Ackerman. I'm the president of the Baltimore DC Metro Building Trades. Our 28 affiliates represent more than 30,000 union construction workers across Maryland, Virginia, and the district. My remarks today are focused on DEMPED's budget request related to the RFK Stadium. We support the project labor agreement covering the stadium district included in the term sheet. However, it is the position of the building trades that the build out of the plaza and the riverfront districts must happen with project labor agreements. This commitment can be made in the form of an MOU between the team and the building trades. And we ask the committee to stand with the building trades and our 30,000 members and request that the team sign an MOU covering the future build out of the plaza and the riverfront districts. With the term sheet and the Budget Support Act specifying that there will be no zoning of the RFK site and expedited permitting, it is imperative that the commanders come to the table now regarding the plaza and riverfront districts. The district support of project labor agreements, including yours, Chairman McDuffie, has enabled the building trades to assemble a robust pipeline of PLA projects on which district residents are working and receiving family health insurance and a pension. The recently released first source statistics from the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center project demonstrate the success of the PLA model and that CBE goals are compatible with PLAs. A total of 486 DC residents worked on the Cedar Hill project. DC residents accounted for a whopping 107,000 apprenticeship hours on the project, far exceeding the goal of 15,000 hours. And the 35% CBE requirement was met and included contracts with 29 small local and minority businesses who combined earned more than $117 million. As the committee evaluates and makes recommendations regarding DEMPED's budget request, we urge you to inform the team that their commitment to using a PLA for the Plaza and Riverfront districts is imperative to your support for the entire project. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to go back to Jiren Price. You had mentioned a number of items in the downtown action plan. And I believe you said there were 40 million. All these things are included in the mayor's proposed FY26 budget? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And are these numbers sufficient in terms of the funding to complete the items that have been listed in the downtown action plan?
So it doesn't cover the plan in its entirety. The downtown action plan was meant to be a 5-year strategic investment
Oh,
plan, but it's really chipping away at some of the really important elements that we think are going to be important to keep the momentum going. And I recognize this is a very challenging and tight budget year, but still really important to invest in opportunities for growth and that are going to drive return on investment. All of these things that are proposed were things that we have significant data that shows will bring a significant return and helping to build a stronger tax base.
What about the Gallery Place initiative? I know you're part of that task force, integral part of that task force. Where are things in terms of recommendations there and funding needed there? And do you see that also in the mayor's proposed budget for DEMPED or otherwise?
Yeah, that's a great question. The task force came up with a series of big ideas. I believe it was 8 big ideas that were presented publicly that we believe could fundamentally, support the reimagination of the entire neighborhood. But I think the reality is, as we scope out the costs of those projects and the, potential return on investment, really prioritizing where we start was the challenge for this year, just given some of the constraints in the budget. So I think what's being proposed here is a great first step, and I think can help to drive really just a different way of thinking about our downtown, really the portrait gallery focal point of the community and really creating festive and vibrant atmosphere, outside of the arena near the portrait gallery that leverages cultural assets and brings people together in a way that can really drive economic activity is the part of that investment that we're most excited about.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. And so, all right, and we'll probably circle back with you as we go throughout this process. We particularly in advance of our government witness hearing on the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I have questions that I'm going to pose to them specifically around what the mayor has recommended and kind of how she arrived at the point where, the amount of funding that she's proposed is allocated for these specific projects, and really how she extrapolated from the various reports, Downtown Action Plan, the Public Realm Plan, and some of the other items, the Gallery Place Task Force, to arrive at her proposal.
Absolutely.
So I do appreciate the testimony. I think it's very important that we invest in our downtown. But as we go along, hopefully we'll hear some testimony about some of the things that are being proposed for corridors outside of downtown as well, because I think we need to be able to walk and chew gum, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Gregory, we had talked some time ago, and I'm not sure if my staff has put it in front of my face, and I just have not reviewed it yet. But you referenced something I think is very important around Cedar Hill and the success that you all have had there. Did you all get that data to us?
I think I heard yesterday that there was a closeout letter, right? So I think we're still waiting on the official
Okay, I didn't think
data.
so. All right.
So, but
So it's
we
not my
got,
staff's fault then. I, 'cause
no,
I
no,
was,
no,
I
your
was like, I
staff
haven't
is
seen that
wonderful.
yet.
Your staff is great.
Okay, all right. All right, awesome, awesome. So we look forward to it though, because as you mentioned, we've got this once in a generation opportunity at RFK. Obviously, we've worked together on Monumental, which is ongoing. I met with them recently and hearing about some of the work that you all are doing there. And I'm really looking to Cedar Hill to see how things work there so as not to, perhaps make any of the mistakes that might have been made or to build on the successes that were achieved there. So please, as soon as you can, get that information to us so we can build on that. And obviously it'll be relevant as we talk to the commanders and the executive about RFK. So appreciate your efforts and your collaboration.
Absolutely. And we're the same way we did with Monumental, where we incorporated the first source. We actually went far beyond what the first source requirements are. We'd be happy to do the same, both for the stadium district, for the river, and for the other districts with the RFK deal. We obviously, we just need the team to come to the table. So we certainly appreciate anything.
Okay, I'm gonna engage in something I usually don't in a room like this, but I see a lot of beautiful people in this room. Some wearing their construction vests, others wearing their Unite Here 23. Show of hands if you live in DC and are a DC resident. Okay. All right, Gregory. Gregory knows this. Paul Schwab knows this. I care about these folks first. And so when it comes to these projects, when it comes to First Source, when it comes to the efforts to make sure that we're hiring, we should be a job city. And we should be screaming it from the rooftops. We want jobs, and we want jobs for people who live in the District of Columbia. So I'm going to continue to emphasize that as we think about these large-scale projects. When I'm reviewing RFK, as I have with Monumental, I'm looking at where DC residents fit into these projects first. And to the extent it is on the district to make sure they're trained up to be able to compete for these jobs, then that's our job as a city to make sure we're doing that. I mean, I know you all have had great success in terms of like the apprenticeship programs and other things and identifying people, giving them the skills they need, and then connecting them with the job. So I appreciate the collaboration and partnership and look forward to seeing similar successes on both Monumental and with RFK. So thanks for your testimony. And thank you each for your testimony today. We're going to pivot to the virtual witnesses for DEMPED. If we could have Erica Williams, Mary Blackford. I don't know if Robert Vincent Branham is virtual or not. And then we'll do Jeanette Hubbard, Eric Jones, Brittany Pope, Carol Ayton, Amanda Leal, Alfred Swells, Melody Webb, Morgan Hicks, and then we'll pause at Angel Stevens. It seems like a good place to try to see if we can get those folks migrated over for virtual testimony. All right, we're going to begin with this virtual panel with Erica Williams, Executive Director of DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee. I'm Erica Williams, Executive Director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, where we shape racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist, equitable future in DC. Despite calling it a growth agenda, Mayor Bowser's FY26 budget slashes and eliminates programs that help families make ends meet and improve the life trajectories of children, exacerbating racial inequity and keeping families from staying economically active during a local downturn. We argue that none of this is good for creating a strong, equitable economy. My testimony focuses on DC's child tax credit and baby bonds programs and raising revenue to avoid balancing the budget on the backs of DC's Black and Brown residents struggling on low incomes. Child poverty is anti-growth. Poverty and economic hardship have deep, long-lasting effects on kids in their lives, especially if it begins in their early years and persists over long periods of their childhood. And because of a long history of racism in this country, Black children are more likely to be poor and persistently so. Kids who experience prolonged poverty are less likely to graduate from high school, attend college, complete college, or have consistent employment as adults. In stark contrast, getting cash to families with low incomes helps children do better and go further in school and to work and earn more as adults. The national economic cost of child poverty has been estimated at over $1 trillion per year because it depresses economic productivity, increases costs of things like crime, healthcare, child welfare. This also means the economy would be strengthened by substantially reducing or eliminating child poverty. And this would be true at the local level as well. Child tax credit is a proven way to reduce child poverty, and the committee and council should reject the mayor's proposal to eliminate DC's new child tax credit. Likewise, this committee should and the council should reject the mayor's proposal to end the DC's baby bonds program that you champion, Chairman McDuffie. The racial wealth gap causes intergenerational harm that holds back families, communities, and the local economy. For families without wealth, it denies them the opportunity to see their children's future, start a business, buy a home, whether a job loss or illness or more. Baby bonds is a critical tool for addressing this, and it's an innovative program that the committee and council should restore in terms of its funding and its promise and quickly get the program up and running. Finally, to ensure that this budget is not balanced on the backs of Black and Brown residents with low incomes, council should raise revenue. Even as the district can't replicate the level investment of a federal aid package, past recessions show us that greater investment in economic security and avoiding an over-reliance on cuts leads to quicker, stronger recovery. Particularly right now, as tax cuts are being advanced in Congress, that would deliver an average annual tax cut of $44,000 to the top 1% of DC households, those with incomes over about 1.3 million, and $23,000 per year to the next 4% of households. DC can do what Maryland has just done and raise taxes on high incomes and capital gains, and also further limit itemized deductions in order to minimize cuts. DC also can lay the groundwork for a business activity tax, which would expand DC's tax base and make business taxes more fair. We can do that through a hypothetical return to firm up our estimate of how much the BAT can raise. Our estimate is that we could raise 500 million with a 2% rate, and that we could use that revenue to fully reverse the payroll tax increase on businesses that was adopted in FY25. That'd be a net tax cut of about 257 million for DC's homegrown businesses that make meaningful tax contributions to our shared resources. And I will stop there. Thanks for the opportunity.
And thank you for your testimony. We have your testimony in writing. I'm sure we'll be talking to you over the course of this budget process, particularly your thoughts about where we identify funds to restore programs like the Child Wealth Building Act or baby bonds. Once again, we find ourselves in a similar situation of trying to restore what I think you agree is a transformational program, so much so that now you have people whose views I don't always necessarily agree with policy-wise on the federal level, suggesting that this is a program that should be funded. And it'd be great if it's funded at the federal level, but we did this early on in DC, and we're one of the first jurisdictions in the country to actually fund it. And yet here we are again with the funds having been cut from this budget. So thank you for your testimony and the other areas that you talked about too. I had mentioned to Shar earlier, I know she had suggested in her testimony some of the things that I think the DCFPI finds problematic with the mayor's budget. One of them was QHTC. I'm not sure if you heard my feedback to her. I actually would like to restore that program. So I appreciate that the mayor included it in her budget, but I do think that there were significant challenges around the transparency of the program and really understanding who benefited from the program on the business side, and then what exactly were the benefits that the city achieved as a result of providing that incentive. And I think there needs to be more clarity before that program moves forward. So I would love your insights if there are ways to make it a better program without totally repealing it. And then there's some other areas that you talked about that in your testimony that I appreciate, and I'm sure we'll circle back on too. Next is Mary Blackford. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. My name is Mary Blackford, and I'm the founder of Market 7 and Award 7 resident. Market 7 is a community-based marketplace in Ward 7 that supports Black-owned businesses in our space in an effort to alleviate food and retail deserts in Ward 7 and greater east of the river. I would like to thank the DC Council and the committee today for the opportunity to testify regarding the upcoming DC budget for FY26. I am advocating for the equity for small businesses to maintain in the budget and equity amongst small businesses that are actually trying to develop east of the river. As a small business owner in Ward 7, we face many challenges to reach a point of sustainability in our communities, battling commercial gentrification, funding discrimination, and a looming effect from market changes that drive up prices for goods and services across the wards are frequent issues that we face each day. Post-pandemic, matters have gotten worse as we have experienced national and local food retail stores closed in our community. Commercial, construction material, and labor costs go up 5 times the commercial rate, and developers go out of business in Ward 7. As a business community, we want to do all that we can to continue to bring healthy and sustainable goods and services to the community. And in order to do that, we need an ecosystem of support to do so. At this time, Market 7 is developing the first Black-owned food hall in the history of Washington, D.C., a 7,000 square feet food space that will bring 8 new Black-owned businesses to Ward 7, including a cafe and small grocer. The space will also bring nutrition education and an indoor hydroponic farm and an apprenticeship program for returning citizens to gain career skills in the food industry. This new development has taken a lot of work, and we are still working on getting to the finish line with funding, as well as getting the construction finished on the building. As stated previously, construction and labor costs have gone up tremendously post-pandemic, and many small businesses like Ward 7 in our community and others are facing challenges regarding the rising cost of construction and gentrification in the commercial space. Today, I have 4 asks for the council and committee. 1, to please increase the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund by $3 million, which helps commercial development in the district. 2, please continue to fund the Food Access Fund program, which helps to open food businesses in food deserts east of the river in Ward 7 and 8. Please increase the support to the Main Street programs by $1 million, particularly on Minnesota Avenue and the H Street Main Street, which also expands to Ward 7. And also to please support both mine and Councilmember Felder's suggestion to earmark $600,000 to help the Market 7 program and our overall development in Ward 7. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to working with all of you on building a better city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and really being active in your work. Did you get a chance to submit your testimony in writing yet? Mary?
I believe it should be there. We did submit it, but I can double check.
If you could double check, we don't see it, and we would love to have you. You had some very specific recommendations. We'd love to capture that in writing. So if you could, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you. Next is Eric Jones. I think we were having some technical difficulties with Chinetti Hubbard, so if you could accept, and we'd migrate you over. We're going to go to Eric Jones next. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining virtually. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. All right, I think Eric Jones may have been dropped. How about Brittany Pope? If you can, great. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. If you can unmute yourself, Brittany, and you could start over.
So sorry about that. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of restoring and expanding the DC Child Tax Credit in FY26's budget. My name is Brittany Pope, a fourth-generation Washingtonian, and the economic security supervisor at Bread for the City. Bread is one of the many organizations that works on economic and tax justice within the Fair Budget Coalition. In alignment with our economic security efforts, it was so inspiring to see the introduction and the passing of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. Upon release of the mayor's FY26 budget proposal, we were disheartened to see it repealed, along with the Child Wealth Building Act and the Strong Families, Strong Futures cash transfer pilot. Mayor Bowser's budget proposal promises to grow DC, but eliminating investments in families like the child tax credit does the opposite. Here are the facts. Nearly 1 in 3 Black children in DC lived in poverty on average between 2019 and 2023, speaking to a deep history of systemic racism and economic divestment. Child poverty in DC is higher than the national rate, and compared to other states, the district is tied for 5th for the highest child poverty rate for children ages 6 to 17. A DC child tax credit would be just as much about economic justice as it would be about racial equity. DC lawmakers shouldn't rely solely on budget cuts in response to declining revenues. That would only increase hardship for residents, deepen racial inequities, and worsen the economic downturn. Federally, tax credits for families with low incomes allowed families to be the experts of their own lives, spending the cash on housing, food, transportation, savings, and reinvesting in their own communities. Unconditional cash and economic supports are proven to stabilize and mobilize families and can make a long-lasting difference in children's lives and how they fare as adults. Simply restoring the DC child tax credit is not enough. An expanded DC child tax credit that increases the credit up to $1,500 per child under 18, regardless of the parent's immigration status, will communicate to parents in the city that the government trusts them and invests in them. Removing the cap on the number of children per family who can receive the credit and including an opt-in economic mobility coaching initiative will bolster the impact. Investing $80 million into this expansion would reduce child poverty by 18%. Again, as a city, we should not have to cut needed programs in order to right-size our budget. DC Council can make the tax system more racially just and raise resources to restore and expand the DC child tax credit by raising the tax rate on capital gains, increasing taxes on homes valued at over $1.5 million, increasing tax rates on income above $500,000, and especially rates for incomes over $1 million. By the way, research shows that tax flight, where the wealthy threaten to leave the city if their taxes are raised, it's a myth.
Brittany?
Yes.
I appreciate it. I hate to cut you off, but we got 90 witnesses and we want to make sure that we respect for everybody's time. And so I'm going to turn next to Carol Aiton, I think is how it's pronounced. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You've begun your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and that is how it's pronounced. I'm Carol Aiton. I'm testifying on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Before specifically addressing the DEMPED budget and the pieces of the BSA that relate to it, we would note that the mayor's budget, as others have, overall lacks balance. The budget prioritizes a football stadium and other downtown initiatives that favor developers while cutting support for DC's most vulnerable residents. Most of the high priority expenditures, both directly and through tax benefits, are in DEMPED's extensive domain. Also, setting aside the wisdom of a new stadium on the RFK site, the BSA is the wrong vehicle for review and approval of the mayor's deal. If ever there was a project that should be thoroughly vetted by hearings and a robust council consideration, this is it, one that will cost taxpayers over $1 billion. The BSA essentially preempts that process by forcing it into a tight budget timeline. The council should drop that provision from the BSA and consider it separately. We would call the committee's attention for close examination the funding increases to various grant programs, as well as significant expansion of prospective grantees in the Budget Support Act. Of particular note is the $5 million grant to the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership. What do they do, and what is their track record that merits this level of investment with no specific direction? The approach to decisions on RFK is very troubling. First, as already noted, the issue should go through regular council review processes and not be subsumed in the BSA. Second, a master plan and zoning should be the first step in the process, but the plan seems to be in the hands of the master developer, and the BSA, quote, exempts the stadium project from zoning requirements until a final certificate of occupancy is issued for each structure in the development. The budget includes $750,000 for master planning, but that only seems to apply to the parts of the property that the city would use and manage. Is the zoning commission just supposed to make the zoning conform to whatever the master developer actually builds and the city decides to do? No plan and no zoning does not make sense. We have serious concerns that planning the development of this site is backwards. Does the zoning exemption also exempt the site from the 30% affordable housing requirement for public land? It's unthinkable that the largest parcel of public land given over for private development does not include a strong mandatory affordable housing requirement. The council should be sure that it does. Lastly, RFK designating the area as a stadium and district entertainment area will authorize a further proliferation of electronic billboards, a garish, obnoxious, and inappropriate blight on the DC landscape. This should not happen. Committee 100 is extremely troubled by the section that would limit appeals of zoning actions. The cumulative result of these changes will be the intended chilling effect. It will effectively eliminate the neighborhood appeals of zoning commission and board of zoning adjustment decisions, fulfilling the dreams of developers and further muzzling the public. There are additional comments in my submitted testimony, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony and for submitting your written testimony, which includes a number of things that you didn't get a chance to mention just now, but the committee definitely has and appreciates your perspective and the perspective of the members of the Committee on 100. Just in terms of the planning component, I think you raised some really important points. How do you read the term sheet in terms of the 30% affordable housing requirement, though?
I'm really not clear about that. I've been told that it's not there, and I can't actually speak to it myself.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. I in my reading, and then I've read it a few times. The requirement does exist, perhaps not with the teeth that is required or should be included in this type of document, but as a person who authored that provision of the law 10801 that requires
Right.
affordable housing when we dispose of public land that's used for the purpose of housing of 10 units or more, and going from 20% to 30 within a mile of mass transit. I am certainly keen to make sure that it is a part of the agreement. So I appreciate that.
And that is close to mass transit. And I would point out that the Office of Planning and Zoning have exempted many of the public dispositions from the 30% requirement. So
thank you for raising that. I do appreciate it. And for your time and testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next, I think do we have Amanda? Yes, perfect. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You in your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, council member. My name is Amanda. I am a resident of Ward 1. I love DC and I hope to continue making it my home for as long as I can. I am here testifying today just to share a little bit about what I think the values of DEMPED should be driven by. I think we've seen that unfortunately DEMPED uses a model of trickle-down economics that just doesn't work. You know, we've had decades and generations of seeing that trickle-down economics doesn't work, and instead there are possibilities, real possibilities, like community wealth building and cooperative economic development. What does that look like? We can invest in the capacity of small businesses to create jobs. We can invest in developments that include cooperative ownership. We can set aside commercial retail space for local businesses. We can implement a form of commercial rent control, right? And I say all of these examples, you know, just to share that in my 5 years living here in DC, I have seen cycle after cycle of community advocates and community members who really care about the city and its residents show up for the same kinds of issues over and over again. And so it's not a matter of there being no alternative or effective solutions. It's a lack of political will, right? If we look at, you know, something like the Chinatown Task Force, the very bare minimum, I think, is including residents in your task force instead of only having real estate moguls, only having people from major companies. These are folks who have been part of gentrifying other neighborhoods in DC. I think earlier we heard from Rift Valley, they mentioned that this hotel project they're working on is community-centric, but outreach to Chinese-speaking and working-class residents have been nearly non-existent. They explicitly called for Chinatown's revitalization as thriving and non-residential. But the neighborhood has been residential and it still is residential. And this is just such a clear case of displacement. So I think other things DEMPET can do is stop giving away leases of our public land to private developers, 99-year leases to developers that make money off of us and off of the land that we publicly own. And instead, we can invest in models like social housing, which our neighbors in Montgomery County are using. We can end housing in downtown tax abatement, which developers of luxury apartment complexes have called a sweetener. And at the very least, remove the TOPA exemption so that tenants have some rights, right, and are protected in some way. Again, I want to say that, in this kind of time when we know is challenging for DC, we don't want to obey in advance, right? We don't want to stick with this fearful narrative that somehow trickle-down economics is going to make us all wealthy instead of just making the wealthy people wealthier. And we don't want to just follow the money. I say, as council members, I hope that you fight with us, not against us. I hope that you listen to the community experts in this room who have the solutions, who know what we need, and that you stand up to the trust that we've placed in you, voting you all into office. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your testimony this morning. Next is Eric Jones. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. Begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councilman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Eric J. Jones, and I am here as a fourth-generation Washingtonian and a Ward 4 resident who also has the honor of serving as the Vice President of Government Affairs, DC Commercial for the Apartment and Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington. Founded over 50 years ago, AOBA serves as the primary membership organization for commercial office buildings and multifamily residential real estate in the greater Washington, D.C. area. In the district, AOBA's membership accounts for over 120,000 apartment units and more than 75 million square feet of commercial space. I'm here today to discuss the effectiveness of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, also known as DEMPED, and make recommendations for the FY 2026 budget under her purview. Brief background: since the beginning of FY 2025 and the years leading up, under Deputy Mayor Nina Albert's leadership, DEMPED has been a key partner with AOBA. Since the summer of 2024, we have encountered at least a dozen issues related to agencies within DEMPED's portfolio. Each time, DEMPED's team has been more than willing to assist, and in almost every case, we were able to address the issues when we couldn't. They provided feedback. Moving to the budget. In addition to addressing short-term items within DCMR and DC Code, DEMPED has effectively heard out industry's concerns. Regarding time, I'm going to deviate slightly from my full written testimony to highlight 4 key issues that, once addressed, will support both short-term and long-term development in the district across all 8 wards. The first is subsection N of Title II, the Parking Benefit Equivalent Program. As previously stated by my colleague Liz Debaro from DCBA, the parking cash out program has been of extreme detriment to the district in encouraging individuals to come back into the office, which we know is of vital importance as we look to revitalize our downtown and generate the tax revenue that we spend in all 8 wards. Second, section R, Title II, Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment. The return of our football team to the nation's capital presents an opportunity to redevelop an unutilized section of the district and provide more opportunities for individuals to live, work, and play in the area. Additionally, the tax benefits to the district's bottom line will generate further resources that again can be allocated across all 8 wards. Third, subtitle 5 of Title II, rebalancing expectations for neighbors, tenants, and landlords, also known as the Rental Act. The language included in the Rental Act represents possibly the most groundbreaking changes to the district's multifamily landscape in a generation. For these reasons, we encourage you all to stand with us in pushing this ahead. Finally, we will highlight section G, subtitle 6, the Building Energy Performance Standards. Although not in this committee's portfolio, we truly believe that it's important that we stand with this potential delay of BEPS as we allow property owners and managers, which includes condos and homeowners, to reevaluate the proper ways of making this work so that we can make sure that we don't negatively impact anyone within our community. In closing, we thank you for your time and attentiveness, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you get a chance to submit your testimony in writing already, Eric?
Yes, it should have. We had issues, but it went in this morning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for doing that. We're going to turn next to Alfred Swales. Good morning to you. Glad you're able to join us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening the budget hearing on business and economic development. My name is Alfred Swales, president of the Black Business Task Force, an organization that is dedicated to changing laws and policies so that we help more Black businesses to become successful and hire more people from the community. Also, Black entrepreneurs who want to start a business see a way for them to have more opportunities to become successful in business. One of the first things that had to be done was a disparity study to show how the district government spends its money and how much of it is spent with Black business. Even though the study showed disparities, it did not meet the level required to go to an MBA program. But it did have recommendations that would help to increase Black business participation in district government contracting. To this day, though, Black Business Task Force has not heard of recommendations being implemented. The study shows that Black business are only 16% of the owned business in the district, but Black people are 45% of the population. And the unemployment rate among Blacks in the district is 13%, according to the Council's Office of Racial Equity. The study was done in 2021, and one of the recommendations is that another study be conducted in 2026. Black Business Task Force asked that the disparity study be part of the 2026 budget, and that the study be expanded to not only what the district government spends directly on business, Green Book, but all of the money that the government also spends with DC Water, Metro, Healthcare, County, major constructions, just like the ones we're hearing about today, the people testifying. The Black Business Task Force is willing to support this committee to make sure this study gets done. I also want to say that, because of all this, the budget, and if these cuts are taken first, like the lady mentioned earlier, we should not be taking healthcare or food out of our children's mouth. Like I said, we are willing to support this committee to make sure that the study gets done. I'm willing to answer any questions. Thank you very much for letting me testify.
And thank you for your testimony, Alfred Swales. Just a quick question for you. What's been your interaction between your organization and perhaps any regional Black business organizations about the state of minority business in the region and nationally, given the assault on MBE programs at the federal level?
There's been some I guess you'd say gossip, but basically MBEs are still around the country, still in place. People are still having disparity study every 3 to 5 years. Even last night, the newly elected executive for Prince George's County even mentioned how important it was for PG County residents to actually gain more opportunities business from Prince George's County. When I mention around the country, when I talk to people from around the world country and ask them, do they think that the district has an MBE program, their mouth opens up like, you got to be kidding. This city, which is known to be aggressive and very on different issues, and sometimes even is promoted as the mecca for change among Black people. They're very surprised to hear that we don't have an MBE program.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And you know the history as I do, that our program was eliminated back in 1992 as a result of the O'Donnell construction case. My efforts to fund and ultimately have the disparity study completed have moved the needle a bit in DC, but the federal efforts seem to be undermining a lot of the traction that we've seen locally. And honestly, looking to jurisdictions like Maryland and others, New York City, who have existing MBE programs, but also mindful of the threat and frankly, the efforts at the federal level to sue and to hold up some of these programs has been deeply concerning to me. And I imagine the conversation that you're having, as I'm having, with organizations that are working to advocate for these programs. So I appreciate your testimony this morning. I did want to get that on the record, but thank you, though. I'm going to turn next to Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. It's always a pleasure to have you join the committee. And you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning, Committee Chair McDuffie. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Melody Webb, and I'm a mom, a native Washingtonian, and Ward 6 resident, as well as Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, which co-convenes the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Through law and organizing, we pursue racial economic justice for moms whose families are involved with or at risk of involvement with DC's CFSA. Based in the capital city of the wealthiest nation in human history, the gross racialized income and wealth inequality is a moral crisis, which this budget would exacerbate. We stand in solidarity with the moms and with allies, including the Fair Budget Coalition, for a human needs-driven budget and for cutting loopholes for the wealthy. Today, I'll ask for support for restoring the child tax credit, the child wealth building baby bonds program, and the funding for guaranteed income that you led on and ultimately supported the Strong Family, Strong Futures program. I want to thank and encourage you in continuing to stand up for programs for families and want to focus on what is, in my humble view, the lack of moral clarity that must be motivating such a budget that cuts the breadth of programs for families while finding funds to please billionaires. We know that increases in cash assistance programs cuts poverty and cuts crises that lead to involvement with CPS. And in this moral moment, DC residents are fighting for our autonomy at the gates of our capital city while also battling city leadership from within. Our coalition's mission is to win a permanent guaranteed income program of unconditional cash payments that will bring every DC resident above a morally conscionable income floor. Available social safety nets leave 13% too many Washingtonians in deep poverty with too many benefits impediments. Thank you for leading the way on the path to guaranteed income, and thank you in advance for not giving up this fight. You will recall, sir, your inspiring comments about the intentions of your bill in the FY22 committee budget report. You said the Child Wealth Building Act and guaranteed basic income programs are transformational policies designed to help break the cycle of generational poverty for district residents. That continues to be the case. Our original plan was to focus on continuing this progress by asking for an expansion of the child tax credit to fund additional guaranteed income pilots, and also to continue the program that has become the Strong Family, Strong Futures, as well as the Child Wealth Building Act. And instead, we're here fighting just to hold ground. And I just want to say I'm going to provide as an attachment the analysis and history of the great work you've done in supporting all these programs. And we really want to make sure that the mayor and the whole council continue to support these programs, or in the mayor's case, to support them. Budgets reflect our values, and it is particularly immoral to disappear a pilot for babies and moms, a tax credit for infants, from infants to kindergarten, and then also a trust fund for young people not born with a silver spoon in their mouths. So I want to just ask us a question and make sure we answer it correctly. Who is shaping our identity and our self-perception? It should be a higher power rooted in morality and principles, many of which are Christian. We should be following a moral mandate, supporting the least among us. Again, thank you, sir, for all of your great work. And I urge the council to continue to do the right thing and support the restoration of the Child Wealth Building Act, the Child Tax Credit, and Strong Family, Strong Futures. Thank you, sir.
For your testimony. Look forward to working with you to try to restore some of those items that you mentioned that were cut. I believe deeply in those things that you mentioned, hence my efforts and the efforts of the committee to fund them as we have time and again, budget after budget. I am afraid that this budget presents even more of a challenge to perhaps restore some of these things than we have in the past. But I do believe in the power of people to get things done. And I'm going to be looking at you and others, Erica Williams and others, to help figure out how we accomplish this. So hopefully we can do that, given the impact that these programs have had, the ones that have already been implemented, and the ones that, if funded, will have the ability to transform the lives and the odds of people who have been trapped in a cycle of poverty in this city of prosperity. So thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Morgan Hicks. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan Hicks, and I am a participant in the Mothers Outreach Network Advocacy Program, as well as the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Pilot Program. Most importantly, I am a mother of 2-year-old twins. I am here today to urge the council to restore and improve the district child tax credit and continue funding the Strong Families, Strong Futures DC Guaranteed Income Program. These programs provide direct financial support to parents like me, ensuring families have the resources they need to thrive. I would like to share why it's important to not only restore, but also improve the child tax credit and the guaranteed income pilot programs. Since April 2024, I have received $500 a month through the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Pilot Program. Because of this extra income, I was able to get my driver's license right before the deadline by being able to afford childcare for my children. I was also able to afford driving school in order for me to pass my test to obtain my license. I was able to afford transportation to do fun family activities with my children. One of those places I took them to was the Children's Museum. Although a lot of museums in DC are free, the Children's Museum is not, unfortunately, due to lack of public funding. These funds gave me flexibility and stability, ensuring I could access essential services and opportunities for my children and I. Despite the importance of the district child tax credit, many families are unaware of the program, therefore not reaching its intended audience. Before joining the Mothers Outreach Program, I had never heard of it myself. Additionally, some parents fear that filing their taxes will jeopardize their eligibility for other benefits. Many do not know how to file or where to seek assistance, leaving them unable to claim resources designed to support them. To ensure that families benefit from the child tax credit, we must take proactive steps, including we should make sure that the message about the program not only gets out there, but is actually heard and received. Let our people know that filing their child tax credit returns would actually help their families over hurting them. They won't lose their benefits if they receive a certain amount in their refund. Back in December 2010, a law was passed. Any federal tax refund, including the earned income tax and child tax credit, will not count as an income in determining eligibility or the amount of benefit you may receive from a federally funded public benefit program. A way I feel like we can get this out is by putting letters in the mail, sending letters home with students during the school year, hold events for families with activities to explain to them what the program is and how they can file if they're interested in doing so. I truly support the child tax credit. It gives each family with a child 5 and under at least $450 per child. If you do not have a job paying wage, you can still receive a credit for your children. Currently, the Strong Family, Strong Futures DC program is not available to mothers in all wards of the city. Every parent deserves financial stability, regardless of their zip code. I urge the council to expand the program citywide and continue funding it for another year. Thank you
Morgan,
for your time. I would be happy to answer any questions.
thank you so much for your time and for your personal testimony. I really appreciate you taking the time to share it with us so that we can make it a part of our record as we contemplate the FY26 budget and financial plan. Next on our list is Angel Stevens. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
everyone. My name is Angel, and I'm here today as a single mother and grandmother in partnership with Mothers Outreach Network and the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition to speak in strong support of baby bonds and the child tax credits. As a single mother, I work tirelessly to provide for my children. There were times when making ends meet felt impossible, and the dream of building any wealth felt completely out of reach. Now, as a grandma, I worry about the future of my grandchildren. I want them to have every opportunity to succeed, but I know financial hurdles.
Okay. Angel, I think we lost you. And if you're able to rejoin, we'll make sure you have the full 3 minutes to testify. We did not
Okay,
have you
here I
on
am.
video.
Here I
Oh,
am.
perfect, perfect. Can you,
Okay.
I don't know if you want to turn on your video or you want to leave it off, but I wanted to just note that it is not on currently.
Um, is it possible so I can read through it?
It's your choice. I just wanted to note, in case you weren't aware, that your video is not on.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
Okay, all right, you can finish. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As a single parent, I work tirelessly to provide for my children. There were times when making ends meet felt impossible, and the dream of building any real wealth felt completely out of reach. Now, as a grandma, I worry about the future of my grandchildren. I want them to have every opportunity to succeed, but I know the financial hurdles they face are greater than what I experienced. Baby bonds can be a game changer. Imagine every child, for the moment they are born, having savings accounts that grows over time. By the time they reach adulthood, they have sustained net aid to invest in their future. This could mean the difference between struggling to afford college and graduating debt free. It can mean the difference between renting forever and putting down the down payment on your first home. It could mean the difference between working paycheck to paycheck to having the resources to start a business and build generational wealth. For many single parents and family homes like myself, building saving is difficult. We're often focused to the immediate needs like food, rent, childcare, and long-term investments can feel like a distant dream. Baby bond addresses iniquity and by providing foundations for financial security for all children, regardless of their family's current economic situation. Additionally, I strongly support restoring the child tax credit at 450 per child under 5 and with no required job or other strings attached. This value support helps families meet their basic needs and invest in their children's future. Again, as a grandmother, I want to see my grandchildren thrive. I want to have the same opportunity as children from wealthier families. Baby bonds and a reboost of child tax credits is crucial steps towards a reality that invests in our children's future and our communities. They are invested in equal in opportunity. I urge you to support the baby bonds and restore the child tax credit. Let's give every child a chance to build secure and prosper future. Thank you.
And thank you, Angel, for taking the time to provide that testimony. I really appreciate it and your advocacy for those extraordinarily important programs. And hopefully we can work with you and Morgan and Melody and others who care deeply about these programs and understand personally and directly how they would benefit folks throughout the District of Columbia. So thank you for your testimony. While staff is looking at migrating some of the folks virtually, we're going to actually pivot to take some of the folks who are here in person. I know you all have been waiting for a while, so we're going to turn to the first for Dennis Smith. Last name is Lindsay. First name is Elishanta. Elishante. Stephen Francis and Kunta Bedney. If they are here, what's your name, sir? Dennis, got it. Okay, Kunta. Your name, ma'am? Elishante, got it. And then Stefan, got it. Perfect. All right. We're going to begin with Dennis Smith. And good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person. You'll each have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. You begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I applaud you and your support for the project labor agreements. Many of the vestiges of civilized society are borne on our shoulders today. And in DC, we have the highest minimum wage in the country. We may rid ourselves of symbols and hope to sustain and enhance what is substantively critical, things like the project labor agreement. I applaud you for having it on the table. We have come far as a nation. We established Davis-Bacon into law in 1931, Social Security in 1935, the Federal Minimum Wage Act in 1938, and by 1965, Medicare became law. We determined that laissez-faire was a runaway train, never benefiting the greater good. John F. Kennedy said the cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission. In 1951 to 1963, the highest marginal income tax rate was set at 91%. America was in expansion mode. College tuition was cheap. The American middle class was growing. Then the U.S. surrendered. White Americans were told that other Americans were becoming better off, and race, as it had been for 400 years, was used as a wedge to make the rich richer and the middle class poorer. And so here we are today in a battle to the bottom. The U.S. is the most unequal high-income economy in the world, with wealth and inequality rising. The top 10% of American families controlled nearly 70% of the wealth in the U.S. in 2022. As 15 million Americans brace themselves for the loss of Medicaid and the safety net widens its holes, as tax credits to the poor become nearly non-existent because the government must serve its growing debt, Americans will have to lose the last of their humanity to justify the lack of compassion for their brethren. When asked about the impact of the cut in Medicaid, the U.S. Senator Joni Ernst said, uncompassionately, we are all going to die. We stand now on the precipice of trying to engineer a comeback, trying to renew a sense of greatness that we thought existed. Let us not surrender. The project labor agreement for the entirety of the stadium project will help to bolster our communities, allow them to weather the storm of the big, beautiful bill. I say this, I'm here on the part of RSC, Electrical and Mechanical, and the National Association of Minority Contractors, DMV chapter. Thank you, Matt.
And thank you for your testimony, Dennis Smith. Next is Elashante Lindsay. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
If you can turn your mic off, that would be great. All right. And we'll turn to you. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today in reference to DMPD's fiscal year 26 budget request. My name is Elashante Lindsay, and I'm a proud Ward 7 resident and a recent graduate of Plumbers Local 5 apprenticeship. As a DC native, I'm excited about the possibility of bringing the commanders back to where they belong, right here in the district. As a union plumber, I'm even more excited about the opportunity to help build a future just minutes from where I live. I want to thank the mayor for making it clear that the Commander Stadium will be built with union labor, just like Nationals Park and Audi Field. That decision means jobs with good wages, benefits, and dignity for people like me, for families like mine, and for communities like Ward 7. Working in the trades has been life-changing. I earn wages that support my family, I have health insurance that helps keep us safe, and one day I'll have a pension to retire on. One of my favorite things is driving past projects I've worked on, pointing them out to my daughters like, hey, mommy helped build that. It's one of the best feelings ever. So I want to thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and the council for continuing to invest in union jobs and pathways to the middle class. But I do have a concern, and it's an important one. Right now, the project labor agreement only applies to the stadium and the garages. And this project is much bigger than just the stadium. The plaza and the riverfront districts are major parts of that vision, and they should also be built with union labor. We are not just investing tax dollars into a stadium, we're investing in a neighborhood, in a future, in our city. This means that jobs created should lift up more DC residents, especially Black and Brown residents, into careers that pay well and last a lifetime. When you choose union labor, you're investing in proven expertise, long-term quality, and professional accountability. Union-built projects tend to be safer, more durable, and more efficient, with workers who are trained, certified, and proud of their craft. So I'm asking you, Mr. Chairman, to urge the commanders to come to the table with the building trades. Let's build the whole project, the stadium, the plaza, the riverfront, with union labor. Let's make sure this investment creates real, lasting opportunity for DC residents. Thank you for letting me speak.
And thank you for speaking. Really appreciate it. Next is Stefan Francis. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify on DMPED's FY26 budget request. My name is Stefan Francis. I'm a Ward 7 resident and a member of IBEW's Local 26 apprenticeship. I'm a proud product of the DC Step Up program, which opened the door to become a full apprentice and my career as a union electrician. The Step Up program pays DC residents the equivalent of a year one apprentice, almost double what someone with no experience could expect to make, and exposes us to the electrical field while providing wraparound services and toolkits to ensure our success. My remarks are focused on the deal with the commanders that is included in DMPED's budget. I'm a sports fan, and for that reason, I'm happy that the commanders want to come back home to DC. And I thank Mayor Bowser and her staff for getting it done. However, as a DC resident, taxpayer, and union member, I'm telling you that the deal needs to be improved. Right now, the city is supporting the RFK project with a huge subsidy. In return for that, the city is only requiring a labor agreement on one of the 3 parcels that it is giving to the commanders to develop. Labor agreements need to be required on all 3, the Stadium District, plus the Plaza and Riverfront districts. It is the best way to ensure all parts of the project create quality jobs for DC residents. The more work for legitimate contractors who hire DC residents and provide generational opportunities in the skilled trades, the better. Contractors, like the one who I work for, have high standards for pay, great benefits, and retirements, all paid for by the employer. We must ensure a level playing field with these high standards to make sure more DC residents like myself can enjoy meaningful, family-sustaining careers. Like Mayor Bowser, I am DC proud. I'm also DC smart, and I want the best deal for the district. I want to help build the Commander Stadium, but I also want to build the Riverfront District and the Plaza District. I want more DC residents like me to have a chance to work in a safe environment. And we need to require labor agreements on big city subsidized projects like this in order to make it happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for taking the time to come down to provide testimony to the committee. Fourth and final witness on this panel is not a stranger to this committee and testifying. We appreciate you being here, Cbed.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairman McDuffie and the members to the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Cbed, and I'm a proud resident of the District of Columbia and a representative of the Carpenters Union. I speak today not only as a labor leader, but someone who has seen firsthand how smart economic policy rooted in equality can transform lives. Me, I'm born and raised here in Washington, D.C. I grew up in the city in the 80s where I seen drugs destroy communities. I seen firsthand of how these economic opportunities can help transform lives because it transformed lives at the Net Stadium. And it's so important
to district residents to get these opportunities with good paying jobs, benefits, because it changed my mindset as a youth growing up in the city. With these opportunities, young men and women can thrive in our city because they have good paying jobs. I like to talk about my job as being a representative. And the first job that I had to handle in the city was the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. I worked very hard to get district residents on that job. 47% of the carpenters, out of 70, we had 33 carpenters that was district residents. And that job was a turning point to where as though I had the understanding that I could do the job as a representative, because it's hard to try to get people to change their lives and help them get over barriers and hurdles when we're talking about getting people from underserved communities true opportunities. And I did that. And not only that, I like to point out a second job that I helped on, and that was the Cedar Hill project. Whereas we helped a contractor over there get 22 DC residents from Ward 8 on that job. And I'd like to continue doing the work that needs to be done in our city to help our youth and help our young people and our returning citizens get true opportunity to change their lives like I did with mine. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses on this panel for their testimony. It's great to have you all here. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, who's a member of the committee. I'm going to turn in a moment to him for an opening, but I wanted to ask before I do so of the witnesses. Let's start with Elashante, and I want Stefan to answer this question too. How did you all get introduced to the unions that you all are members of? If you can hit the button at the base, you'll see a red light come on. There you go.
So for me, I actually did a program called Building Futures, which is a DC-based program where you come in and you get different training. And one of the young ladies told me, hey, you should go apply to be a plumber. And I was like, a plumber? And I actually did it. I went to apply as a plumber and I got direct entry, which was one of the most amazing things I could have ever done. So that's how I got introduced into the apprenticeship.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to tell any friends, any other colleagues or folks about what your experience has been like? And have you been able to expose others to the opportunity as well?
Yes, all the time. So, like I said, I came from the program Building Futures. Once, I think I was a second or third year, I actually went back to that program and spoke to some of those kids about it as well, kids, young adults. And I believe that year we had about 2 or 3 people from that program that came in. But I am a proud advocate of Plumbers Local 5. So I'm telling family members, friends, anybody I meet that go trades, go to the trades.
Were you born in the city?
Yes, born and raised.
Okay.
Minnesota Avenue, grew up.
What school did you attend?
I went to Kimball Elementary. I went to C.W. Harris. I went to Jefferson Junior High and McKinley Tech.
Awesome. Oh, you're a tech guy too.
Yeah.
So you came over to Ward 5 for the high
Yes.
school. Love it.
Yes.
Love it. I believe, Stefan, you said that you were a part of the Step Up program.
That is correct.
Is that how you got introduced to the union that you're a member of?
Correct.
Okay. Talk a little bit about that.
All right. So it was during the time when I was actually unemployed and I was looking for a new job, and I attended a job fair. And in this job fair, they had different trades, just showing the different programs that they had available. So I applied ultimately to get into the electrician's apprenticeship. And after doing so and conducting interviews and passing an aptitude test, someone from the DC Step Up program actually reached out to me to inform me how they were providing jobs for DC residents. I believe it's on the construction sites in DC, about 51%. They want 51% of the workers to be DC residents.
New hires. That's our first source program. Yeah.
Correct. So as a result of that, I was able to get into the DC program, DC Step Up program, and it's been a blessing because it gave me a bit of a head start for by the time I got into the apprenticeship.
How long was the program?
I was in the program for about 6 months because I was fortunate enough to get in the apprenticeship within that first year.
Okay. And are you from the District of Columbia?
I'm actually from New York.
You're from New York. And how long have you been here?
I've been here for about 5 years.
Okay. All right. And your experience thus far as a part of IBW Local 26 has been something that you would recommend for others?
Highly.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder, and we didn't put any time on. Let's make sure that I guess I did about 5 minutes. I'd love to give him a 5-minute round. Okay. Yeah. We'll give him 3 minutes for an open, and then we'll give you time for a
Yeah.
round as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief because I'm eager to get to the rest of the individuals here to testify. Thank you for hosting this morning's FY 2026 budget oversight hearing of all the agencies under the purview of Cbed. As you may know, I, along with Chairman McDuffie, are supporters of the redevelopment of the RFK site located in Ward 7. As the Ward 7 council member, I support this project because I understand firsthand the economic impact that it will bring that will significantly transform Ward 7. Furthermore, I understand that there's a lot of stakeholders here today who may be interested in sharing their perspective on how we can strengthen the deal, which I look forward to that conversation. It is my belief that the redevelopment will provide an anchor to Ward 7. This anchor will provide the ward with the economic development necessary that will expand and uplift and bring more jobs, businesses, and other neighborhood serving amenities. For far too long, Ward 7 has been overlooked and underserved, and that's why my office has been working tirelessly to ensure that the voices of our residents are uplifted and heard during every stage of this process. So with that, thank you all for being here today, and I look forward to hearing additional testimonies. And with that, I'll chime in with some questions for this panel. My fellow techite, Ms. Lindsay, you mentioned that you worked on prior projects. Could you speak to the number of union-built projects that you had the opportunity to participate in?
Quite a few.
Okay.
I literally just graduated on Saturday, so I've done 5 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We made it.
We made it. I've done 5 years with this union. So since 2020, I started in the midst of COVID.
Okay.
And the first project I worked on was Capitol Hill Montessori off of off of H Street.
Okay.
That was the first project I worked on. And then they built the new what is the name of that bank that's on MLK and Anacostia right there on the corner?
Okay.
I built
Oh,
that.
Not Navy Federal.
Chase, I think that's a
yeah.
Chase. Yes, that's a Chase. That and it's also office buildings in there, not just that bank. But that was the second project I worked on, and so many far in between, from K Street 250,
Okay.
250K. I even worked on CW Harris for a little bit, a school that I actually went to. So that was something that was pretty cool. Brown Educational Campus is one of the more recent jumps, as well as the ice skating rink at what is that, Ridge Road?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Stefan, you mentioned that you mentioned about parts of the deal you support. You talked about improving the deal. And anything top of mind you would recommend to improve the deal?
One of the things that comes to mind is, and I'll simply be reiterating what I was saying prior, is the whole idea of having us, the residents ourselves, being able to be employed in these areas. What this does is creates value. One, individually, you could think about, let's say you save your own money to like buy a vehicle or something. You notice the things that you earn by investing your time and effort are the things that last you, that you value, as opposed to what's given to you. So by having us DC residents as the ones that are building our city, we'll ultimately value it.
You speak about value. You've been in the city for 5 years. What you've been able to see and experience, would you say DC is your new home, or you plan to move back?
I'm not moving back.
I appreciate that. Good. And then, Kunta, you mentioned that about working on projects like Navy Yard, Douglas Bridge, Frederick Douglass Bridge, that has significantly changed your life. Could you speak to some of those changes and and how you envision, if given the opportunity to work on the RFK site, how that will additionally change your life.
Sure. So, being from the city, working on these projects is life changing. Because I have pension, I have annuity, I'm a healthcare provider for my kids. And so much so that my son, who goes to St. John High School now, he has an opportunity. He just committed to Michigan Wolverines playing football.
Congratulations.
He's the second best, he's the second ranked player in Washington DC right now. So I'm able to provide a better lifestyle for my family with these opportunities. And that's just an example of what happens when when you transform someone's lives, they think differently, they act differently, and it goes into the household as well. So being as though I was a union member and I put myself around people who had a different mindset, my mindset changed as well.
I appreciate that. And thank you all for your testimony. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chairman McDuffie.
And thank you for your testimony. Again, I reiterate that thanks. And I appreciate it. I don't have any more questions for this panel, but I do appreciate the panel. My emphasis, and I don't know if you all were here earlier when I mentioned it, but I asked for a show of hands of folks who are in the hearing room who live in Washington, D.C., because I prioritize trying to make sure that we're getting people who live here connected to the jobs that flow from the projects that are based here. Obviously, I believe in what unions represent. I was a union member when I carried mail for the U.S. Postal Service, and I came up in a union household, both with my dad as an electrician who worked at DPW, was a member of the union, and my mom worked at the Library of Congress in the federal government, but was a member of the union. So I know the power of a good union job and want to see more people get those opportunities to be able to do for me what it did to do for others. So I appreciate the testimony of this panel. I'm going to turn to our next panel witnesses, Josh Armstead, Sam Epps, Paul Schwab, and Mary Walker. Sam Epps is not here with us, so we're going to move down on the list to the next person is Tracy Thompson. And good morning. We're still in the morning to you all. We're going to begin with Josh Armstead. Thanks for being here this morning. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning to the members of this committee. My name is Josh Armstead. I am a Ward 6 resident and the Vice President of Unite Here Local 23, representing food service workers in cafeterias, stadiums, among other locations in the District of Columbia. As a lifelong DC resident, I have seen the changes that the stadiums, Nats Park and Audi Field in my ward have brought, not just in terms of fans that fill up the neighborhood parking spaces, mind you, but also economic opportunities, bars, restaurants, condos, including for myself, because I used to work at Nats Park, even if it was temporary labor, that was still money in my pocket, right? And that would have came about because of the stadium when I worked several shifts. Now, as an officer of this union, it is a source of pride for me in knowing that my members, many of which are also my neighbors, have jobs that pay wages that help move us all collectively forward. This was made possible in part because the District of Columbia's strong standards regarding project labor agreements and labor peace agreements. These allow for workers to have further voices on the job, protections, and fair pay in building these engines of economic opportunity. And if workers decide to form a union after such projects are built, the employers must bargain in good faith. Through these, our union, Unite Here Local 23, has been able to bargain contracts that pay food service workers, your grill cooks, your cashiers, your catering attendants, your whoever, warehouse workers in Nats Park, Audi Field, all these places, well above $20 an hour. There is access to dental, there is access to vision, life insurance, and full health care, among other benefits. These advancements are ways that I believe that we must continue to close the gap that is occurring in the District of Columbia against the fight against income inequality and provide for the future. Again, a source of pride, but there is still more to do. In a time when working class people need all the resources, energy, and tenacity that we can get, including making sure our elected leaders make it clear that supporting labor and good jobs for DC residents is a must. The amount of money that DC is putting up demands that these future jobs at RFK have the same standards at Nats Park, Audi Field, Capital One Arena, which have propelled us forward. We must have not just project labor agreements, we must have labor peace agreements for the workers inside the stadium and also the surrounding areas of the entertainment district. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Paul Schwab. Good morning. Good to see you. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Nice to see you. I think I can say good afternoon now. Committee Chairman McDuffie and committee members, my name is Paul Schwab, and I'm the Secretary Treasurer of Unite Here Local 25. We represent over 7,000 restaurant, hotel, and gaming workers in the DMV. I'm also a proud resident of Ward 5. I share the chairman's concerns that the poor and Black and brown folks in the district are not forced to bear a disproportionate share of the pain that the district's current fiscal challenges may create. Unfortunately, it seems that the mayor's budget does just that. While I continue to be hopeful that the council will challenge the mayor's vision, yesterday's council vote to stall wages for bussers, runners, and waiters is not a great first step in standing up for workers. But today I'm here to talk about the RFK Stadium and our concerns that there's no public commitment yet to good hospitality jobs at the stadium itself or at hotels and restaurants planned for the Plaza and the Riverfront District. Right now, that deal, because of that, is bad for workers and DC taxpayers. We have spoken to the team and the mayor, but we've yet to receive an answer to our request for good union jobs for the restaurants and hotels planned for the site. Our members make a decent wage, have free family health care, and a pathway to retirement with dignity. We are simply asking that the commanders commit to what they've already committed to for a similar project in Philadelphia and what has been the norm for large-scale projects supported by the district. I would urge you to pause the approval process to allow good faith negotiations to take place. This project is asking for a lot from DC taxpayers. The listed $856 million in public subsidy is only the tip of the iceberg for what the development will cost taxpayers. That is an enormous investment coming at a rough time for the district and a budget that is cutting services for working people in DC. Given the immensity of the ask from the mayor and the commanders and the complexity of the deal, we believe that the council should remove RFK deliberation from the budget process and tackle it as a standalone project through the normal approval process. That may cost a few months, but it will likely result in a return on investment that is much better, particularly where good jobs are concerned. Thank you, Chairman.
And thank you for your testimony. Next on our witness list is Mary Walker.
Hello, my name is Murray Walker. I'm a Ward 7.
Mary Walker, can you, yep,
Okay.
thanks for the help with that.
My name is Murray Walker. I'm a Ward 7 resident. I work at the National Ballpark and have been since the opening as a catering attendant for Levy Restaurant. My job allows me to interact with incredible people, from fans who want to hold weddings inside the ballpark to functions for the players and their families. The stories I could tell you could fill a book. I'm also a union leader with Unite Here Local 23, and I strive to make sure that jobs at Nats Park are ones that people can truly live on. The talk of the commanders returning to DC reminds me of how Nationals and their return was billed to us at the time. That is that would provide good jobs for DC residents, especially in Ward 7 and 8. We must make sure we are keeping that promise and be unapologetic with it too. Because if we don't, developers and companies will think they can pay people or treat people any type of way, even if it is bad. The people building RFK Stadium should be paid well in union so that they have a voice, and those who will be staffing it after it's built should also have a chance to have the same standards, protections, and wages that I have and seek to improve upon at Nats Park. There should be a priority of the hiring of Ward 7 and 8 residents, training centers for advancement and skills and city involvement to make sure these stadium jobs are jobs that provide. They are hard, and folks need every opportunity to provide for their families. We can't have it where there are two standards, especially if DC residents are contributing so much money to this project. I thank you very much.
And thank you so much for your testimony, Mary Walker. Next is Tracy Thompson. Good
Good
afternoon to you.
afternoon. My name is Tracy Thompson, and I am Ward Resident 6. I am a union leader with United Here, Local 23. I work at George Washington University for Compass Group. In Capital One Arena for Airmark. I am a mother, a grandmother, and live in the District of Columbus. So I see the changes firsthand in my neighborhood. Condos have gone up, more restaurants is open, and of course, thousands of spectators and fans to see the team play and be a part of a live event, sorry. At George Washington University, me and my coworkers sat down with the employees and bargain wages and benefits in healthcare. I hope to do the same at Capital One Arena. Speaking of Capital One Arena, the government just spent $700 million to keep the team there. And for this proposal, the RFK Stadium, with nearly $1 billion being lined up as a commit must be made to the people. There must be good jobs. My family relies on me and help support them. They mean the world to me. I want my grandchildren, no matter what they do when they grow up, be able to not survive, but to thrive. And for that, I believe the opportunity must be there. RFK should be a place where folks can get their start, but also the folks can build their lives. The field must be even in the way the city have done and make sure the workers have a voice on the job. Whether it's building a stadium or eventually folks drilling in the stand, people who do the work deserve to have expectation in the city where they work and make their job be beneficial for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much as I agree, we do not permit demonstrations in the council chambers, but thank you for your testimony, Tracy Thompson. Definitely applaud-worthy testimony. Let me just be clear. So where do you all work now? Where are you all working? All three of the folks with Local 23. If you can hit the button at the base of your mic.
I work at the National Ballpark. I've been there since 2008.
Okay.
I work at George Washington University College.
Okay.
I've been there for 3 years, and I work at Capital One. I've been there for 2 years.
Awesome.
I used to be a rank and file member of the union. I used to be a dishwasher at Georgetown. Now I'm the vice president and I'm staff organizer with the union.
Excellent, excellent. I really appreciate you all putting your testimony on the record. This kind of testimony that we need as a council, and this committee in particular, is reviewing the RFK deal. I commonly work with labor when these types of things come up, as infrequently as they come up, but I obviously really appreciate having you all, the folks who are on the ground doing the work, and the leadership within the local also here to testify as well. I wanted to ask, what kind of conversations are you all having right now, if any, about this deal?
Josh and I have both been in meetings with the team and we've expressed, I think basically what we expressed here in the testimony, that we think the jobs, both the jobs in the stadium and the jobs in the surrounding district should be union jobs, and that there should be a labor peace policy. They're not there yet. What they have said is they're committed, to making sure that the jobs are good jobs within the stadium itself, and the parking. We haven't seen that on paper, but that's their commitment. They basically have tried to, sort of delay on any such agreement for the hotels and restaurant district.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, just to also kind of accentuate where Paul was saying just now, it's really a matter of making sure that these jobs that are often considered or overlooked have the same type of like respect and dignity. So we can't really have a stadium and all these hotels and the entertainment district, but then suddenly, right, like you have a case of maybe one day some company trying to union bust or some company trying to underpay, right? And I think my personal opinion, if I may do so briefly, is I think food service and hospitality is often overlooked as a title. It doesn't command always the same amount of respect as, say, a letter carrier or a tradesman or a plumber. And that's why workers have formed unions in these locations to get that respect, especially if we're talking about Black workers, right? There's a historical reality that these jobs have often been underpaid. And again, as I stated in my testimony for my union, I'm very proud to know that I now have members that are making 23 as a minimum, up to like $30 right now at like a max for like food service work, something unheard of.
Well, I think in part because of the work that you all are doing,
Yeah.
advocate and demand those good paying jobs. But the other part though is I think in certain communities over time, people have lost sight of the value of those types of jobs and perhaps are ill-informed about how much they pay. You know what I mean? I think some people just need to understand that the work that you all are doing is work that more people in the community can do and be compensated well for it. And so I appreciate you all being here to put that on the record. But as I mentioned earlier, I saw it firsthand because of the work that my parents did. And frankly, my aunties and uncles throughout my neighborhood did as members of organized labor unions in various jobs, whether it was plumbers, carpenters, food service workers. This is what I grew up seeing. And so the image to me is indelibly etched as to what people look like who do the work, but also how they're compensated when they do the work and the demands that you have to make to maintain those jobs and the environment within which you do the work. Let me ask this though. Where do you live currently? I thought you said in DC, right? Yes.
I'm in Ward 6.
Where you from?
Here.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Okay. Where'd you go to school?
My diploma says Wilson. I had a little bit of a thing when I was younger, but that's what my diploma says.
Guess what? So does mine. It says the same school, and I had a little bit of a windy road.
Yeah.
Multiple schools to get there, but my diploma.
We got here. We got here.
That's right. That's right. I appreciate that. And where do you live, man?
I live on Eastern Avenue, Northeast DC, but I grew up on Capitol Hill. I went to Watkins Elementary School, Hine Junior High School, and I graduated from Eastern Senior High
Okay.
School.
All right. We got some stuff in common. My wife went to Watkins Elementary School and is from DC as well. And I know some folks who went to Eastern too. What about you, man? Where do you live? If you can turn your mic on.
Southwest Washington, D.C. Southwest Washington, D.C.
Okay.
I went to Eastern Senior High School, Elliott Junior High School, and Anacostia Senior High School.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Where'd you go to? You say elementary where?
Payne Elementary.
Got it. Awesome. All right. We want to get it on the record.
Oh,
Want to make sure that they all represented. Make sure they all represented. I appreciate it. Thank you all for your testimony.
Can I say one more thing, please?
Of course.
As far as having the union, I think is very important because I started off at the National Ballpark and we didn't have a union. And myself and other women fought for it. We saw them outside. A lot of the workers were skeptical about signing up for it, but it took us to fight and convince them to bring the union in. And I'm glad that we did, because if we didn't, we would not be making the amount of money that we're making
I'm glad you
right
did
now.
too. So thank you for putting on the record. So Nats is union, Nats and Audi,
Audi Field is also union, yes.
local 23?
Local 23, the food
Okay.
service workers.
Capital One?
It's also the same.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody knew it. The three that we have, the three
Yeah.
that we built,
Yeah.
are organized, and we have one that we're working on, right? A big one we're working on, right?
Yeah, we're working on, yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm just checking the pulse there. I'm gonna turn to Councilmember Felder for a round. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I echo majority of your sentiments. Ms. Murray, you kind of took you looking at my question sheet over here. I guess Josh and Paul, you can speak to this, but could you express the importance for union labor to be involved in this RFK redevelopment?
I guess I can go first.
And like the benefits that are associated with being a part of the union.
Well, for me personally, like I said, I grew up here in DC. Bit of a windy start, as I said. When I got to Georgetown University, I was making $11. This is back in like 2013. I didn't have any health insurance. I didn't have any glasses. I hadn't been to a doctor in like 13 years at that point. And it wasn't until, thankfully, they had just organized the union at Georgetown. And then I got involved during a contract fight with Aramark. And so I was able to change my life, because by getting involved in the union and sitting down with my employer the same way that I'm looking at you and talking with you right now, I was able to like really, with my coworkers, make a path forward that allowed me to live in DC. I mean, it's nice that Ward 6 is growing and looks nice along with the rest of the city, but council member, it's expensive. And I don't think I would have been able to survive without the union money I was making at the time, right? I gained health insurance. I had the ability to see. I gained a pension. Now I have a 7-year-old son. He's on my health insurance, has been since he was born. I grew up food insecure. He's never had to deal with that a day in his life. And that's because of the union. So that's at least personally what it means to me.
I appreciate that, Josh and Paul.
Thank you for the question. I would say for our members, much of what Josh and his members talked about earlier, for us, it's our housekeepers make almost exclusively women of color make I think it's $29 an hour now. They'll make $33 by the end of our contract. They have free family health care, access to free legal, dental, and vision, optical plans, and a retirement plan. But I think that those things matter a lot, but also they feel respected on the job, and they're only asked to work a reasonable workload, which in hotels is important. Non-union hotels workers often, not always, but often make close to minimum wage and have no benefits. So we think it's a tremendous difference, and that's why we're here to fight to make sure that this project, given this investment, is union. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And just a follow-up question. I know you mentioned that you've been in conversations with the leadership of the commanders in the event a deal was struck. From your perspective, what safeguards or oversight do you think should be in place to protect union standards across all phases of construction?
Look, at this point, what we're hoping for is that this doesn't need to be legislated by the district. We're hoping that the team agrees to come to bilateral agreements with us, and those agreements would be legally binding. I think, as folks have said on this panel and on panels earlier today, I don't think the team will make those agreements unless folks like you and Chairman McDuffie and the rest of the council demand that they will. Unfortunately, I don't think that the mayor has demanded that they will so far, but again, if I'm wrong about that, I'd glad to be corrected by her and her team. So I think it falls to the council to play an important, perhaps heroic role in getting the commanders to strike the right deal so we can come out and support this deal. We'd like to do it. We know it's important to you and to residents in your ward.
Well, thank you again. With that, I will turn it back over to Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Felton. Thank you all for your testimony. Is Marcus Young here? Okay, I'm gonna let you testify. If you can come on up, please. And then we're gonna call virtual witnesses. Chris, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, Chris, but it's spelled Garrigaigh. Danielle Whitaker, Veronica Tucker, Jeremy Sherman, Peter Atwill, Yannick Omiketon, Justin Zhang, Mary Griffin, Jeff Oots. We're going to call you all, migrate you over on the virtual panel, along with Linda Martin and Evette Kane, DIMPED and RFK virtual witnesses. But before we get to our virtual witnesses, we're going to hear from Marcus Young. I'm not sure other people are joining the table. I only called one name though, so I'm gonna let my staff figure out what's going on. Oh, I'm doing perfect. So Dolores is here. Marcus Young. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Hello? Oh, hi. Hi, my name is Marcus Young. Good morning, Councilman. My name is Marcus Young. I'm a Washingtonian who resides in Ward 7. I am employed by Airmark as a dishwasher, a proud dishwasher of the Washington Convention Center, the mother of the city that brings the most revenue into the city. Where I have worked for 15 years, I am also a union worker that represents Unite Here, Local 23. Hoo-ah! I take pride in my job. Me and my co-workers that are the heart of every large convention, car show or animated convention, provide a positive experience and uphold a quality of service. Working in the Washington Convention Center has allowed me to have a decent life, contribute to my family and my community, to stay off the streets. In part, I'd like to thank the wages, the bargaining between my union and my employer. I believe the workers need to have a chance to do what they've done all their life. And that's we'll continue to work at a union establishment at the contract at the Washington Convention Center expires at the end of October. I get to sit down with the bosses and discuss the realities of what we need to continue those positive experiences and quality service. Me and my coworkers have a voice on the job, and it's also our way to deal with economy equality. In an era of growth in the District of Columbia, change is inevitable. I can understand that. Our city attracts people who wish they could live here and businesses that bring in tax revenue, but that doesn't mean these changes should leave long-lasting residents without a way forward. Economy equality is rampant in our city. Times are desperate, and we are facing challenges that are systematic and must be made right by progress. Progress that doesn't leave folks behind. I know these values are shared by the co-workers at the Convention Center and my union siblings at other event centers across the city, like the Nats Ballpark, Audi Field, Cap One, where district residents puts up money to have their place built and supposed to provide good jobs for the residents. So I am a Washingtonian in Ward 7. What sense does it make for us to abandon our values when it comes to the proposed RFK Stadium This is a union town. My workplace is the event center I just spoke of, and many other places have been built by union labor and a PLA, project labor agreement, and a permanent job staff there. Like my own has, which has allowed me to live in a decent life in DC, can become union jobs with the help of an LPA.
And thank you for your testimony, Marcus Young. Next, we have in person Danielle Whitaker. Good afternoon to you. You be in your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Councilman, and committee. My name is Danielle Whitaker. I'm a Ward 7 resident. I have been a member of United here, Local 25, for 15 years. We represent over 7,000 hospitality workers in the DMV. I am here to talk about the RFK. I'm here to ask you why the project does not have a public commitment to good jobs for hotel and restaurant workers. I have been a hotel worker, working in housekeeping for decades. It's a hard job. It takes a toll on your back and your joints. And a non-union hotel, it pays badly. People can't afford health insurance. People work until they are in their 70s, or even worse, because they can't afford retirement. I don't believe that this is what the council wants for DC residents. Working a good union job is life-changing. It means you make a fair wage. You don't have to work multiple jobs so you can see your families. It's meant I can be there for my new grandchildren. I've been able to retire. I have free health care. Every DC resident deserves the same. So I'm asking you, if you are going to take $1 billion out of our tax pockets and taxpayers to change this deal, make sure there is a pathway for workers at the hotel and restaurants to decide on unionization. You are using much taxpayers' money for this. I believe people should have the opportunity to have what I have. And my concerns about there's no public commitment to good hospitality jobs at the hotel and restaurants around the stadium. Right now, the deal is bad for workers and DC taxpayers. You should reject it unless you make some changes. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Veronica Tucker.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and other members of the council. My name is Veronica Tucker. I'm a native Washingtonian and a lifelong hospitality worker. This is an industry that I am good at and that I love. Most that work alongside me are struggling currently. The initiative 82 is an issue that many are concerned with and what's going on with that. I know that we are intelligent people and that we have voted, and those others who have voted for 82 don't need to have anyone stand in front of them and tell them that they're not intelligent and that they can't make decisions for themselves. And it seems like this is what's going on. It seems like someone here is saying we're a bunch of dummies. We don't really know what we need, what's best for us, and that the council knows best. Well, the people voted for the council, so they must have known something, so we're looking at that and saying, let us, in the District of Columbia, for many, many years, I have heard it said that we don't need home rule, we don't need this, we don't need that. We're not, we're not smart enough to recognize that that is what we need and that is what we want. So when someone says no to it, but the voters have said yes, do you not think that maybe we should follow the lead of what the voters are saying? Well, there is that. I know I only have a few minutes, so I'm not going to take very long. I do want to speak and say, people that work alongside me are struggling currently, been struggling since the pandemic. We've gotten back to work, but there's not a lot of work. So the struggle is real. And so we need assistance in, guaranteed basic income is a way for many people to receive the help that they need. So we need to have these programs protected from the mayor. The fact that strong families, and future programs such as these for mothers and the benefits cliff are things that we need to keep in place. We don't need to have those programs dismissed. So I'm hoping that you're hearing me. I'm hoping that you're understanding I'm speaking for many of my coworkers. And we definitely hope and, are hopeful that you'll see programs we're talking about are programs that are beneficial to the citizens of the District of Columbia. I do not believe that the council nor the mayor would like their wages reduced or and that you need this money to live. We all need the same thing. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm gonna, Benorica Tucker, I mispronounced your first name, so I apologize for that. Benorica Tucker. I'm gonna turn it over to Councilmember Felder for a round, but before I do, just really quickly, where do you live, sir?
Live in Ward 7.
If you could turn your mic on.
Live in Ward 7, right off of Minnesota Avenue, right on Benner Road, right across the street from Benner Staunton. I can look at the RFK Stadium.
Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. How about Danielle Whitaker? Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in Ward 7 off Kenilworth Avenue.
Got it. Okay. And Benorica Tucker. If you could turn your mic on for me so we can get it on the record.
I can't afford to live in DC, but to tell the truth, I've lived here. I was born here on Irving Street, 600 Irving Street, Northwest Washington, DC.
Okay. You went to school here too?
Pardon me?
You went to school in DC as
Oh,
well?
I did. Yes, I went to many schools. I'm 76, so I went to many schools in DC.
My mother's soon to be 75. Which schools did you attend?
I attended in high school. I went to Roosevelt, and then I went to Anna Burdick, right across the street from there.
Mhm.
And I did go to college for a minute, but not completed. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony. It's important to get that on the record. Where do you work now?
Right now, I work right next door at the Ronald Reagan International Trade Center.
Okay.
Mhm.
Very
But I worked at the U.S. House of Representatives until my union didn't fight for me, not really. And so I no longer work there, but I'll be going back. They'll be happy to hear this.
well. I'm sorry to hear that they didn't.
Oh, no, that's
fight for
okay.
you.
I'll be going right back to the U.S. House of Representatives within the next couple of weeks.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mhm.
Sounds like
Had
good
to do
news.
it on my own.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder for a round. And just I'm sorry, Councilmember, if you signed up to testify virtually, but you're actually in person, if you could let the staff, Matthew, know, just so we can make sure we're calling folks who are here. Just and because we have certain people who signed up to testify virtually, and we're calling them together. But if you're here, we'd like to know that too. So we appreciate it. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimonies. I'm gonna stick with my Ward 7 constituents, starting with you, Mr. Young. You mentioned you work at the convention center. You've been working there for some time now. In your experience, could you speak to what unique value do union workers bring to projects like RFK?
Without a union job, you can't survive. The bottom line, like we live in a country where I did a campaign in Virginia, and for years I didn't understand what right to work meant until I went to Virginia and worked there. I mean, I went there to try to unionize some places. So when I think about right across the bridge in Richmond, Virginia, which is 2 hours away, the minimum wage is $11. Like it's $11. Like the capital of Virginia is $11. And they turned down the proposal of Kathy Hughes of bringing the casino there. So when I think about a union job, like I said in my statement earlier, and like my dear brother, Josh said, I'm proud to be a dishwasher. Like I am. I'm proud to be a dishwasher at my job. But I'm also proud to know that I'm a Washingtonian, that I live right here in DC. And, there's a lot of things said about DC, good and bad, but if you don't have a union job, you're not surviving. And the way the country's going right now, they don't want us to survive. So I push for the council to really project into programs of future generations after me so that this city can stay a union town. Because you can't have a growth in a community if your community is not growing. Like nobody can just keep going to Amazon for 3 months and then get put off. Go to McDonald's and then get put off. Like we need to stay a union town. So you can build communities like you said your family was. You know, what you watch and what you're seeing. And what we always say, your children watch and look up to you. So if they see us at a union job, they'll grow up to want to be in a union job in an environment where they can provide health benefits, live a sustainable life, stay right here in DC. Nothing is gonna push me out this city. Nothing, not no money, no anything is gonna push me out of Washington, DC. So I just need the backing of my community and my council people that we vote into to feel the same way. Like I really do, because without a union job, you do not make it. I don't care where you are.
I appreciate,
Definitely right now here.
I appreciate that. And one more question. How long have you been a member of your union?
Not long enough.
Okay.
Not long enough.
Okay.
I wish I'd have joined it earlier, but I've been with them for 5 years now.
Okay. I appreciate you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Ms. Danielle, just following up with my question to Mr. Young, as a DC resident and a union member, you spoke to the benefits of being a part of a union. Could you speak to why it's so important for DC workers to work on DC projects from your perspective?
It gives the adults, their kids, the opportunity to come up into a union position where they have pension, they have health care. They don't have to worry about getting 5 or 6 jobs to even survive in the District of Columbia. I've been a 7th Ward member since 2022.
Okay.
I grew up in Southeast 3rd Street. I went to Friendship. I wouldn't have it no other way but to be in a union. It works for me. My passion is to help people.
I love it. Well, thank you all for your testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Felton. Thank you all for your testimony this afternoon. Appreciate it. Next, we have some folks who are testifying virtually. Chris is the first name, last name, Jarritaigh. Thanks for joining virtually. We're going to turn to you next. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and provide your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Garrity, and I'm testifying in my individual capacity. I currently live in Ward 5 and have been a resident of DC since 2007. I'm a single parent of a DCPS elementary school child, and I'm an active member of Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid, a local Black-led community organization that serves Black and Brown youth and families in DC. Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid is a proud member of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, which is fighting for economic justice and guaranteed income in DC. I'm testifying today to demand that DC restore and expand the DC Child Tax Credit in the proposed budget. To do so is a matter of economic justice, one that directly combats racial disparities, child poverty, and long-term inequities. I also call upon the council to reach more children in the DC Child Tax Credit by increasing the eligibility age to 18 years old, by increasing the credit to $1,000+ per child, by ensuring all families qualify, regardless of work status or immigration status, and by indexing the credit to inflation to maintain effectiveness over time. The DC Council must act to restore funding before families lose crucial financial relief. I further demand that DC expand and strengthen the Strong Families, Strong Futures. SFSF is DC's only publicly funded guaranteed income program, and it supports new and expecting mothers in wards 5, 7, and 8. As a member of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, I call upon the council to implement a citywide expansion to reach all new mothers and a comprehensive evaluation to study its impacts on infant and maternal health. Passing and funding guaranteed income policies in DC is not only a matter of moral courage and clarity, it is also a matter of public health. We know this because we know how poverty and financial strain negatively impact stress levels and birthing health outcomes, just like we know that Black birthing health outcomes in DC are among the worst in the country and in developed nations worldwide. This is just one of many vital reasons to make direct cash assistance essential in Washington, DC. Thank you for your time, but thank you most especially to the brilliant self-advocates and organizers who have been fighting for economic justice and guaranteed income in DC. You shouldn't have to, but we see you and your love for the community and your deep commitment to DC families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Jeremy Sherman, Commissioner, Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1A. If you are available, I see you. You are unmuted. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me clearly. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Jeremy Sherman, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner in Columbia Heights. I'm here to talk about the urgent need for economic investment in Columbia Heights. We are a major commercial destination featuring a top 10 busiest metro station, one of 3 Target stores in DC, the city's only Best Buy, and dozens of minority-owned small businesses. Despite these assets, we've been in economic decline for nearly 20 years without meaningful investment. The signs are everywhere. Our public spaces have deteriorated. We've lost major businesses. Over 15 storefronts along our core commercial corridor are vacant. Property owners have been largely disengaged and have failed to reinvest in the community for over a decade. Without enhanced resources to beautify our streets, improve our public spaces, and recruit new businesses, these trends will only worsen. I appreciate the importance of investing downtown, and I understand the financial constraints of this and future budgets. But this should not come at the detriment and avoidance of investing in other commercial neighborhoods like Columbia Heights. Investment here can complement that growth by creating additional economic engines throughout the district. We function as a downtown of our own, a high-density, transit-accessible, retail-heavy corridor that serves as an economic hub for Ward 1 and beyond. But we can't revitalize Columbia Heights alone. We need support from DMPED and DSLBD and others. There are a few key elements in the FY26 budget I would like to call your attention to. The FY26 budget cuts funding for DMPED's Neighborhood Prosperity Fund. This is money dedicated to supporting retail and real estate development in underserved corridors, including Columbia Heights. And this reduction comes at a moment when we need it the most. Second is DSLBD Main Streets. The FY26 budget cuts funding for Main Streets compared to last year. Funding has been stagnant for years, and when adjusted for inflation, the same allocation does not go as far as it used to. The Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Main Street program receives the same allocation as others, but we spread those resources across 2 distinct commercial areas that serve hundreds of businesses. Third, we need a placemaking entity in Columbia Heights. A bid would address many of the concerns I've outlined, but it has failed multiple times due to uncooperative property owners. The Neighborhood Management Authority Act of 2025 offers an innovative solution to our chronic disinvestment. This authority would provide sustainable funding through diverse sources, such as a reestablished parking performance zone, and give residents and small businesses real governance voice. With all this in mind, I urge you to 1, restore both MPF and Main Street funding to at least FY25 levels. 2, establish dedicated Main Street funding for Columbia Heights. 3, hold a hearing on the Neighborhood Management Authority bill and allocate seed funding to establish the authority for Columbia Heights. And 4, allocate resources for business recruitment and marketing efforts in Columbia Heights, like DMPED has done in Anacostia, H Street, Shaw, and so many other neighborhoods. Columbia Heights needs this strategic investment. I hope we can make it happen in FY26 budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And Commissioner, thank you for your continued advocacy for your SM&D and beyond, and we really appreciate it. I think you've already submitted your testimony in writing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next witness is Peter Atwill. Okay, just making a call. We don't see you on the Zoom. Yannick is there. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay, council member?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks.
And I apologize that I'm in the car. My name is Yannick Omicton. I am an Asian American DC resident, DMV native. I was an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Ward 2 for 4 years. And I'm here as part of the Save Chinatown Solidarity Network. By the time that I was born, DC's Chinatown had already fallen from its highest heights. And I remember going to Chinatown as a kid and wondering why the giant Verizon Center and a pretty empty mall were in the middle of it. And I didn't know then that there were hundreds of Chinese and Black residents living side by side with each other in buildings inside and around Chinatown, struggling to make ends meet and keep living in the place that they call home. I heard about the Chinatown Task Force that DemPed put together and noticed that it really is truly built for developers and big businesses, not the residents of Chinatown. 14 out of 15 members of the task force represented either the government, large businesses, or real estate. And they came out with a report whose only real mention of Chinatown is something vague about Chinatown old and new. And then when you review those maps of development opportunities in that report, you notice something off about that whole old Chinatown thing. They've got yellow polygons on top of beloved Chinatown institutions, from the Buddhist temple in the heart of the neighborhood to the herb shop in Chinatown on H Street. And this all includes a project that actually you heard about today, Councilmember, which is the Marriott Tribute Hotel that Mr. Salassie and Mr. Roediger, Rift Valley Capital, are building in Chinatown. Contrary to their testimony, the hotel is actually displacing two longstanding businesses that serve the residents of Chinatown, a Gaoya Hair Salon and Full Key Restaurant, who they've given official orders to vacate by July 1st, not because of delinquent rent or anything else, but to make room for their luxury hotel development. It's my opinion that they should not be allowed to receive a tax abatement for their project that will truly displace community and reduce the number of ground floor retail spaces all the way down to basically one on that block on the properties that they own. So then I see in the press release for this year's budget, Mayor Bowser's calling for a Chinatown revitalization initiative. I don't see it in the budget other than $250,000 to support Chinatown renewal, and not sure what that kind of thing would actually do. Meanwhile, it's harder and harder for elder Chinese residents to find decent, affordable housing in Chinatown. Museum Square, which is 401 K Street Northwest, it's one of the last buildings where Chinese and Black residents live together and where every tenant is using a Section 8 voucher. Vast majority are elders, is crumbling and it's falling apart. New housing being built using the housing and downtown tax abatement is completely out of reach for these tenants. Affordable housing in these buildings could be for people making as much as $86K. These elders are barely breaking 30. So what's to be done in this budget? First and foremost, there should be $450,000 this year to ensure that small businesses and institutions in Chinatown have money to make ever increasing rent as property values skyrocket from the renovation of the arena. Second, the tax abatement program, housing downtown, should require 30% median family income affordable housing in Chinatown and the surrounding areas to ensure that Chinatown residents actually have a place to live and can stay in the neighborhood and continue building that neighborhood up. And I would rather there be no tax abatement and that we build social housing, but that 30% requirement is really, really critical to make sure people can actually stay in DC. And third, the H Street Hotel should not be receiving any kind of tax abatement until they can actually commit to affordable retail spaces in their project for community serving retail, not a Marriott Tribute, not a Pan-Asian something. No, something that supports Chinatown's elders, the people who built that community, the people who built that neighborhood up. I think with some of these budget asks, we can really forge a new path forward for Chinatown. So I'll submit my written testimony with a couple more details, but thank you, Councilman.
Well, thank you, Yannick, for your testimony. You already preempted what I was going to ask because you provided some really important testimony, but we definitely would like to get it in writing. We took some notes from what you were saying, but if you could submit your written testimony, we would really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, will do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Our next witness is Justin Zhang. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, council member. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Zhang. I'm an Asian resident of Ward 1 and a friend of small business owners in Chinatown. Thank you for your time today. On Saturday, actually, I caught the owner of Jackie Cafe, which is as he was moving his restaurant into his minivan, essentially. Jackie Cafe, until April 4th, it's been serving Chinatown for over 40 years. And talking to him, he made his point very clear. DC government has abandoned him and economic development efforts have abandoned him. They didn't listen to his needs when it took years for processing his expensive permit applications. They didn't listen after the pandemic as the city's recovery programming didn't do any outreaches to small businesses like his. And they aren't listening now as city initiatives are transforming Chinatown into a luxury playground without setting protections for small businesses. When I'm looking at pictures and memories that Jackie Cafe had, And those are pictures with the customers, chefs, and even council members. It's honestly like really infuriating. Unfortunately, his case is not unusual. Nearly all of Chinatown's small businesses feel the same way or have given up on trying after having their dignity stripped with years of government neglect and the slow burn of being priced out of the place that you call home. I talked with one landlady who said that the Monument Sports Arena deal and real estate speculation has inflated her property taxes by 30% over the course of 1 year, a cost that which she said was she was forced to pass on to her small business tenants. Chinatown small businesses and residents like Black and Brown small businesses and residents who have been pushed out of DC for decades only wish that amid rapid change, they are afforded the dignity to stay in their homes, and we feel that this is not a difficult task. Rift Valley Partners, whom you've met today, are evicting 2 of the 11 remaining legacy Asian businesses this month. Galia Hesterlan and Helpfulky Restaurant, as Yannick mentioned, are identified by Chinatown residents as community staples. I don't know about you all, but I don't let anybody cut my thick, straight Asian hair unless they know what they're doing. And Galia serves that purpose for this community. And just yesterday, I met a woman who used to frequent Fulky Restaurant when she was working downtown in the 90s. And she said that locally owned Asian restaurants in downtown were the only affordable option near her work that had vegetables. And it's unsurprising that this is still true today. RVP is preemptively preparing for a luxury hotel construction, which they've yet to finalize financing for and are desperately trying to take absurd shortcuts so they don't have to deal with community voices. You know, my parents ran their business out of their 2nd floor duplex apartment in Queens, and nobody in their right mind would call their home like an office building. Just last week, Mr. Roediger insisted that his hotel project had finalized financing in front of a room of AIA architects, which based on his testimony today is demonstrably false. Is this the kind of development we want to be building the city, the kind that is going to lie to your face when confronted? You know, outside of this block, there are no affordable, viable places left for Chinatown for these businesses to operate. And if they were to disappear, only 9 legacy small businesses will remain in Chinatown. I'm over time, so thank you for your time today. I've submitted the full written testimony for you, and Yannick covered a lot of the rest, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Did you say that you've already submitted your written testimony, or you plan to?
Yes, I've submitted it.
Okay, all right, great. I'm not sure we have it yet, but we should have it soon. So we do appreciate you providing your testimony virtually today, as well as submitting your testimony in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Mary Griffin. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Mary Griffin. Mary Griffin, going once, going twice. Next is Jeff. Not sure if it's Utz or Oots, but I see that you are here. Your video is on. If you can unmute yourself, you will have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeff Utz. I'm a director at Goulston & Storrs, a law firm with offices at 20th and K Streets Northwest. I also serve on the board of directors and the executive committee at DCBIA. I've worked in the city as a land use attorney for 22 years. I'd like to speak today on 2 specific items, and after this, I can submit this testimony into the record. First, I would like to speak in support of the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act in the Budget Support Act. This legislation will address a meaningful issue that looms behind the entitlement processes across the city and has a constant insidious effect on the district attaining the maximum investment and benefits from development citywide, or in some cases, any investment and any benefit from any development. Specifically, the legislation will help address the significant decline in developer and owner pursuit of entitlement actions in DC, particularly plan unit development reviews and other similar applications to the Zoning Commission. The fact of the matter is that PUDs are actively avoided by owners and developers throughout DC. The use of this powerful entitlement tool has declined from 35 applications in 2015 and 21 applications in 2016 to 4 applications last year and the year before. This year, there have been 0 PUD applications filed. This despite amendments to the DC Comprehensive Plan that became effective in September of 2021. Overall, projects including more than 17,000 units, including more than 2,800 affordable units, have been appealed since 2015. We see frivolous appeals tying up properties for 1 or 2 years and threatening entitlements and subsequent permits just long enough for financing to be lost or construction costs to rise beyond a viable expense, or even the appropriate window of the market itself to change for a project to no longer be viable. Those projects that do go forward often go forward only as a matter of right, avoiding any form of entitlement request where possible, but particularly avoiding PUDs. This phenomenon has occurred on many sites, including sites that are highly advantageous from a transportation standpoint, including being located on or near metro stations and have favorable comprehensive plan designations. I can personally speak to the number of owners and developers who will simply not even consider a PUD. As a result, additional housing, additional affordable housing, and a wide variety of public benefits, not to mention a public design review process, are all lost. A robust public process that involves local communities, in particular ANCs, does not occur. The related community input on uses, desired public benefits and amenities, and other elements that the community might want are all lost. This concept of an entitlement appeal contributes to the challenge landscape for investment in DC. We continue to hear developers and investors moving their activities to other jurisdictions, particularly Virginia and Maryland, citing the unpredictable statutory and regulatory landscape. The current appeals climate contributes
Jeff,
to
I
the
wanted to I'm gonna have to jump in. I'm not sure if you heard, but your time has expired. I know you mentioned that you're going to provide your fuller testimony in writing. If you could do that, we would really appreciate it.
Sure, happy to do that.
Thank you.
And happy to answer any questions too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe Mary Griffin has joined us. If you could turn on your video and unmute yourself, you will have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies for that. Good morning. My name is Mary Griffin, and thank you, Councilmember Duffy and other members and staff of the Committee on Budget and Economic Development for this opportunity to testify on the FY26 budget. I serve as Senior Advisor with the National Cooperative Business Association, CLUSA International, headquartered in Washington, D.C., the apex association for cooperatives across all sectors for nearly 110 years. I also have lived or worked in DC for more than 40 years. We've been engaged with the growing local coalition to advance community wealth building and cooperatives in the district. As we are seeing around the country, there is a huge increase in interest in cooperatives as one of the tools for more community-owned and led development. We're here to support any efforts to advance cooperative housing and businesses that help meet the needs of residents and businesses in DC. Cooperatives represent a long-established, proven business model. There are more than 65,000 cooperatives in the U.S. 1 in 3 Americans are members of at least one cooperative. Cooperatives can be large, for example, like Land O'Lakes or Ace Hardware, or small worker food co-ops. Regardless of the size, co-ops help their members grow their business and help people access product and services they need. Most important, they help retain assets and reinvest in the communities they serve. In Washington, D.C., which boasts worker, credit unions, and other cooperatives, a group of local religious congregations started the Community Purchasing Alliance in 2011, which is now a successful network of purchasing co-ops, supporting over 20 million in annual purchasing, with more than half supporting local small businesses and those owned by people of color. It's a great example of how co-ops support local economies and retain wealth in the community. CPA is providing meals to half of the charter school students in DC with locally produced meals from local businesses. To support worker ownership opportunities, we urge you to advance the Owners Act. This law would help in a data-informed way support more worker cooperatives, address succession planning needs, and help more workers increase income and ownership in their businesses. Washington, D.C. has also had a long history of affordable co-ops that provide permanently affordable housing, stability, control, and ownership, and social support for residents, needed now more than ever. The district is home to nearly 100 limited equity co-ops, representing more than 4,300 units in all 8 wards. Compared to rental housing, co-ops provide more financial and social capital, stability, and pose less risk. For example, default rates for limited equity co-ops or housing sited on community land trusts are below those in the conventional market. We thank Councilwoman Bonds for her support of these cooperatives. Support is critically needed for both existing and new housing co-ops. We understand the many current budget constraints, but also recognize that cooperatives and other shared equity models are an important tool in economic development that can efficiently address many needs, especially for our neighbors and neighborhoods that continually experience disinvestment, racial equity, and for the least among us. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. Did you already have a chance, Mary, to submit your testimony in writing?
Yes, we submitted testimony yesterday.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. And Jeff, I think you mentioned subtitle P, the zoning decision appeal subtitle. Is that the one that you were referencing in your testimony?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if you could submit your testimony in writing as well. I know that subtitle was referred to the committee of the whole and not the Committee on Business and Economic Development, but it obviously overlaps with everything that we do. And a lot of the work that we've done in the past in terms of the committee's jurisdiction and oversight on economic development. So we would love to have that testimony as well. Thank you both for your testimony. And thank you to all the witnesses who testified virtually on this panel. And then we're going to go next to Linda Martin, to be followed by Evette Kane. Linda Martin, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and begin your testimony, you will have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Councilman McDuffie. Hello, my name is Linda Martin. I'm president of Unite Here Local 25. We represent over 7,000 hospitality workers in DMV. I'm here to talk about the RFK Stadium and my concerns about there's no public commitment to good hospitality jobs at hotels or restaurants around the stadium. I've worked around the hotel industry in DC for decades. There are too many bad jobs. I cannot understand why DC would spend $1 billion of taxpayers' dollars on both the stadium and development around it without any commitment about creating good jobs there. Our union has proudly partnered with the city and developers to create fair process for workers to decide to unionization at hotels like the Marriott Marquis, the Embassy Suites Convention Center. Workers there will be making $33 an hour by 2028, have free health care and pension. That's something we could take pride in. As of now, the RFK Stadium development will lead to wealth transfer from taxpayers to billionaires. If we are going to offer this tax break, subsidies, essentially free lease, and huge opportunity costs to developers, the taxpayers and the residents of DC needs to be offered something in return. Thousands of good paying union construction jobs and thousands more permanent jobs with pathways to unionization will help make this a balanced deal instead of billionaires give away to billionaire developers. We do not believe that the council should move forward with this deal as it currently stands. Please show some leadership and push for a better deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Linda Martin. And I'm assuming that we already have your written testimony submitted to the committee?
I believe so.
Okay, if you haven't, though, please make sure that you provide it to us. We really appreciate hearing from you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. We're going to turn next to our public witnesses who signed up to testify for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, starting with the witnesses who signed up to testify in person. And that is Jen Jenkins, Catherine Landfield, Charlotte Simpson, Deja Williams. I want to thank each of you all for joining us this afternoon and really appreciate your patience. I know some of you all have been here for a while, probably testifying in multiple hearings. So we'll start with Jen Jenkins. Good to see you again. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and your staff. My name is Jen Jenkins, and I'm a policy manager with Legal Aid DC and a Ward 7 resident. The district is facing economic challenges, but that does not mean that we cannot continue to invest in and support all DC residents. In fact, the council has an opportunity to deepen its commitment to safety net programs and district residents through equitable taxation. The council can fill many of the gaps in the mayor's budget for programs such as Medicaid, Alliance, ERAP, TANF, child tax credits, and baby bonds. Restoring the funding for these programs is critical to stop the racial wealth gap from increasing. Legal Aid urges this committee to implement the revenue-raising proposals in both the Just Recovery DC and Fair Budget platforms, with specific attention to raising income taxes, taxing capital gains, increasing property taxes, and beginning the process to implement a business activity tax and land value tax. DC's wealthiest residents can afford to pay more in local taxes for public benefits programs. Any budget crunch should not fall on our most vulnerable residents. DC has at least 12 billionaires, 88 centimillionaires, and 28,300 millionaire residents. The council should correct course for the district by raising taxes, particularly on those who stand to benefit from proposed congressional cuts. The council can capture some of the federal tax cut dollars and use them to fund the district through what will likely be many years of financial recovery. The racial wealth gap between Black and white residents in DC will not go away on its own and is exacerbated by austere budgets. The committee and the DC Council as a whole can make the tax system more racially just and raise needed resources by raising the tax rate on capital gains, which are profits from selling assets like stocks that overwhelmingly flow to the top 1%, deepening the progressivity of the residential property tax by creating additional brackets and marginal rates for the top 5% of homes, increasing tax rates on incomes above $500,000, and especially rates for those 28,000 residents who are making over $1 million, making business taxes fair. DC can enact a business activity tax so that corporations that operate in the district and benefit from our economy contribute to our shared resources. And finally, implementing a land value tax to fund WMATA. We need the council to invest in all of DC, but not on the backs of its poorest and most marginalized. Increasing tax rates on the wealthiest in DC will not only benefit DC's poorest residents, but the entire district, which will have a stronger economic outlook without relying on potentially harmful or inequitable sources of revenue, resulting in fewer, deeper cuts in the district's safety net. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jen, I was looking to see if I had your testimony in my.
Apologies, I haven't submitted the written
Okay,
testimony yet.
perfect. I know you will. Thank you. Next is Catherine Lanfield. Great to see you, Catherine. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and colleagues. My name is Catherine Lanfield, and I'm the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition and a longtime DC resident. Our over 60 organizational members and many more community members together advocate for policies to improve systemic racial, economic, and social inequities in the district. Fair Budget is also part of the All In for DC, a tax system for justice campaign. The mayor leaned into trickle-down economics in her budget this year, pushing austerity for working class and poor residents while centering business interests and even entertainment opportunities in the name of economic development. But both history and ample research show that investing in the people, workers, and families is what builds economic resilience, especially when the economy is faltering. Our coalition urges you to join with your council colleagues to raise new revenue and reverse the mayor's proposals that will destabilize, sicken, or harm DC's working class and poor residents. DC's concentrated and very undertaxed wealth, tax that concentrated and undertaxed wealth to address the immediate and longer-term needs of the majority of residents. Restoration of cuts is the most critical issue facing the council, but we cannot simply focus on FY26. If we ignore the funding cliff between the coming year and the out years, supportive programs will have disappeared completely, just as federal and recessionary pressures become most threatening for our communities. We urge the council to choose DC by implementing 5 tax policies to invest in a resilient economy, protect residents from cuts, and transform inequities. First of all, please restore, expand, and enhance the DC Child Tax Credit to help stabilize more families and children in these challenging times. Increase income taxes on the highest earners to raise $167 million by putting a 2% surtax on incomes over $1 million. Unrig the taxation of wealth, specifically with a surcharge on capital gains for those with adjusted gross income above $500,000, and close the stepped-up basis to generate at least $166.7 million. Create a dedicated revenue stream for WMATA by taxing the value of the land near high-value public transportation to raise $505 million. And lastly, enact a business activity tax to close a loophole for wealthy businesses that don't pay taxes in DC and raise $506 million a year. Lastly, remove any funding for a commander's deal from the budget. A deal of this size deserves time, consideration, and public engagement, which this one has not had. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Were you about to summarize for another 50? Did you need another 30 seconds or you?
I need
finished?
like 2 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
We have the opportunity and the urgent need to raise revenue and set DC on a path to a more resilient, racially equitable future. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Next, we have Charlotte Simpson.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and members. I'm Charlotte Simpson, a Fair Budget Coalition constituent and a Ward 5 concerned senior resident. My reason for addressing the committee is urgent for you to listen, hear, and act with urgency to develop a balanced budget that is racially equitable and works for all DC residents. I do not believe that what the mayor has so far is that document. Your situation is most likely insulated from what your residents are about to face and without options for relief. So here we are, a community counting on you to do the right thing and stand strong against blatant harm to the people, preserve the human rights of the community you are mandated to serve. Choose DC needs you. Choose us. My ask facts are, it is imperative that we use the tax policy leverage to reverse racial inequities and build a resilient economy. Why not? We have a disproportionate population of enormous wealth in contrast to most of the U.S. states. That's irrational, inexcusable mismanagement of resources, a refusal to justly tax wealth. Residents with disproportionately low incomes are paying the most to operate this city. The average white household income is 81 times higher than the average Black or brown household incomes. Again, raise taxes on wealth, enact a high-value land tax, and enact a business activity tax. That's a $506 million revenue increase annually, and enforce all contract clawbacks. These 3 tax planks being properly revised will resolve a multitude of budget deficit issues appropriately. We must raise taxes where the wealth exists. Last but definitely not least, absolutely no resurrection of RFK Stadium at this time. It is crucial. Right now, it is for a certain detriment to the welfare of the residents' basic needs and human rights. We must get out from under the local budget and federally inflicted crises. DC will not even get $1 per ticket sold. You cannot recover DC by giving away the potential revenue going forward. Appeasing the billionaires? No DC RFK now. Adopt FBC's budget recommendations for fair taxes and public deals. That is at least one solid resolution to DC's financial crisis. Another sure shot resolution is to adopt a 2% surtax on annual incomes of $1 million or more, which will produce about $167 million of new revenue. Why not? Our rich friends will not like it, but they will not miss 2% and they will get over it fairly quickly or not. We have you have you dismissed or ignored the fact that while DC faces federal funding cuts and likely recession, Mayor Bowser offered $2.2 billion for a stadium at RFK, including 600,000.
Charlotte Simpson, I thought you were wrapping up, but it sounds like you got some more paragraphs. I saw you
Well-
scroll on your phone, so.
I'm close.
Okay, if you, let me turn to Deja Williams and I'll come back
Okay,
and let you wrap up.
thank you.
Thank you, Deja Williams. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Deja Williams. I'm a health equity organizer for Spaces in Action. My testimony will be on behalf of Sandra Williams. My name is Sandra Williams. I'm a mental health counselor, Delta Sigma Theta community leader, and Spaces in Action member. Today's testimony will focus on the DC Child Tax Credit for families raising children in DC. My values are doing God's will, compassion for vulnerable families, and community service. These values align to who I am because I have understood the importance of being a blessing to others and being a powerful example of solitude. Having served as a DCPS school counselor for 3 generations, I have seen the consistent struggles of low-income families. I have provided groceries, transportation, and basic necessities many times over for my consumers, and I am not alone in this regard. Many providers cover the shortfalls for families they serve because our system has overlooked their needs. It's time for person-centered politics. It's time for a permanent child tax credit. The council must push back against the mayor's irresponsible proposal and pass a budget that directs our limited resources to invest in those of us who live, work, and build community in the district, and requires the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share. Last year's budget placed most of the burden of closing the budget gap on low-income families. This strategy is unjust and counterproductive, increasing the demand for shrinking safety net programs while stifling the consumer spending that drives local economic growth. Making it through this difficult time, it will require all of us to contribute what we can to protect all we've built. We the people call on the DC City Council to spearhead efforts to balance our economy, requiring DC's wealthiest to contribute at least one par with the poorest and middle class. A more substantial child tax credit would be a key moving in eradicating childhood poverty in DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you each for your testimony. And did you have 30 seconds you wanted to wrap up with, Charlotte Simpson?
Yes, it's probably a little less than that, but I just want, numbers don't lie, people do. I just wanted to share a little bit with
Sure.
you and I'll be done. I was saying that, the mayor has really just kind of disregarded how valuable the numbers are. And I just wanted to be sure that you council members had not dismissed or ignored the fact that while DC faces federal funding cuts and a likely recession, that the mayor has offered $2.2 billion for the stadium, including $850 million in budget subsidies, $600 in free land, and over $700 million in subsidies. And that's the largest subsidy in the entire history of the United States. That is dangerous to our stability. You just must act judiciously and with impunity toward racially misguided and inequitable fiscal budgeting always. I thank you for allowing me to address you. God bless you. God bless DC and the USA.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Appreciate it. Let me ask, maybe I'll start with Jen, Catherine. For the programs that you'd like the council to restore, do you have a list of those programs that you think the council should restore? Or how about you, Catherine?
Okay, I'm gonna go off the top of my head here, but the ones that jump out that are very much well-known at this point, about 52,000 residents are about to lose their health care under eligibility changes and cuts under Medicaid.
Medicaid, yeah.
And I'm not even talking about federal cuts. I'm talking about DC local.
No, I'm aware. What else?
And the Alliance.
What are the other
cuts.
programs though, the list?
Yep, so Medicaid and the Alliance, Department of Behavioral Health is cutting community-based health, mental health care. We also are worried about the Pay Equity Fund, which has been zeroed out in the out years. Domestic violence, which you've always been a strong supporter of,
Yep.
is facing very significant cuts, including 1 million in their housing line items that go for domestic violence specific housing, in addition to the OVSJG cuts.
You know how much it is total for the domestic violence funding?
I want to say the cuts are like 5.7 million, but I can definitely get you the exact number very quickly, just not off the top of my head.
I understand. And
Um,
I'm asking just because I want this budget cuts a lot,
cuts a lot.
and they're deep, painful cuts, and it's a lot of funding. On the other hand, it's going to take a lot of funding to restore those cuts. You all have made suggestions about. I'm going to ask if you could. I think it's Deja. What, can you turn your microphone off? Get a little feedback when there's more than one on at the time. You've made suggestions about how to raise revenues and restore funding for things that have been cut. On the other hand, you also said remove the funding for the Commanders Stadium in RFK. Now, I think we need to be a job city, a city of opportunity. I understand why there's suggestions being made to raise revenues, and we've had these conversations before, but I also need and would like to hear suggestions about how we grow our economy and not just simply rely on the things that the mayor is suggesting, some of them which I agree with, but I'd love to know if you all are thinking about that too, because ultimately, if all we're doing is relying on revenue raisers and taxing people, I think we become less attractive to some of the people who we're taxing. Is everybody with, a certain amount of wealth going to leave the city? No. Will some? Yes, they will. And I think we have to do more than raise revenues, because we've raised revenues the past several years in one way or another. Maybe not to the extent you all have advocated for, but we have, right? We've raised income, we've raised property taxes, we've raised sales taxes. And yet here we are at a time where, unlike, 5, 6, 7 years ago, or 13 years ago when I first got to the council, we had surplus after surplus, hundreds of millions of dollars in surplus. You might recall a few years ago, it was during the pandemic, we had like $500 million in surplus and nearly $3 billion in federal aid, and we raised taxes, right? And now what I said then was, are we sure we need to be raising taxes? I didn't think we did, and I didn't agree with it, but we raised taxes when we had a surplus and we had federal aid. Now we're down hundreds of $1 billion, right, over our financial plan because of decisions being made mainly by the federal government, folks who I disagree with a lot of what they're doing, but it's having a really harsh impact on our local economy, which is really undergirded, our local economy undergirded by feds, eds, and meds. Federal government, jobs, contracting, et cetera, our health institutions, and our universities and colleges. And they're all, facing significant threats by decisions by the federal government. The solution can't just be to raise revenue. We also have to figure out how to create more jobs and attract, not just new people, but like jobs for the people who we sent away to college and are looking to come back. And I want them to come back here as opposed to going to other cities around the country. So, it's a lot that we have to restore, right? And we've got to balance it, I imagine, in a myriad of ways. And so I'm saying all that to say, if you're saying pause the Commanders and don't do that, like, what are we doing to create jobs? What businesses are we attracting? How are we retaining businesses that are already large employers, even though they're facing significant threats from administration that, has not been kind to universities or healthcare systems? So I'll stop because I feel like I'm lecturing. And I know you all have something you want to say.
I made two really important omissions. I want to just be sure I lift up housing and ERAP and investments in workers. Those are also two really, really critical areas that have faced very horrible cuts, both to funding and to protections. I want to, in terms of your
But can I stop you
question.
just for a second though? On the housing, what do you think we need to do specifically around? I heard you mention ERAP, but
Yeah.
again, we're funding that. We're funding ERAP. How are we getting more housing built, right? At a time where, there's some significant issues around non-payment of rent. So we've got to fund ERAP. And the council, we prioritize that year after year, but we also are facing a climate where, people are avoiding investing their capital in the District of Columbia and instead going to other places. And then when the proposals that come in the mayor's budget are otherwise supported by the council for housing in downtown, office to anything, there's pushback because it looks like an incentive. And people are saying, no, let the market take care of itself. You don't need to give them those incentives, but it doesn't seem like the investments are flowing to us. In fact, they are flowing to the region. They're just not coming to DC. But go ahead, if you would.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in because of course, housing is a big issue for legal aid and our clients. I think we just, first of all, need to recognize that DC has the highest rents. The last time I checked, I think compared to most other parts of the United States. So landlords are already receiving a pretty high amount comparably. And I think that what we're really focused on, or one of the things we're focused on in the housing world is we understand the desire to attract new development, but I think that what we've seen is ignoring housing preservation. So that's a really important priority for us.
Can I challenge you on that though? Do you think the district is ignoring housing preservation?
I think it's ignored our consistent ask for it. So I think there's a housing preservation fund, and I think that can be a little bit burdensome. So what us and our partners have recommended over the past few years now is allocating some of those HPTF dollars to preservation in addition to the preservation fund, which I understand was wiped out, I think, by the mayor.
Yeah, but I don't think, and I think if you look at the investments we made, we're not ignoring housing preservation. Perhaps there's more for us to be able to do, but I think we've got to be able to do both preserve
Yes.
existing, particularly areas where there's naturally occurring affordable, but then it can't just be concentrated affordable housing in certain parts of the city either, right? I mean, we see what concentrating affordable housing tends to do in cities. It's not unique to DC, but you concentrate poverty and
Yeah.
you feel the effects of that on our education system, criminal justice system, on our ability to train our workforce to compete for jobs, et cetera. So.
Sure. And the Office of Planning, actually, I have to give them a lot of credit. They're being very intentional about making sure their 50 years is going to be a strong racially just plan. And Legal Aid is working with them to make sure there isn't that concentration of certain types of folks in places.
In the comp plan?
Yeah, in the comp plan itself.
Yeah.
So
You
I
recall,
defer to those experts.
I was one of the champions who actually put the racial equity language in the comp
I do
plan the last
recall.
time we did that. So I appreciate the testimony. I want us to have some balance. So Catherine, please jump in.
So you very specifically asked about why do we want to take out funding for the commanders from this budget? What I actually said in my testimony is that I think it's really important if we are going to be talking about these kind of mega projects, we need time, we need consideration, and we need lots of public hearings, and we haven't had that. So that's what I'm talking about, removing commanders funding from this budget. I just don't think it's for any other project of this size, people would be saying, what? How on earth can we be doing this in 2 months? And so I think that's a very specific answer to your question. In terms of how we get more jobs, I mean, you and I have spoken before. small businesses are really the lifeblood of the economy. And small businesses are made up of, workers, and the people who start small businesses were workers. And investing in community is the single best way to have that constant pipeline for jobs, for new businesses to open, for businesses to open and take care of the people that are in their orbit. That's like a really important part of our economy. And when we are not investing from the bottom up, we lose that ability. I mean, I heard so many amazing union siblings speak earlier today about what being part of a strong, stable workforce where you can support your family, you can pay your rent, your children aren't facing food insecurity. That's where we get real mileage. It's not from the top down, trickle down approach. It just doesn't work that way. And the people who tend to move out of the city are those who are the ones that I know you care very deeply about. Longtime residents, native Washingtonians. So that's why I just think the answer can't be subsidies to big business. It really needs to be getting people through hard times so that they are able to keep up and keep on keeping on and actually remain residents.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Because and I'm gonna make sure that I'm not taking up too much time because we have a lot more witnesses to go. But I thought there were great witnesses who provided testimony from Local 23 and 25, and so I really appreciate them taking the time to be here. They were not saying no to Commander Stadium. They were saying, strengthen the language around organized labor before you pass the deal. But I think there's a distinction to be drawn there, right? Because we also have experience with these types of stadium deals in the district. So to say that you can't do it in 2 months, I'm not sure that we can't do it in 2 months. In fact, I think, I know what we're doing in committee, and we'll have more conversations and hearings for provide testimony, opportunities for people to testify. I think we have to do that. But we also have had Monumental, we've had Nats Park, we've had Audi Field, we've had Care First Arena, right? So we do have some experience as a city in getting these types of deals done. And I think our focus should be on the best way to do it quickly, smartly, and not to necessarily say we should be, not doing it. I just wanted to say that because I don't think I heard from folks who are part of the union that we shouldn't be doing it. They just sounded like they said we should be doing it differently in terms of guaranteeing the opportunity for folks to have good union paying jobs, both inside the stadium once it's built, but also during the phases where you're constructing the stadium. So I wanted to mention that. And we will have lots more time to talk outside of this hearing. So if you have some final words before we transition, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I just want my final word is that, the land value tax is a really smart way to focus on getting the funding that the city needs to pay for something that is a major driver of the economy, which is our public transit system. So I wanted to lift that up. It feels like it kind of connects some of the dots that we've been talking about. And I didn't want to leave
Can I
that.
ask you a question of the land value tax?
Yes.
Would in terms of the land, do you mean the land owned by WMATA or all land adjacent to?
It's all land within a mile of a metro station. That's the plan that we have, that we are supporting, that is being supported by ATU 689
So,
and
residential and commercial.
yes, but it is, I believe, this is where I might be a little
That's fine.
technically
I
out of
appreciate it. That's
my
fine.
depth,
That's
but
fine. Yeah, but I'll make sure that we
to protect, it would protect folks who should not be affected by that. It's
Got it.
really about going after people who own a lot of valuable land and sit on it.
Let me ask you
and
this. What
don't
do they
develop it.
get in return for increasing their taxes?
What do we get in return?
Yes.
We have a dedicated funding source for public transit, which is a major driver of our economy, moving people around.
100% agree, but what do they get above what they already get?
What does who get?
WMATA and the system
Well,
gets
so
more
what-
money, but what do you get as a resident?
As a resident,
taxpayer in return?
what it means, first of all, you get higher density built around metro stations. So that's one benefit. But as a resident, I don't want WMATA passing the hat every year and pulling public dollars. Like constantly, we are in a battle to fund things for working class residents. And I don't want us pitted against each other. I want a dedicated funding stream that makes sense, is progressive, isn't a sales tax that the people least able to pay them are stuck paying. So I think it's a
agree.
very tidy solution.
I think we agree about what we want. And I think the system, our region depends on WMATA to work, but I asked the question not to I mean, I asked the question for a very serious reason because I think it's a question that residents are going to be demanding that we answer if we decide to raise taxes on properties within a mile of the stations, because there's some people who don't feel like they're getting good quality service from WMATA. And then, to your point, we keep coming back trying to figure out how to have a dedicated way to fund WMATA. But we also need collaboration from our partners in Maryland and Virginia and the federal government to be able to do it. And we've struggled to be able to do that on the operations side. I was chair of COG when we did it on the capital side some years ago. And I remember what the work that went into it for us to be able to come at that, to arrive at the point where we had the dedicated funding for capital for WMATA, but that's a big ask. I just wanted to make the point. So I appreciate it. This is a good panel. Thank you all. And I'm sure we'll have multiple conversations. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go to the next panel. I'm sorry. I gave you some extra time though. I did. I gave you extra time I gave you extra time. Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Ms. Simpson. I'm gonna have to call the next panel though, because we spent a lot of time on this panel. So I'm gonna go Abby Shakur, Antonia Serco, Rachel Metz, and Ray Bridgewater, if we have those four. Oh, got it. Okay. And we will call Antonio Soroco when we get to our virtual witnesses. How about 1, 2, 3, 4? The rest of the witnesses appear to be virtual. What about Michelle McGregor? Michelle McGregor here? It's a little bit a little ways down our witness list, but I wanted to just make the call in case, since we had an empty seat. What about Laura Haygood? Okay, and Tony Francavilla? Okay, you come on up. So I want to make sure, who do we have here? Abby, Ray, and perfect. Abby, Ray, Rachel, and Tony for panel 9. Thank you all for your patience. I appreciate it. We'll begin with you, Abby.
Thank you, council member. Following up on my colleagues from the last panel, my name is Abby Shakur. I'm a DC native, originally from Brookland, currently a Ward 1 resident and a community organizer with Jews United for Justice and Ward 1 Mutual Aid. I'm asking you to support raising revenue through the progressive tax proposals offered by the All In for DC campaign to protect vital priorities for DC's working class. Specifically, I urge you to support raising the tax rate on capital gains, increasing tax rates on incomes above $500,000, and implementing a land value tax to secure dedicated funding for Metro. It is no secret that DC faces several threats right now: an impending recession triggered by mass federal layoffs, Congress primed to slash Medicaid, food stamps, and education at the federal level, to say nothing of continued inflation and the steady march of displacement and gentrification. To add insult to injury, Mayor Bowser now proposes a budget that deepens the harm done, especially to working Black and brown residents, cutting cash and rental assistance, phasing out critical healthcare for low-income residents, and zeroing out the pay equity fund, just to name a few. DC's lawmakers should stand up to do what obviously needs to be done. DC enjoys and attracts so much wealth, but constantly the working communities who give this city its identity are sacrificed in favor of the wealthy. My colleagues at Jews United for Justice state every year that although they have means and options, raising their taxes to provide vital resources for other residents will not cause them to leave. They want to live in a city that demonstrates respect and care for the most vulnerable instead of trying to erase them. My family was pushed out of DC when I was young due to high costs of living. Now that I'm back, I feel angry that policymakers cite a fear of wealthy people leaving if taxes are raised as a reason not to do so, when the alternative is the displacement and suffering of those like my family who have lived here for generations. The favoritism is a searing slap in the face. Although these are hard times, and I know that the city must continue to attract and retain wealth, raising revenue will give us more flexibility to care for our most vulnerable residents while ensuring the city is prosperous. JUFJ and the All In for DC campaign want to strengthen and empower DC's economy the same as you, but there is a right way to do that and a wrong way. Investing in meeting people's basic needs and empowering them first is the best way to make our economy sustainable and moral. I know it is important to you, Councilmember, to protect your priorities that do this, like baby bonds, which the mayor now threatens to eliminate, raising the tax rates on capital gains and the highest incomes, implementing a land value tax to bolster our city's transit is how we can invest in our people. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Rachel.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address you in the committee today.
Rachel, if you don't mind, just pulling the mic a little closer. All right.
There we go.
There you go.
My testimony focuses on the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, baby bonds, and creating a more resilient tax base to sustain critical investments in children, youth, and families. I'm Rachel Metz, Data and Research Manager at DC Action. We all know that the district is facing a daunting financial outlook due to the elimination of federal government jobs and Congress poised to slash the nation's social safety net to fund tax cuts for the wealthiest. As we weather both the unique impacts on the district and the larger national attacks, it's concerning to see a local budget proposal that plays into the false promise of trickle-down economics and undercuts investments in children and families proven to reduce racial and economic disparities while growing the economy from the bottom up. The child tax credit that the district passed was modeled on the success of the federal expansion of the child tax credit during COVID, which resulted in a 30% drop in child poverty rates and reduced food insecurity and other hardships among children. Most families use the payments to cover routine expenses such as housing, clothing, and food, not just benefiting families, but also putting the money right back into the economy. While modest and having room for improvement, the DC child tax credit passed last year and set to go into effect for the upcoming tax year would similarly put money into the pockets of families and in turn to local businesses. We hope the committee will work across the council to restore the helpful assistance the child tax credit can offer DC's children and families. We also urge you to protect EITC as an essential complement. Investing in family supports child well-being currently, fuels our economy, and helps give young people a solid foundation for entering adulthood. Similarly, baby bonds, as you know, is an investment in the next generation. We're disappointed that the mayor's budget once again zeroes it out, but worse, it sweeps the funds that have already been put into trust, actively divesting from the future of district children. While it can be tempting to result to a lean budget by no longer making long-term investments, doing that is short-sighted. Putting the district on a path to recovery and equity requires the district to diversify our tax base and make sure everyone is paying their share so that everyone, not just those at the top, has the opportunity to thrive. That's why DC Action supports the All In for DC platform, which you've discussed quite a bit in the last little bit. Those policies would help us get ahead of the federal windfall that the wealthiest individuals and business operators are likely to receive in the coming months. We should use our 2026 budget to proactively help the district recoup any forthcoming federal tax relief that will come at the expense of our most vulnerable, as well as the regional federal workforce. And finally, we should reject budget giveaways that won't meaningfully uplift working families. Public deals must truly benefit the public, especially when we're facing such tough times. And we know there's no better investment than the next generation. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Ray. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, McDuffie. My name is actually Terrence James, and I'll be proxying for Ray Michael Bridgewater. My name is Ray Michael Bridgewater, and I represent Spaces in Action, and advocate for Ward 4 and for a tax system for justice. This system aims to tax wealthy, increase taxes on high incomes, and ensure fair business taxes, and provide relief for low and moderate income households. For FY 2026, we propose expanding the local child tax credit, particularly for parents with special needs such as autism. This expansion will help these families who face significant challenges to better manage their finances. While DC's new local child tax credit should maximize the benefits for all children, its current limitations to young children overlooks the high poverty rates among older children, especially within Black families living far below the poverty line. The mental wellness challenges faced by families raising children with special needs, such as autism, further underscore the need for greater support. To address these issues, we recommend removing the cap of the number of eligible children per family. Furthermore, the minimum credit amount should be increased to $1,500 per child for lowest income families, with the potential to go up to $1,750 for children with special needs. A $1,500 child tax credit, according to DC FPI, would decrease the child poverty in Washington, D.C. by 18%. Let's make it happen. To foster thriving families in our city, we must unite and advocate for policies that benefit for the people. The DC City Council can play a crucial role by enacting this measure for DC residents. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Tony.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Tony Francavilla. I'm the Chief Development Officer of DC Scores. I'm also a Ward 5 resident, and I've lived in the district for the past 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DC Scores and Events DC. We're a nonprofit serving more than 3,500 district kids at 68 DC public and public charter schools through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs, which we offer at no cost to families or schools. We're a legacy of the 1994 World Cup and are celebrating our 30th anniversary of serving kids in the district. We want to thank Events DC for their continued investment in the city's sports and creative economies, and more importantly, for continuing to ensure that young people benefit from the resources and opportunities created by those sports and entertainment investments. We've benefited from Events DC's community grants program, from sponsorship events like our One Night, One Goal Gala at the Events DC Club at Audi Field, and from our Scores Cup tournament at the Fields at RFK. The Fields at RFK are an especially valuable community resource for us as the only venue in the city large enough to host our biggest outdoor events. And we're thrilled to see how important authentic community engagement was in the Vision for Care First arena. We call the kids we serve poet athletes, young people who prioritize their mental and emotional health as well as their physical health, and who use their voices, platforms, and skills to build their communities. The world needs more poet athletes. The city needs more poet athletes. DC is the District of Champions and the nation's sports capital, but for us, it's also Poet Athlete City. And we look forward to finding more ways to partner with Events DC and the Council to ensure that the many events and opportunities in the coming years continue to build our city in that image. And as always, we'd like to end with the words of our poet athletes. So this is a recent group poem from the Minor Elementary School poet athletes. It's called DC Scores. I love soccer. It's fun. It helps me keep my pace when I run. I like writing poetry too. Roses are red, violets are blue. When I'm on the field, I'm so excited. My mom, dad, and siblings were invited. Soccer's taught me a lot, like be kind to others and staying in my spot. Some poetry speaks about real life situations, like love, peace, and celebrations. Sportsmanship, dedication, motivation, and poise. Oh, and a lot of noise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Each of your testimony. I don't have questions for this panel, but obviously if you have had the opportunity to submit written testimony, we appreciate it. If you haven't, we would encourage that you do so that it's made a part of the official record for this hearing. So thank you each and have a good afternoon. We're going to call our witnesses who have signed up to testify in person. I already called Michelle McGregor. I'm going to call Joy Taylor. I believe Laura Haygood is going to testify virtually. So Joy Taylor, I don't see. Okay. Paul Spires. These are witnesses who signed up to testify on the Department of Small Local Business Development. Paul Spires, I don't see. Charlie Whitaker, I don't see. Rachel Shank. Kate Dean. Cassandra Hetherington. Rand Dornbush is here. Noah Getz. Oh, I see how you did that. And Francisco Ramos Meyer. Raquel Perry. Oh, perfect. Kate and Rachel. Kate and Rachel. The panel 10. And good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us in person. We'll start with Brianne.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the FY25-26 budget and the future of the DC Main Streets program. My name is Brianne Dornbush. I'm the Executive Director of District Bridges, an organization that manages 6 of DC's 29 Main Street programs. The DC Main Streets have served our city for over 2 decades. These programs are critically important to supporting the small businesses that fuel our local economy. The organizations and professionals that run these organizations are passionate and dedicated to place-based economic development. I recognize the financial challenges facing our city in this time of economic uncertainty and an exceptionally difficult budget cycle. However, in 2016, when District Bridges was first awarded our first Main Street grant, the annual grant award was $150,000. This base funding has remained stagnant for a decade. Adjusting for inflation, that same amount is nearly $200,000 today. While our actual purchasing power has declined, our costs to implement these programs and the needs of our corridors have only increased. The administrative budget for each Main Street is capped at $75,000. Even when considering the enhancements provided by the council, thank you, in the last 2 fiscal years, without the periodic permanent increases to the base funding, it is harder to retain staff by providing competitive salaries and benefits, cover increasing organizational costs required to implement these programs, and respond effectively to the emerging neighborhood level challenges. Moreover, while the Main Street programs have a significant impact on approximately 4,000 small businesses covered within their boundaries, there are more than 75,000 small businesses here in the district, meaning 95% of our small businesses do not have access to the support and financial resources that a Main Street provides. The current model for funding and implementing Main Streets is not equitably meeting the needs of all DC small businesses. Our city needs our small businesses to be successful, and our small businesses need more support. I would ask the council to consider 2 things in the upcoming fiscal year. 1, include enhancement funding for each Main Street in the FY26 budget, and make that increase permanent with plans for periodic funding adjustments in the future to keep pace with inflation. 2nd, commission a formal study to evaluate the DC Main Street programs and explore new models like our ward-based multi-Main Street approach, DC or Access Point DC, our free online technical assistance platform, Councilmember Nadeau's proposed neighborhood management authorities, and other ecosystem-based models that could help us close the gap on supporting DC small businesses. Main Streets are a vital tool in DC's economic development ecosystem. Let's make sure they are a resource for today's realities and tomorrow's challenges, while we also explore new innovations that can help us meet this moment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome your questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, committee members. My name is Francisco Ramos Meyer. I'm the director of the Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Main Street, managed by District Bridges. Today, I want to share a story that highlights the transformative power of the work we do in our commercial corridor. The stretch of Mount Pleasant north of Lamont Street has struggled with vacancies for years, yet Mark's Cafe, a beloved legacy business, has remained an important anchor in that section. Since its acquisition in 2022 by Fabian Giorgi and Danielle Quiros, Mark's has become even more of a hub for DC's Latino culture, hosting live music almost nightly and drawing crowds even on Tuesdays for its Bring Your Own Instrument jazz jams. With the support of the Main Street program, the business owners recently became the property owners through the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, or CPAF, grant from the city. Their mortgage is less than 50% of what they were paying in rent, allowing them to reinvest in their space, staff, and having a positive ripple effects in the community. To give you one example, the owners have launched a cumbia festival in Lamont Plaza to activate the block and bringing other local businesses to participate in that as well. Mark's is more than a bar. It is an incubator for DC Latino sounds. Longtime patron and award-winning poet Carlos Parada recalls a time in the 80s and 90s when live music was banned in Mount Pleasant, silencing Latino voices and fueling the Mount Pleasant riots in '91. Now Mark stands as a vibrant counterpoint to that history, nurturing local talent, a prime example of being the band Bongo District, known for their innovative fusion of Colombian, Washingtonian, and reggae elements. When I asked Fabian why he hasn't booked them in a while, he proudly said, "They're too big for this space now." Securing CPAF took 18 months of collaboration between myself, lenders, and city partners. As our program nears a decade, we are embedded as the connective tissue between local business, residents, and the city. This achievement is a testament to what sustained support and Main Streets can accomplish, channeling city investment to have amplifying effects in our communities. Mark's Cafe is a place where music, culture, and community converge. In a city where rising costs push out small business and people, Mark's story is one of innovation, resilience, and staying. When asked what his dream is for the future of Mark's, owner Danielle replied, "We are living it now." Since CHMPMS was established, the annual grant has remained at $150,000. In the past 2 years, the council's enhancements have increased the grant amount, but even with that, the grant hasn't kept pace with inflation. The original amount would be over $196,000 today. This volatility hampers long-term planning, staff retention, and capacity building. To help create more success stories like Mark's Cafe, I urge the council to incorporate past enhancements and establish a stable, sustainable funding model for these vital Main Street programs.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Kate Dean. I'm the Executive Director of the Glover Park Main Street. And I have submitted written comments, so I will speak to them, but not from them this afternoon. I just want to start off by saying thank you for the funding in the past years. We are in our 6th operating year in Glover Park. And we very much appreciate being funded as a Main Street. The support that neighborhood of the city has received has made a huge difference, and it really depends on the money that comes in. I think the neighborhood would look a lot different if those 88 businesses in Glover Park didn't receive constant support from the city. So we are here today to ask that not only do you continue to fully fund the Main Streets, but that you do so at the level of last year's funding for FY26, including the supplementary funding. So I wanted to say today that we take our remit of taking the money that is given to us and to turning it back into projects on the street really seriously. Right now, we are finishing up a number of projects, but this year we have a lot more to do, but we've installed 10 new business signs, and that includes designing them with the business owners, fabricating them, getting them hung, getting them lit. And we've done 3 awnings, and one of those signs is even a 4-foot perforated metal pizza So we welcome you to come up to Glover Park and take a look at some of the projects and the work that we're doing. We think that it's really changing the landscape of the street and making it more accessible, making it so that people feel safe when they're walking up and down the street. We try to think of everything from lighting to like bad landscaping, all across that. So we would really want the council to understand that the money is used very responsibly and that it is given to the businesses, not just when they need support after they've been burglarized or, or they have a problem with their insurance company or their landlord, but also just for everyday things that they simply can't capitalize. And in that, we received money from the Growth Fund because of your generosity last year. We're finishing up a big project on our only roof deck in Glover Park, and that should come online in the next couple days. So we're really proud of the work that we do, and we recognize that these are very austere times, but we think that we fit into the mayor's growth agenda, and we ask that you can continue to fund us at the levels that we have been at the last 2 years. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Rachel?
Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Shank, and I have served as the Executive Director of Georgetown Main Street for the past 6 years. I would like to begin my testimony by thanking Mayor Bowser for including the baseline funding for the main streets in the proposed 26 budget, and we really appreciate the ongoing investment from the council to preserve that funding for 26. While the previous 2 fiscal years included generous increases to the Main Street budget and the one-time enhancements, we understand and respect the fiscal realities facing the district this year and do not expect an increase in 26. However, I would like to share how we've strategically leveraged public dollars, particularly the one-time enhancement funding for fiscal year 25, to support our local business community. Through DSLBD's Growth Fund grant program, Georgetown Main Street was successfully awarded $40,000 for a new initiative we call Stick Around Georgetown, designed to help small businesses remain in place amid rising rents and increasing corporate competition. In partnership with the DC-based, female-led real estate consulting firm, this program is currently, right now, supporting 9 small businesses through their lease renegotiations, empowering them to understand their options and advocate for their future in Georgetown. This type of intervention is crucial if we want our locally owned businesses to stick around, and it was previously too expensive for Georgetown Main Street to implement. The program is still ongoing, but I look forward to sharing the post-intervention surveys and testimonials with you next year. We also foster strong peer support through initiatives such as our Business Leaders Roundtable monthly cohort, where 10 business owners come together to share ideas, troubleshoot challenges, and build community. The trust and connection fostered in this group are among the most valuable outcomes of our work. We're currently recruiting for our second cohort to launch in fiscal year 26. We also host 2 monthly events, our business breakthrough workshops, which cover everything from finance to marketing, and coffee and community, which brings together business owners, community leaders, and agency partners for meaningful conversation and collaboration. These regular touch points strengthen relationships and reinforce the resilience of our commercial corridor. Through all these efforts, along with our community events, we're helping small businesses navigate an increasingly challenging economic climate. We're not only supporting them with resources and programming, we're showing up consistently, ensuring our businesses feel seen, connected, and supported. While it's difficult to measure the contra-positive of what would happen without a Main Street program, I'm confident that our direct grants, technical assistance, workshops, and community events will continue to provide critical support when businesses need it most, especially as we anticipate a difficult year ahead. Thank you for your continued support of the Main Street program and for your investment in DC's small business community. We're especially grateful for the one-time enhancement that is allowing us to foster a more resilient small business community in Georgetown. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Open for questions.
Thank you each for your testimony, and I really appreciate the work that you all are doing along our main streets. And I think Catherine put it well. Small businesses are the backbone of our local economy, and if you're thinking about a growth agenda, then you necessarily have to include our small businesses, including those that are along our main streets. I will acknowledge the point that you made, Brianne, for, 4,000 small businesses included on our main streets. There are thousands more that are not included on our main streets. It's a tough year. I don't have to restate the obvious. The council has been supportive. I've been supportive as chair of this committee, and we have enhanced the last couple of years the funding that the mayor has proposed in her budget. And you know, we'd like to be able to do it again, but it's going to be a struggle to figure out where that money comes from. I will acknowledge Francisco and the story that you provided about Mark's Cafe. You mentioned the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. I mean, you know who started the Commercial Property Acquisition? It's a council initiative, right? Very popular council initiative, one that the mayor, to her credit, and her team have supported as well with funding. So we appreciate when that, you know, alignment is there between the council and the mayor. I'm only acknowledging that it is one of those years where we're trying to restore programs that are important, child tax credit, baby bonds, and a host of others. And we're going to be looking to you all to help us make some of these tough decisions. It's one thing to make the ask that we put the funding in. It's another thing altogether where the council and our team has to decide where you get the money from to do that. So if you have ideas, I'm happy to hear them. And it's best when it comes on the record, though, so we can note it in our committee reports for these various agencies. So I don't know that I have any questions. I really appreciate the testimony, all the hard work that is going to what you all are doing and your teams are doing, and look forward to the continued partnership in hopes that we can identify resources to put the enhancements back in. But when we keep doing it one time, we're going to keep ending up in this position where you all are making the ask and we're trying to find it. We'd love to be able to do it on a recurring basis because I and this committee understands the value that you all bring. So thank you for your testimony. We understand that Richard Benjamir is in person, Paul Spires is in person, Charlie Whitaker is here in person, Noah Getz is here in person. We are also noting that Raquel Perry will be on the next panel, is here in person. We will start from my right and your left and just go down the line. Good to see you, Charlie. Look forward to hearing your testimony. Each of you all have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Good to see you also, sir. I'm here today to thank you, the mayor, and the rest of the council members, as well as DSLBD, for giving Career Path DC the opportunity to work with returning citizens and individuals with low paying wages, low skilled individuals with mental health concerns, and things of that nature. The clean teams have been a vital part of getting people back to work who've come home from being previously incarcerated, giving them their first chance to get into the workforce so they can go on and do better things. I also have people working with me who the most consistent part of their day is coming to work and working with us on the clean teams. I've also had people who've gotten housing through District of Columbia programs that the mayor and the council have set up from the clean teams to be able to live in the District of Columbia and to be able to pay taxes and be able to pay child support also. That's the human capital side of it. Also, places like Congress Heights, Columbia Heights, and Acosta look better than I've ever seen them, even since I was a child in their business corridors. And that's all because you guys made that investment in people that other people wouldn't have made that investment in. And I'd like to tell you thank you for that, first of all. Secondly, I would like to say this. Any reduction to the Main Streets program, whether it be with the businesses or whether it be with the clean teams, is going to be a loss in jobs. That's the biggest thing for me. And out of my 83 people that I work with, 81 of them are DC residents. That's big for me. That's big for you. That's big for the mayor, you know? So all I would like to request, and I'm gonna keep it real simple, is this right here. When you get, and I know it's very difficult for you guys at this time because the budget must be cut in some places. But when you look at cutting the budget, I just want to look at some of the programs that we cut where people going to be directly affected by losing employment, losing housing, mental health concerns are there. And also the most vulnerable populations that we deal with, people have been previously incarcerated with mental health issues that are homeless. Having a job has been a great thing as far as crime and the recidivism rate in the District of Columbia. So I just want to take a look at that, and I just want to tell you thank you, because I know when you guys had it, you did what you could do to make sure that the program was stable and was funded. I know it's difficult times, but I would like for all of us just to work together and just try to figure out a plan where we won't have any people losing their jobs. That's it.
All right. I appreciate the testimony. Thank you for that. Next.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McDuffie, for having me. I'm a Ward 3 resident, as well as the Executive Director of the Tenleytown Main Street, and I appreciated your support and comments to the other slate of Main Street executive directors that spoke recently. I just wanted to echo their points and give a couple more details. I did put some written testimony in as well, so there's more specific detail there. But just some of the things that we've been able to do in Tenleytown as a result of not only our funding, but as well as the council enhancement, which has been so valuable. Just yesterday, or just on Saturday, I was speaking with a business owner who said that he was able to verify $10,000 worth of additional income from just one night from our Art All Night programming that we put on that he saw in sales. He was confident that there was more than that, and it wasn't a restaurant, which you could imagine a restaurant might see a bump like that in sales. It was actually a retail store, and so he has been very enthusiastic about our contribution in that way. We also were able, through our small grants program, to identify in our last cycle, we provide $5,000 worth of funding generally for our grant program. And in talking with one of our local entrepreneurs, our print shop that we have there, we helped them identify a piece of equipment that they needed very much, and they were able to figure out a way to purchase a $20,000 piece of equipment for the $5,000 funding that we were able to do. So it's those kind of personal connections and our ability to speak to the small businesses day in and day out that I think really provides that kind of benefit. Also with our volunteer base, I just wanted to read a quote from one of our stalwart volunteers that we have, which are so important to our business model as well. She said, "Not long after moving to Tenleytown 12 years ago, I realized I had found my home in DC. It is a neighborhood for families, for singles, for seniors, for kids. The businesses here are well supported by the community with the help of Tenleytown Main Street. Through events, grants, beautification projects, and assistance with navigating DC business requirements, Tenleytown Main Street keeps our small businesses, in particular, strong for them and for us. I believe in their mission so much that I proudly volunteered at TMS for much of the last 5.5 years. So it's also a way to draw in and be connectors in our community, as you well know. So I would just echo what the others have said, and thank you again so much for your critical support. The council enhancement that we receive is vital. As you mentioned, it would be wonderful to get that sort of on an ongoing basis rather than a year to year, but we truly appreciate that support. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Spires from Deanwood Heights Main Streets under the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization. And first of all, I want to start off by thanking you, Councilman McDuffie, for a lot of the things that you do that I don't think you get a lot of credit for. But I definitely want to just say, especially coming from east of the river, we see your vision, we support your vision. For the limitless work that you do on a daily basis. We thank you for that as well. As we look at the future of Washington, D.C., one thing is clear. Our city's strength lies in the heartbeat of its neighborhoods, our small businesses. From the corner coffee shop that knows your name to the family-owned hardware store that's been here for generations, small businesses are not just a part of our community or a part of our economy, they're a part of our identity. They provide jobs, empower local entrepreneurs, and help build the diverse, vibrant communities that make up Washington, D.C., and it make us so unique. Right now, as we invest in our city's growth, we must make sure that small businesses are not just included, they must be prioritized. That means equitable access to funding, affordable commercial space, streamlined permitting, and a targeted support for Black, Brown, immigrant, and women-owned enterprises that historically face barriers. When we lift up small businesses, we lift up families, we lift up neighborhoods, and we lift up DC as a whole. Supporting them isn't just a good policy, it's a commitment to a city that values local talent, innovation, and resilience. Let's keep the soul of DC alive by investing in those who have always invested in us. I want to add, uh, kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Whitaker said. I grew up in Southeast. I never seen Anacostia and Congress Heights as clean as it is right now, and that's because you guys diligently put the resources in there to make that happen. I actually worked side by side with Mr. Whitaker over in Deanwood, and to see the magic that they do with the clean team there is, I would love to wake up one day and say this is the permanent aesthetic of this side of town. With RFK coming, I looked at the mayor's budget and I saw that uh, $750,000 is to support the small area plans, including 300,000 for the implementation grants of Deanwood, Nanny Helen, Burroughs Avenue, and Penn Ave. I think that's not enough. I believe that if we could at least double that, we could start to say that we are invested in those areas east of the river.
Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Next.
All right, good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. My name is Richard Ben Humea, and I'm an organizer with Spaces in Action, also native Washingtonian for Ward 2. My testimony today will focus on the child tax credit, amongst other things, as you will see. I believe in equity and economic justice. I believe that nobody in this country should be working full-time and still be struggling to survive in this country, let alone in this city. I believe it is government's responsibility to take care of its citizens. The biggest moments of upward mobility in our history as a country were during times where the government made aggressive investments, not just in infrastructure and social programs, but in its people, despite the clamoring and discontent of the magnates and corporations of the time. I also believe in the quote, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Because it is insane that we seemingly find ourselves in the same situation year after year, scrounging for crumbs and willing to try a different approach, an approach that has been recommended time and time again by the Tax Revision Committee, our coalition partners at Just Recovery DC as well, and many others, and that is to raise new revenue via progressive taxes. We were able to do it last year to fund the CTC, and we're able to do it again to save the CTC, baby bonds, the pay equity funds, and the fund Metro. We can do this by raising the tax rate on capital gains, deepening the progressivity of the residential property tax by creating additional brackets and marginal rates for the top 5% of homes, increasing tax rates on incomes above 500,000 and especially rates for incomes over 1 million, making business taxes fair by enacting a business activity tax so that corporations operating in the district and benefiting from our economy and services, but currently not paying taxes to DC, contribute to our shared resources. And also implementing a land value tax to fund WMATA, like my colleagues had mentioned earlier. So just like trickle-down economics, tax flight is a myth. The only people who will be forced to leave the city are the Black, brown, and immigrant residents and educators who can't afford to live in the city anymore because the meager help and support they were receiving is being cut or phased out, as the language states, or because DC is stripped of its sanctuary status. But at least there'll be a new shiny new $1 billion stadium, right? In a time where the federal government is divesting from its citizens and its social programs, it's crucial for our local government to create a budget catered to the interests of the working class people who elected them, not developers and billionaires. Because Black, brown, and immigrant residents of the districts are what make the city great, and they are what keeps the economy going. Restore the CTC, baby bonds, pay equity funds, raise revenue, people over profit, and babies over billionaires. Thank you.
And thank you each for your testimony this afternoon. I really appreciate it. And also, I think, at least in part, three of the witnesses really highlight the need for this committee to continue to prioritize our businesses across the District of Columbia, and obviously not just downtown. I think the mayor's budget does make investments both in downtown and in the other corridors, but I do believe that our small businesses are the backbone, and I know that historically there are certain corridors that have not receive the same sort of TLC and investment that others have, and that our main streets are helping to be our eyes and ears on those corridors along the District of Columbia, outside of our downtown. So I look forward to continuing to work with you all in this budget. And I know our clean teams are hard at work. Really appreciate, Charlie, the work that you and all the folks you employ are doing. We want to keep those jobs. We want to keep them employed and keep them as a part of the fabric of our city. So I really appreciate it. We're going to have to work together, though, because there are a lot of tough decisions that need to be made over the course of this budget process, albeit a much more truncated budget process at that. So thank you for your testimony, though. We could have Raquel Perry and Janiyah Proctor are in person, and then we're going to turn to our virtual witnesses after. You too. About Ronald Coles. Ronald Coles, I think I previously called Ronald Coles. Thanks. And Nicholas Humphreys. Nicholas Humphreys Lucas. Okay. Good afternoon to you all. Really appreciate your patience and your time today. We'll begin with Raquel.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I am Raquel Perry, the Director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street, a program of the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization in Ward 7. I'm proud to be here today as a witness for the Department of Small and Local Business Development, which has not only been a funding partner, but a lifeline for the communities like Pennsylvania Avenue East. I've only been in this role for 8 months, and in this short time, I've witnessed just how urgent the work is. Our businesses are not just storefronts, they're anchor institutions, they're job creators, and especially east of the river, they're beacons of economic possibility and corridors that have long been overshadowed. Through DSLBD's support, we've made tangible progress. Just this year with our assistance, 5 of our businesses were recipients of the Robust Retail Grant, bringing $50,000 into our corridor. For our businesses, that's more than just a press release. That's rent that's paid, that's their shelves being restocked. And it's momentum at a time when so many small businesses are just trying to stay afloat. But let me be clear, the needs far exceed the resources. Our businesses, like others across the cities, are navigating rising costs, declining foot traffic, and shifting economic realities. What makes our situation more precarious is that most of our entrepreneurs don't have backup plans. Many are first-generation business owners who took a leap of faith, and when they need help, it's not a banker that they call, it's us. Main Street is not a boutique initiative, it's infrastructure, it's neighborhood, economic development, and without DSLB's support, we could not meet the volume or complexity of the needs of the corridor. Let me share one story that captures this impact. A few weeks ago, I helped one of our local business owners complete her application for the Robust Retail Grant. She had been scraping by and even resorted to blowing through her personal savings in order to keep her doors open. A week later, her husband told her that he had had enough. The financial strain had become too much, and he left her. Literally that same day, she found out that she received the Robust Retail Grant. And so what essentially was a sad situation allows her to focus on her business a little more in these next coming months. And we were able to then discuss a plan on how she can now attract more clients while she's sure that her rent is being paid. During this time, she continuously thanked me, and I had to make sure to let her know that it wasn't myself nor the Main Street nor Marshall Heights that provided that funding. That came from the grant from the Robust Retail Grant at DSLBD. But had it not been for our support, she would not have been able to receive that. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment.
And thank you for your work on the Main Street. Janiyah Proctor, good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you guys for the opportunity to testify. My name is Janiyah Proctor, and I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator in the Community Advocacy and Volunteer Services Division at the United Planning Organization, UPO. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. We offer more than 30 programs such as early childhood education, youth development, job training and placement, health and wellness, housing, and volunteering. UPO is deeply concerned about cuts in the proposed 2026 budget that will weaken the economic stability of thousands of DC residents. This includes an 80% cut in emergency rental assistance, eliminating cost of living adjustments for unemployed parents receiving TANF cash assistance, elimination of the child tax credits and baby bonds, and healthcare cuts in Alliance and Medicaid. Lack of money is often the reason given that these vital programs cannot support DC residents and they cannot be adequately funded. With a racially equitable tax plan, the district can raise revenue that can be invested back into our communities. As congressional Republicans look to slash around $4 trillion in taxes over the next 10 years, largely from the top 5% wealthiest households, the district has an opportunity to raise taxes for those same households, capturing some of the federal tax cuts to help district residents. UPO supports the All In for DC campaign proposal that includes increasing tax rates on incomes above $500,000 and especially rates for incomes over $1 million. Raising the tax rates on capital gains, the profit from selling assets like stocks, and deepening the progressivity of the residential property tax by creating additional brackets and marginal rates for the top 5% of homes as a means to raise revenue. Past recessions show that public investment in residents' well-beings during an economic downturn can speed up recovery, and DC residents want to help each other in tough times. Polling from Data for Progress shows that DC voters support increasing tax on wealth and high incomes to address needs and make our tax system more equitable. The council should use all tools at their disposal to minimize the harm that will otherwise be in store for DC residents. With this, we can fully undo the cuts to ERAP, TANF, healthcare, and our child tax credits. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Any questions?
Appreciate it. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the testimony. Obviously, I think there's a theme that's developed over the course of the day in terms of suggestions from folks about how we get to the revenues that we need to be able to provide those social safety net programs that have been cut, restoring some of those cuts, and obviously share in those programs being priorities. How we get there is something that we have to work through. So I really appreciate the testimony for both of you this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to pivot to our virtual I'm going to make a call for several of our virtual witnesses, and it'll probably be a few minutes before we get going, but I want to give them an opportunity for staff to migrate them over as panelists. Antonio Circo, Betty Gentle, Madeline Brown, Niels Robero, Yamofio, Aaron Bowe, Daisy Gomez Palacio, Moshe Pasternak, Elizabeth Lopez, Rihanna Moreno, M. Felix, Michael Rake, Matthew Girardi. I'm going to stop there for a moment for staff. And Lisa Abrams.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, for those that are on Zoom, can you please mute yourselves before we call your name? Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Buenas tardes.
Un momento, por favor, gracias.
No tiene.
If we could have Reina Moreno. Reina Moreno.
She's next.
And good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Megan Sam, and I'm going to be reading on behalf of Reina Moreno.
I'm sorry. Hold on for a second. So we're going to call next virtually Antonia Circo. And good afternoon to you. If you want to turn on your, yes, and you can begin your time.
Muy buenas tardes, concejal McDuffie. Muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad que me está dando de expresarme ante usted como una ciudadana más, como una residente más, en el cual usted es autoridad. Mi presencia en este momento ante usted es con respeto a la vida, reconocer el valor y la dignidad de cada niño nacido en esta ciudad, con honestidad para actuar con integridad y así construir una sociedad con más equidad para nuestros niños en estos tiempos difíciles. Y mucha responsabilidad para que en algún momento asumamos las consecuencias de los actos que realizamos. Yo soy mujer, madre, pero mi objetivo de estar aquí ante usted es para pedirle, por favor, que no se elimine el crédito tributario por hijo. Mi labor mía esencial es cuidar niños en todas las condiciones sociales, donde he podido ganar magníficamente porque la situación de ellos era una y donde también he tenido que ganar $20 en 8 horas de madres, de padres que también quieren el cuidado de sus hijos con garantía. Es lamentable que se quiera eliminar esta ley, más en una ciudad tan importante para el mundo, porque Washington, D.C. debe ser el ejemplo de la protección a nuestros niños nacidos en esta nación. Debe ser el ejemplo de justicia, de equidad para todos. Entonces yo estoy en este momento por la labor que he hecho muchas veces, años de mi vida, porque el cuidar niños, el dar proteger niños, es un trabajo esencial y por lo tanto lo hacemos con mucha responsabilidad. Por favor, concejal McDuffie, le pido por favor que tome conciencia para poder determinar y eliminar. En realidad siempre lo dije yo cuando hablo con algunas mamás en Washington. ¿Cuánto es lo que les dan? Este crédito tributario era de 2.600 o es de 2.600. Yo lo dividí en algún momento por mes y era $216 de ayuda por mes. Dividido en 30 días es $7.00. Yo pensé que este año iban a incrementar este crédito tributario. ¿Por qué? Por la misma situación social que estamos viviendo, falta de trabajo. Tenemos, usted sabe, caos social en otros países por las guerras y estamos un poco viviendo después de la pandemia. La pandemia dejó muy destruido a las familias. Entonces pensamos, y yo pienso con respeto, que el que tiene más tiene que pagar más, porque eso se llama equidad. Dar al que menos tiene y el que más tiene, asumir su responsabilidad. Con ello yo no le digo que se mantenga, simplemente que se dé esta ayuda que lo han estado recibiendo los padres por la misma situación social en que estamos viviendo. Yo lo conozco a usted y es un hombre que siempre he dicho, es un hombre que tiene el cargo que tiene porque tuvo la oportunidad de terminar un high school, tuvo la oportunidad de ir a una universidad y ser lo que es ahora. No le quitemos esa oportunidad a nuestros niños nacidos en esta ciudad. No le quitemos las alas a estos niños que no importa la raza ni su color, simplemente merecen el cuidado y la protección de las autoridades de cada estado, en sí federalmente. Entonces yo le pido, por favor, que asuma esta determinación con responsabilidad, con equidad, con respeto a estas criaturas. Yo he tenido que muchas veces trabajar free para ellos, porque no podría cobrar por horas a ellos, porque ellos también contribuyen. Sus padres de estos niños contribuyen con el desarrollo de esta nación. Ellos van a las tiendas comerciales a trabajar, pero no ganan el sueldo que de repente amerite ponerlos en un buen daycare, donde estos niños desde su infancia conozcan la protección del Estado y de sus padres. Yo creo que todos los concejales en algún momento de su vida han pasado crisis. Y también pienso que cada concejal es madre o padre. Y como tal, nos debe de permitir pensar con el valor a la humanidad, con el valor a la vida, con el valor a que un día uno de estos niños será reemplazante suyo, o quizás será un gran maestro catedrático, ingeniero, será también un senador, un político grande con el corazón que tienen ustedes. Muchísimas gracias por esta oportunidad que nos da a cada uno de nosotros de poder fundamentar el por qué este crédito tributario es sumamente importante para estas familias vulnerables económicamente, vulnerables, porque no tuvieron la oportunidad de repente de tener una carrera profesional, de tener una empresa. La equidad dice que el que menos tiene se le tiene que dar. Y al que más tiene que asumir su responsabilidad de pago de impuestos, porque tiene una mejor residencia, porque tiene una mejor situación. Entonces, yo le ruego una vez más, por favor, no pude ir ahora por motivos de salud, pero me hubiera encantado estrecharle las manos a usted y darle un aplauso para decirle que usted es padre, será abuelo quizás, y que piense en todos nuestros niños nacidos en esta ciudad. Y una vez más repito, Washington debe ser el ejemplo de valor a la vida de cada niño, para que estos niños sepan un día que sus autoridades lo protegieron, que sus autoridades son parte del desarrollo y el progreso de ellos, como estudiantes, como profesionales. No sé si es que me pasé los 3 minutos, pero si así fuera, pido disculpas. Pero muchísimas gracias por esta oportunidad. Y estoy segura que no se eliminará este crédito que reciben, que no es mucho, pero es una gran ayuda para cada niño. Entonces, muchísimas gracias y un aplauso para usted.
And I want to thank you for your testimony. I wish we'd had an interpreter to have your testimony be translated for those who are both inside the chambers as well as those who are listening at home. But we did want to give you the opportunity to put your testimony on the record. So thank you for taking the time to do so. All right, we're going to pick up with our virtual witnesses with Betty Gento, Madeline Brown, Niels Ribeiro Imofio, Aaron Bowe, Daisy Gomez Palacio, so Betty Gento, you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Greetings, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Some Incorporated, a nonprofit that has spent over 50 years breaking cycles of homelessness and poverty in the district. Since 1989, we've developed or acquired over 20 deeply affordable housing properties, creating more than 1,400 homes for seniors, single adults, and families. Our longstanding partnership with the OCFO, specifically OTR, is vital to this work. Today, SUM supports 2 bills to extend a 12-month timeline to attain designation as a nonprofit workforce housing property and to forgive or refund property taxes assessed or paid on 2 of our residential buildings. B26-0125, introduced by Councilmember Fruman, and B26-0237, introduced by Councilmember Lewis George. We are grateful to both council members for their leadership and support. While these bills are necessary and appreciated, they highlight broader issues with how DC Code 47-1005.03 is implemented. We urge the committee to consider amendments that better align with the council's original intent and the district's affordable housing goals, and we appreciate the committee's ongoing collaboration toward that end. This law provides tax exemption to support nonprofit workforce housing, enabling reinvestment in services. Properties receive a conditional exemption from property and recordation taxes, contingent on certification from an independent compliance monitor confirming the owner's compliance with the law. Despite timely submissions and strong alignment with the law's policy goals, 2 recent SUM projects were denied exemptions requiring legislative fixes. First, 2607 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, SUM's first Ward 3 project, provides 23 deeply affordable units and case management focused on households earning 0 to 30% AMI. Lease-up delays from DACD's RFP process and efforts to work with DHS to match tenants with PSH vouchers resulted in only 1 lease within the first year, prompting denial despite no lease-up threshold in the law. Second, 4011 Kansas Avenue Northwest provides 40 units serving households at 0 to 30% AMI. The compliance monitor verified 14 to 30 tenants using DCHA income data tied to their Housing Choice Voucher certification, but the exemption was denied because certifications didn't all go through SUM, despite statutory allowance for similar information. These projects are exactly the kind of housing the law intended to support, yet SUM has paid approximately $675,000 in property taxes, funds that would have supported residents' debt service and operations. This financial burden threatens the long-term sustainability of this deeply affordable housing. Beyond the immediate budget impact to SUM, current implementation undermines the core goals of the exemption to expand sustainable, deeply affordable housing, and does so at a time when production is slow and demand is rising. It also weakens the district's broader housing equity and anti-displacement efforts. Therefore, we respectfully ask that the committees consider the following actions: advance both bills as part of the FY26 budget and/or amend the DC code to provide greater clarity and flexibility in the certification process and ensure SUM is refunded the property taxes paid in good faith on both properties. Before closing, we want to urge the restoration of the funding for baby bonds, a powerful tool for generational equity and economic growth. At SUM, we invest in financial literacy and long-term economic mobility for our families and workforce trainees, but wealth building is nearly impossible when families start from a place of deep economic inequality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, Betty. We really appreciate it. We are working on the nonprofit housing tax exemption that you mentioned, and we had some testimony earlier about that. So we do appreciate you putting that on the record as well. Next is Madeline Brown. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of preserving the district's child wealth building program, commonly known as the Baby Bonds Initiative. My name is Madeline Brown. I'm a senior policy associate at the Urban Institute, and I'm here to speak not only as a concerned resident of DC, but as someone deeply committed to advancing economic equity and long-term financial health for all DC families. Views I express today here are my own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders. The Child Wealth Building Act of 2021 was a bold and visionary step toward addressing one of the most persistent and damaging inequities in our city, the racial wealth gap. In DC, the median white household holds 81 times more wealth than the median Black household. Baby bonds are designed to directly counteract this disparity by providing every child born into a low-income family with a publicly funded trust account, capital they can access as young adults to invest in education, home ownership, or entrepreneurship. For the past 3 years, I've co-led a team at Urban studying baby bonds and tracking progress of this policy across the country. Since the Child Wealth Building Act was passed in 2021, an additional 16 states across the country have introduced legislation. Connecticut and California have passed programs. And as I led conversations with our community of practice that represented these places, as a DC resident, I proudly talked about how my city, my council, understood the need to support families in both income and wealth building. Yet despite the promise of this program, the mayor's FY26 budget zeroes out funding for the program, repealing last year's provision. Further, the FY26 Budget Support Act would repeal the original Child Wealth Act legislation. And lastly, and maybe most concerningly, the FY25 Supplemental Emergency Act would sweep the existing $18 million from the Child Wealth Trust Fund into the general fund, preventing any possibility of a pilot program. Committee members, the thousands of families who had children born between 2021 and 2024 were promised that their children would have opportunities to go to school or invest in a business here in DC, and this budget strips all of that possibility away. I recognize the moment that we're in, but if we're truly focused on children and families, as the mayor has indicated as a goal of this budget, research shows that investing in them today and tomorrow is the only way to ensure true economic security. While income support programs are essential, they are not sufficient to ensure long-term financial health. And as it is, measures like the child tax credit aren't even fully funded in this budget. Financial health requires a dual approach: income to meet today's needs and wealth to secure tomorrow's opportunities. Baby bonds are an evidence-based solution aimed at supporting our lowest income families. 5 separate simulations have shown that baby bonds would reduce wealth disparities. One showed that it is the most promising program when compared with other wealth building programs. And Urban's research has shown it has also reduced the likelihood people would take on student debt and the size of that debt itself. I urge the council to consider keeping the program as best as you can. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
And thank you so much for your testimony. You probably already did so, but just want to make sure, Madeline, that you submit your testimony in writing.
Yeah, we did. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your advocacy and your organization's ongoing support for this very important program.
Thank you.
Daisy Gomez Palacio, good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yep, I'm here. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Daisy. I work on the economic security team at Bread for the City. And then I'm testifying on behalf of Bread for the City and our clients, recommending that the council protects and expands the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 to include every child in a family up to the age of 17, and also to increase the maximum amount of the credit to $1,500 per child, up from $420. This recommendation is brought forward in response to the cost of living crisis faced by DC residents, especially those caring for and raising the city's children, as the nation's most vulnerable populations are facing severe and life-threatening reductions to the federal social safety net. The city has a responsibility to bolster the local supports that thousands of DC families rely on and will become increasingly reliant on. Next tax season, the DC child tax credit would have reduced child poverty in the city by 5%, impacting 80,000 young lives. If the city were to adopt the changes in this recommendation, DC FBI estimates that child poverty in the city could be reduced by double-digit percentages. At Bread for the City, we've seen firsthand the impact that $1,500 can have. In my role at Bread, I've had the opportunity to be part of the implementation of Cash RX, a direct cash transfer pilot program where participants are given cash each month with no strings attached, and the autonomy to decide how their families can best use that cash. In the first few months of the program, and as it's continued over the last year, participants report dramatically reduced food and housing insecurity, the ability to pay late utility bills and rent, and emergencies such as car repairs, necessary medications, and just generally improved mental well-being. At a time of deep cuts to the social safety net, both here locally and federally, protecting and expanding, the DC Child Tax Credit will provide efficient direct assistance to families with children, tempering some of the harm that cuts will cause, and show residents that you all, our electeds, care for them and their families. We at Bread and I implore you to not allow the theft of $15 million from our children that the proposed budget would be taking from the Child Tax Credit Amendment Act. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and your testimony and your organization's continued work during these budget process hearings. Thank you. So next we have M. Felix. Good afternoon to you. You can unmute yourself, turn on your screen, and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Councilmember McDuffie. Great, thanks.
There you go.
So good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Felix Makaraeg, and I'm the head of a household of a family of 3 living in DC's Ward 4 and formerly Ward 1. I'm testifying as a member of Jews United for Justice and the All In for DC campaign to speak in support of raising revenue at the local level in an effort to balance the destruction of the social safety net at the federal level. I moved to DC in 2019 to work with Columbia Heights street vendors to support them to decriminalize street vending and reform DC street vending regulatory system to be more accessible to poor and working class migrants, as well as recently incarcerated DCNs. I'm here today, not as an organizer or an advocate, but as a DC resident, feeling the crunch. I recently became a household of 3 when my daughter, fleeing domestic violence, came to DC and had my grandson here. I'm not sure how my family would be surviving right now without subsidized childcare, SNAP, and Medicaid for my daughter and grandson. Every weekday, my daughter drops off her 2-year-old to a wonderful and loving family childcare home in Ward 4, and most evenings I pick him up. We're able to make healthier food choices for the baby and ourselves because of food assistance. The baby gets excellent health care at Mary Center, and my daughter was able to receive really, truly excellent postnatal support there. But with the current economic climate, we are truly barely making it. That is quite a thing to contemplate, given that we live in a rent-controlled apartment that's supposed to be affordable, but is really far from it given the times. I'm also uninsured and pay serious amounts of money out of pocket for a chronic condition I'm managing. Our family isn't an exception. Sadly, we're the majority. So I'm urging you as a DCN who lives in Uptown on the other side of Rock Creek Park and the other side of DC's outrageous income disparity to please not do the opposition's job for them. Rather than considering more slashes to DC programs that make it possible for people like me and my family to live and work here, I urge you to lean into being bold and raise revenue to bolster our local safety net, our social safety net, as we watch it getting completely shredded at the federal level. Strengthen the capital gains tax, enact a land value tax for locations within a mile of metro stations, and institute a business activity tax that would raise revenue from big law firms, lobbyists, and consulting firms whose wealth generally does not go back into DC communities. So in closing, if you do these things, you can make DC the safe and welcoming place we all want it to be. We are living through truly unprecedented times. In a climate where my grandson, for example, didn't go outside to play for a solid week because his daytime primary caregivers were afraid of ICE presence in their neighborhoods. I spent most of October and early November of 2024 in Wisconsin, in Kenosha, and knocked doors in a community that was still recovering from the deep trauma of the Kyle Rittenhouse murders. I talked with almost 100 people a day who desperately wanted the economy to be better and would do anything for someone who sounded strong enough to get the job done. My own migrant people. My people were
Felix?
lied to on an epic level. So
Felix, I'm not sure if you heard, but your time has expired. I gave you a little extra time, but I wanted to.
Oh, so sorry. So I'll just wrap and just say thanks so much for thinking about making DC a safe place to live and work, starting with a tax structure that takes a bold stand on economic justice. Have a great afternoon. Thanks.
You have a great afternoon, and thank you for the very personal testimony and the recommendations that you make in it. Our next witness testifying virtually is Matthew Girardi. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for signing up to testify virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Girardi. I serve as Political and Communications Director for ATU Local 689. We represent over 15,000 transit workers and retirees across the DMV, including the dedicated employees that run WMATA, Metro Access, and DC Streetcar. I want to start my testimony today with a story. In the late 1800s, the Chevy Chase Land Holding Company developed the Rock Creek Railway. This was the district's first electric streetcar line and transported commuters up and down the then sparsely populated Connecticut Avenue and led to the development of much of DC's modern Ward 3 and parts of Montgomery County. When more people were able to access downtown by streetcar, the value of the land of the Chevy Chase Company rose dramatically. It was an early example of transit-oriented development, and that dynamic has only continued. Today, we know that transit infrastructure creates immense economic output, not just through moving people, but also through increased land values. The delta of value between the land closest to a metro station and that same parcel farthest away is not 500%, but 500 times. Sadly, instead of channeling that value back into the transit systems that created them, we allow for these windfall benefits to go to wealthy landowners, many of which are corporate entities that pay less in taxes than the members of my union. This problem is compounded by the mind-boggling reality that WMATA remains the only major transit authority in the entire country not to have dedicated funding to sustain its operations. Year after year, workers, riders, and the authority have to wonder whether there will be adequate resources to run the buses and trains we need to get our young scholars to classrooms, our workers to jobs, our seniors and individuals with disabilities to doctors' offices, or bring our communities together. This must end. With the recent developments at DMV Moves indicating that each jurisdiction may very well have to find its own way to pay for WMATA, Local 689 deeply urges this committee to move forward with consideration of a land value tax around metro stations. We stand by the draft reports of the Tax Revision Commission, as well as our own work on the matter, both of which show the feasibility of such a funding measure for Metro. This would raise anywhere between $300 and $500 million annually while supporting business property investment, equity, and would broaden the tax base. Don't take my word for it. Look at the TRC report. This means more jobs, more housing, and more opportunities for working Washingtonians around transit. I will also say that this is a common sense idea whose time has come. And to be clear, this is not a tax on property, but a tax on land, hence the term split roll. I'll also add that as a member of the Just Recovery and Fair Budget Coalition's Local 689 wholeheartedly stands by the necessary revenue recommendations contained at both platforms. Thank you for your time and consideration of our views on this matter. We urge this committee to act boldly. I will also add, because I didn't speak on RFK, that as representing DC streetcar employees and seeing that DC streetcar is cut, we cannot fathom an RFK deal without adequate transportation for the 8th Street corridor and the surrounding communities. A deal without transit means clogged roads and bottlenecked communities. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
You for your testimony. Our next witness testifying virtually is Lisa Abrams. Good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Lisa Abrams, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Hotel Association of Washington, D.C., and I'm presenting testimony on behalf of Solomon Keene, our president. To be respectful of time, I am summarizing the testimony that we have submitted for the record. I'm here to testify in opposition to two provisions of the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act, which are the Hotel Surtax Amendment Act of 2025 and the Public Services Hotel Occupancy Fee Amendment Act of 2025. These proposals will have significant negative impacts on the district's hospitality industry and in turn the district's revenue. As you know, the district's hospitality industry is integral to sustaining a vibrant economy. The number of visitors that we attract to our city directly impacts the amount of revenue that goes into the general fund and any services that the government can provide to residents. The Hotel Surtax Amendment seeks to redirect revenue from the Tourism Recovery Tax Fund, which was created in 2023 to assist with post-pandemic recovery. The TRD established a separate 1% tax on hotel bookings that goes directly to Destination DC to help with its marketing efforts. DDC uses that funding to aggressively attract top domestic and international visitors to the district. The mayor is now proposing to redirect those funds for non-tourism purposes, which HAWDC strongly opposes. Knowing how important the hotel and hospitality industry is to sustaining the district's coffers, the industry proposed the self-assessed tax to help lead the district's recovery in a post-pandemic environment. At its creation, it was expected to raise $20.7 million. However, last year, the TRD was so successful, it raised $27 million. Visitors to DC contributed $253.3 million through the occupancy tax alone. With these visitors, their spending, DC households would have had, without these visitors, DC households would have had to pay an additional $3,608 in taxes to equal the same amount of revenue. We are also opposing the Public Services Hotel Occupancy Fee. This is the fourth time that the mayor is proposing a bed tax on the industry. And our opposition to that remains, as we have opposed it in the past. We understand the budget situation that the district is currently facing. We have always seen ourselves as a partner with the district when it comes to funding and job creation. That is how we cannot stop investing in visitor attraction. Investing in tourism provides an immediate return, equating to jobs for residents, tax revenue for crucial city services, and spending in district businesses. I see that I'm over my time. So in summary, we urge the council to reject any proposal to redirect TRD dollars for any purposes other than marketing for visitor attraction, as well as the proposal to implement a bed tax.
Is that concludes your testimony, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank
I think we
you.
already have it in writing.
Yes.
So I appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go next to Moshi Pasternak. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, sorry, I had to switch over as panelist there. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mo Pasternak, and I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JFJ is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and All In for DC. Today, I'm testifying in support of increased progressivity in our tax system, specifically through higher property taxes and a land value tax. 13th century Spanish rabbi Asher ben Yechiel, also known as the Rosh, helped loosen the rules for lending with interest, assuming the money raised would be used to support the poor. The flexibility and vision to disrupt past practice to support the most vulnerable is a lesson that the council would be wise to adopt. Despite my request before this same committee, the council did not raise my taxes last year. Introducing tax brackets for residential property taxes is an important step that follows in the spirit of the Rosh, but there is still more to be done to make sure we have the funds needed to support DC residents in need. The council should lower the threshold for the top bracket of property taxes so that I pay higher taxes. I live in a gorgeous DuPont Circle condo, but because of the high cap, my property taxes are still the same, even as DC is facing a budget crunch this year. Additionally, creating a land value tax, as supported by the Just Recovery Coalition and ATU Local 689, will improve progressivity and ensure a dedicated revenue stream of more than $500 million for WMATA each year. While the federal government and congressional Republicans are spewing chaos and threatening public transportation, it is time for DC to step up. I love living in DC because it is a place where I don't need a car, and we need a systemic solution to ongoing threats to public transportation. It is absolutely worth raising my taxes to preserve the future of Metro, and to be honest, I probably wouldn't even notice the higher bill. An LVT would also encourage density, which means more neighbors. More neighbors strengthens local business, and a specific personal interest to me, higher density is good for Jewish communities like mine where members walk on the Sabbath. In closing, I would like to encourage you to be bold like the Rosh and other leaders who came before us. We must use all the tools we have to support our communities. Please embed the proposals for raising revenue from the Just Recovery Coalition in the committee print of the FY 2026 budget. Thank you and have a great day.
And thank you, and you do the same. Have a great week. I appreciate your testimony. Our next witness is Cassandra Hetherington. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. I think Cassandra may be having some challenges with her connection, so we're going to turn to Linda Brown. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Is it too late for me?
No, it's not. Go ahead, please. You can turn on your video. Perfect. You can begin your
Sorry, the
testimony.
Zoom asked me about 100 questions, so.
Okay. No worries. You can begin your testimony.
Yeah, Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I'm getting organized for Cleveland Park Day, Sunday, June 8th, noon to 5 p.m. if you want to come by. I am District Bridges Cleveland Park Main Street Director. I have served in this role since 2021. I'm deeply passionate about my work in Cleveland Park and more broadly, the work of all the DC Main Street programs and the many businesses we serve. While our testimony often includes statistics like the number of technical assistance hours we provide or the total dollars provided to businesses through small business grants, much of our success is often invisible because it looks like a business that doesn't close its doors, a multi-stakeholder project that finishes on time, or a crisis averted before it makes the news. In 2021, while many businesses were emerging from COVID-19 with cautious optimism, businesses in Cleveland Park faced a new challenge, the long-awaited DDOT Streetscape and Drainage Project. During the Cleveland Park Streetscape Project, CPMS served as a critical liaison, navigating miscommunication between DDOT and PEPCO, calming fears, and helping businesses stay afloat. These are the kinds of things that don't necessarily come out through a report on technical assistance hours provided, but that make all the difference on the ground and to the businesses we serve. Without our intervention, construction delays would have dragged on for months, prolonging the impact on the businesses. This is the kind of behind-the-scenes, relationship-based work that often goes unnoticed and unfunded. District Bridges' multi-Main Street model has allowed us to deliver this kind of direct support efficiently across multiple corridors. However, the annual funding for DC Main Streets has remained stagnant at $150,000, and while the council has added enhancements in recent years, and we are very grateful, the lack of long-term funding stability makes it difficult to plan, retain talent, and build the capacity needed to support small businesses during times of crisis and growth alike. The current one-size-fits-all model doesn't account for the significant differences between main streets, nor does it reflect the growing responsibilities shouldered by the nonprofit organizations who manage the DC Main Streets and who are asked to do more with less. We urge the council to please include and make permanent the prior year enhancement funds to the base annual funding moving forward. Main Street programs are lifelines for small businesses and our commercial corridors, and the nonprofits who manage these programs must be financially equipped to meet the moment, whether that's a streetscape project, a public health crisis, or the everyday work of community building and economic development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, welcome your questions, and look forward to working together to create a more equitable, sustainable economic future for DC small businesses. And I hope to see you on Sunday.
And thank you for the invitation. I do have a high school graduation from my firstborn, though, so I probably won't be able to make it, but I do appreciate the invitation and certainly appreciate your advocacy for the Main Streets and the work that you all are doing in Cleveland Park. So thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to your child.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I think next we have Linda Brown. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Councilman McDuffie and committee. My name is Linda Brown. I am a native Washingtonian who grew up in Northwest DC and now reside in Ward 6, Southwest DC, with my adult daughter whom has multiple disabilities. I am an advocate with Mother Outreach Network and a member of DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. I'm here today to ask you not to cut the $13 million invested to establish the district child tax credit legislation proposed by Councilman Parker. I like to quote a line from one of my childhood TV shows, Star Trek. The mission is to boldly go where no man has ever gone before. I chose this quote because I can never recall a time in DC history where we did not meet the moment we were in. We have always been able to rally DC residents in a time of crisis to ensure the most vulnerable of our populations would not fall behind, and they're not always a safety net to catch up. The mayor's Grow DC agenda fails to include all residents of DC. Investing in our children is essential to building a well-adjusted, thriving society because our children are our legacies. Policies like the district child tax credit, baby bonds, and strong futures provide critical support to families. Yet, the proposed FY 26 budget fails to prioritize these investments. As a single mother in DC, I have seen the rising cost of childcare firsthand, especially as I navigate the additional expenses of raising a child with special needs. The financial burden of supporting a child throughout adulthood is substantial. With Washington, D.C. cost of living 53% higher than the national average, the city remains one of the most expensive places to live in the country. Even the most basic necessity, food, housing, transportation, continue to rise in cost, making economic stability increasingly difficult for families. It is irresponsible to consider cutting these vital programs in their early stages without ensuring safety nets for the families who rely on them. DC must commit to investing in policies that uplift parents and secure the future of our children. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Linda Brown, I really appreciate it. I agree with your sentiment and look forward to working with you and others to try to figure out how we restore some of these programs. So thank you so much for your testimony. Linda, you also were our final witness. I thought we would be joined by Pamela McKinney, but I think she declined a couple of times, so maybe she's having some technical difficulties. With that said, though, I want to thank everyone who testified today. We really
Thank you.
appreciate your time and your patience. We had a lot of witnesses to get through, both in person and virtually. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until Wednesday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. Submissions should be uploaded via the hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. Our next budget oversight hearing of the committee will be on June 9th, 2025. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's hearing. The time is now 3:23 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.